It's crazy they gave you that in there.
Madison, you've changed so much. You've changed so much.
Oh my god. Is that not like, look, girls want their boyfriend to change, okay? And then people say, yeah, but after they change, well, they dump them because you didn't change the right way. You just changed another way that you thought was great, and then it ended up just being you're an asshole now.
Yup. That's like when people get sober and then for some reason expect the rest of the world to accommodate to their new sobriety. And they're like, I cannot be around people who consume alcohol ever. Or like people who do consume alcohol have to pretend like they're not. Apparently, there was some little girl, like teenage girl, that her parents would do that with her, but like to a ridiculous extreme, like something about bottles in the fridge, like condiment bottles. And like she stayed over at a friend's house and had a full on freak out because they didn't hide condiments or something ridiculous like that. One of Okay, well, how about you don't choke to death on the boob tube?
Ah, sweet.
Hmm?
Well, random cards, like, because I want to do a Minotaur.
Okay, yeah, you mentioned camel.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Camel deck is Farfish still very, very much as the Pegasus one. But Minotaur, I'm starting to have good stuff for Minotaur deck. A Minotaur that is also a land if I choose. I don't card. You can choose to play it either way as a land or as the other card.
This should be great. Oh yeah. Yeah, but don't they discontinue that? Not discontinue. They make it so that you can't play them in actual games.
No.
They did that for like the double cards, half cards.
I have one in my deck.
Yeah, but they banned you
No,
from
but
being
it's the
able to
fact-
use them
it's
in
the
an
fact
actual
that-
game anymore.
Well, they fixed it because they didn't let people have those double-sided cards.
Yeah, we were getting a lot of those.
Because you could play those both at the same time, or it wasn't in your deck color, but you were using one half. And what it is now is that you play the first one, and the other one plays that's after that. What?
This can't be real.
What the fuck?
No.
Like some shit out of pair palhares.
I
Fire in
know
the
that's
house!
real though.
How would it be? What? What would it be?
That's true. That's true. What?
Oh, wow! Look at that!
Wow.
There, it's a replay of 2022. I mean,
Line on it. Weird.
that's a print.
Oh my god! Yeah, you're so lame. I believe it though. Both had things at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't like you. I just want to see Trudeau getting fucking heckled by. I opened the OG. Just take from that. It's an OG. I'm making food. I'm working on it.
You just ate everything that was on the ground.
Jack.
Even the pizza thing.
Go do that elsewhere. No.
You get out of here. Go, 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 go.
I'm wondering if the parent put her up to it. Or I'm wondering if that little girl is just like quoting something she heard her parents say. Yo, you literally took that too, like, very nonchalantly. The right parent thing to do as a parent. As a parent, the right thing to do would have been like, excuse me, little girl, like, can I, like, who's your parent? I'd like to speak to your parent.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's so inappropriate for you as a child to be saying things like this to an adult. Like, it doesn't matter if he's the shittiest human being on the planet. We know that you're 6. Yeah. You don't get to fucking speak like that to adults when you're 6. Like, but instead, he literally spoke to a 6-year-old as if she was an adult.
Yeah.
It's like, first of all, to her shitty parents who you use as their child as a pawn for for political fucking comedy. Like,
I know the 30 minutes. Listen to this. This that fuck. You still hungry? Eat it. You're not hungry? I'm so mean to the dog. I'm so mean to you. Ow.
guys on a fucking tropical week. Yeah. What? He's saying, yeah, he's on a tropical beach. He's like in fucking Panama or something. Oh. Oh. Maybe it's like Harriet. What?
I think you're an asshole, sir.
Yep.
The wave sound are fucking.
Yep.
They go like this.
What? Bomb market? Oh, bond. Yeah, that's what I heard.
You're in paper assistant. Nothing wrong. Good. I'm gonna invest the big close up.
Well, they just said that Russia bombed six cities in Ukraine. I'm like, oh, finally they did it. Okay, they've only been like saying they're gonna do that for what 3 years? What?
I fucking understand what you're saying.
Because British.
No, I understand Russell Brand very well.
I got your comparison.
Well, they both speak kind of the same, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. They're both very Western versions
British
of
from
British.
London, you know?
No, British fucking Nelly. Till I was about 22, I talk like this with this playing with again. It's just like it's fucking horrible to listen to. It's like Sean and them, Rainbow Sean, they all like that weird play rap, whatever, that they all talk like that, but they're all like on fucked up GHB drugs and they all stab each other at the end. They're all really, really fucked up, like street rat, fucking basically like hillbilly white trash. I'm like, I don't know why you would think that's cool. Like, super gross. Wow. We want to drink milk?
I love Russell Brand. That's on top.
Oh! Oh, yeah. Ugh. Wow. What?
Are you guys out of your minds?
Yeah, right? Like,
Such as democracy. That's so wild.
no, democracy ever really existed.
Democracy working in the world.
No, democracy will never, unless there is a code. Like, that's why you never hear anybody talking about the lower class. There's always the middle class, the upper class, but there's no money to make up the lower class. So the only time they're talking about fucking helping with the poor and the homeless is when they found a way to profit off of helping them. Like making safe fucking sites that are fucking offering them aid and saying that's like, oh, the only way, like, at euthanasia. We used to fucking criticize China for their euthanasia fucking policies because they were so fucking overpopulated.
Now we're good.
And now we are like, you will voluntarily do it. At least China was honest. We're gonna fucking take out your kid before it has a chance to fucking have a life. Before it understands what starvation is. Because it will inevitably only see starvation. Like a fucking sane human being. Believe it or not, that is what I consider a sane human being. And then we have over here where they want to start banning abortions. That just means you're going to start seeing more fucking babies and youngsters. And more girls with fucking foreign objects shoved up their cooters. Because when they want it to come out, it's going to come out. Like, actually, that's what got me starting to watch RT. There was a video on RT when I first started watching it, and it was this lady who does outreach programs for teenage girls who are trying to like hide their pregnancies from their parents, and fucking girls that have drug addictions and who are too far past the date that they can get abortions, but a lot of them were basically coerced or like kind of were told by some kind of usually religious organization that you can keep your baby and you don't have to kill your baby because we'll help you support your baby financially. Which the place me and Fury used to hang out, Station 7. It's a Christian drop-in center. That's what they specialize in. They have a store downstairs underneath where we used to hang out, and it's all like baby stuff. And what they do is they go to teen moms and they convince them to keep their babies, and they'll support them financially. And as soon as they have the baby, they fucking dip. And they abandon them, and they take back all the clothes and everything, and they say, well, we need this for the girls who are pregnant and who are going to be having babies. And they totally fucking abandoned them. And they did exactly that to Chelsea. And that's why Morgan ended up watching somebody else's fucking baby. And she was just like, I am trying to do college stuff. This is not my kid. Or no, I think we were still in high school probably. She was probably trying to get into college. And she ended up having a baby in her room. And the baby was fucking autistic. Like, tell right away that baby was autistic because she never went for like prenatal whatever and all this shit. And they gave her a bunch of clothes. They were there for the birth, and then afterwards they put her in Colleen's house, and they just fucking never came back. And they never gave her a fucking goddamn thing after the baby was born. But this lady, she says that she was saying we need to stop telling teenage girls, like 16-year-old girls, that it's okay for you to take a baby at that age, and that it's normal, and that it's okay, and someone's going to support you. Because the reality is, no one's going to fucking support you and your kid.
Just take your baby away from you
Absolutely.
and make a buck out of it.
Absolutely. Like, and it's fucked up that we tell fucking teenage girls that this is fucking normal. Like, you're a child. You're a child having a child. It's not fucking normal. Like, you didn't even get to experience life yet. Like, and you're being encouraged to have a baby by the time you're a fucking teenager. Like, nah. Oh my.
Okay.
Really? What? You don't understand what it does. Oh, of course, it's you two. Nope. No thanks. Big pass. It's amazing. It's amazing how fast you can tell the difference when it's like fucking nonsense. Do you understand what happens during rape? Shredded apart? What is wrong with you? Like, what? What? That's not what happens when rape happens. I hate you people. Fucking Jews. All the Jews. Just for shits and giggles, why not? Hi, Jack. What are you doing?
Oh.
You got no upstairs?
Quincy deletes the room. I really like the way he said that. There.
Maria. This is what you want. You want me to live in house paranoia. Right. Even when she's dead. When she's dead, there's something. You need to scratch my head. Constant. I'm not doing it. Not gonna lie. But no, I'm not gonna. Excuse you! Yeah. Well, no, I told you once, don't bring me more dishes.
Right.
The worst thing in the world is when you just finish doing dishes and someone like has a handful of dishes like, oh, are you done already? Sorry. It's fucking worse. I gotta just go get them myself.
Once in a while, I'm doing a cup.
What?
So once in a while, I'm doing a cup.
Yeah, but not while I'm doing dishes.
Oh, fuck. Why?
It's like a fucking gremlin.
Right? It looks like one.
Oh, I hate that I fucking have any fucking attention for him. But you know what? The fact that he knows he sucks, he knows that his job was just happenstance, like 30 years of being like, what does that mean exactly? So he does actually at this point maybe know a little bit. Like, but he knows he's dumb as a bitch. See? Yeah, it's called everyone's actual reality. Yeah. Want to go back? After this, after we go load this. Well, it's probably you guys fucking apparently a lot of nature is going through this right now, whereas like they've adapted to people current things. So like the season's obviously not normal temperature for this. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it did start to rain.
on the wall.
Oh no shit. What? What?
You know the board?
Big board?
Color? Those,
Light gray. Right?
no, I don't think you did. Well, I mean, it's better than nothing. That was the problem when you started. We camped it out. Come on. Especially low carb bread. Based on what? You basically look at Zelensky. I'm like, that's a bad guy.
He's bad. Like, you know, you're not quite sure of anything ever, though. It's just like the thing is, he knows he's dumber than a brick wall. He knows this, but like, he's just like, honestly, I can't plead ignorance. I've been doing this for 30 years, and if I throw my hands up and go, I don't know, you don't know. What do you know for 30 years, though? Basically saying, I don't know. Like, I'll give him credit for that one. At least he was just like, no. We know. We all know this. You can't say you don't know. And it's like, well, everyone else is saying they don't know. Like, yeah, but Tucker Carlson's like always been the dumb one. And if Tucker Carlson's just like hands up, like something's fucked up. They're like, oh, you're just saying that because he got fired. It's like, yeah, but he got fired because he's like, I'm too dumb to go along with the lie. Like,
It's better than a liar. No?
no. It's kind of like, I guess, how like the more people are like looking at the middle class now, being like, hey, something doesn't seem right here. It's like, yeah, I know. And it's kind of like they want to pay for their own healthcare, and then like you have the upper class who's like, can't do that. Middle class can't be paying for their healthcare. What about the poor people? The poor people are kind of like, we really don't fucking care. Oh yeah, we're always gonna be in the lower class. Like classes are classes born into them.
Yeah.
Unless you were fucking okay with being a sugar baby, but even then, you can get like voted out.
Being the person that you're a sugar baby to, doesn't have to be studies in the higher class.
That's true as well, yeah. Very, very true. Yeah, I get that. What? I do like his laugh. He's got a great laugh. No, but I get that too when people say that like anyone like accuses me of being a slut or anyone accuses me a Cohen, I just have to ask. Like, it's not actually like an insult to me at this point because I know that's not true. Like, I don't even send that to anything. Maybe we have two or a husband.
That's great. Funny because peppermint, look at this inflation.
What?
Malt quality. Like peppered. Again.
Yeah.
It's gonna say like that. Yep.
I think we did that on purpose. You think it's more?
Ah!
So they know the difference between someone who's learned French and someone who's born French.
Okay, tricksters.
Sneaky sneak. That's just French.
No, I'm just gonna say I don't speak French at all. They're gonna bring me to court, and in court I'm gonna speak fluently Quebecois. Because I'm born here, bunch of fucking idiot. I think all your bullshit is stupid. Stupid.
In all fairness, the majority of the people our age also think that the French language argument is fucking stupid in a way to their big time. Like, unless you're okay with being dumb, like, why would you not want to learn more languages? Why would you want your kids to learn more languages? No, instead you want them to.
I thought that learning another language was the hardest.
As it turns out, math is a lot harder. But even then, once you start talking about probabilities, we're going backwards. And I was like, this is grade 11. We're doing this in grade 11. Okay. I still needed two prerequisites. Like, technically, I did advanced math. Because I learned probability for like 6 months. I was like, it does not take 6 months to do this.
And it's not good math.
The only reason why I already knew probability was because of
A coffee thing.
yeah, I know where it came from.
Goddamn.
There's also like a weird mango drink at the door. Mango lychee.
Mango and the leafy.
Not no offense though. You guys try it if you want to try it. Okay. What kind? Can't. No? Or is it aloe vera? Okay, first. Okay.
Vem cá, tá chato ver?
Nope. Words are not violent.
At the worst, they're just ignorant.
Yes, absolutely. And you know what? It's also not up to you to teach people as to why that is stupid. Sometimes people just need to figure out why it's stupid. I was telling that. I was like, I found out about the ochre French thing, and I was very much like standing up on a soapbox, being like, "Oh, white people, like this is abomination. Why are we talking about it?" And I was like, I don't understand why they still hate me. And somebody kind of like very gently explained to me, like, well, you're first of all, you're not native. Second of all, it's not really for you to stand up and be like, I'm the advocate for all things native because you're not native. And because you are not there, so like I don't understand then what am I supposed to do to help? That basically you stand by until you are kind of faced with the opportunity. Because it's gonna be a shitty situation and everyone's gonna shut the fuck up. And rather than shutting the fuck up, there will be a time when you stand up and be like, yo, I'm not okay with this. Anybody else not okay with this? Which is not what was done 20 years ago. Kind of fucked everything up today. Can you pick me up some please? That's not why they tax the money.
They can make the most out of it.
And it's just to reinvest that money into the nicotine packet.
Thank you.
And, like, when you
Were able to smoke,
nicotine gum.
but now it's all nicotine patches.
Nicotine gum. Stephen Porter?
Well, these are known, but I mean, nicotine patches are on prescription, and you get that fucking rubber band. So, very simple. You have to follow your prescription properly.
Yeah, but I also remember like being in the alternative program and they took away smoking. And my first thought was like, if this is what happens with a bunch of teenagers with bad attitudes when you take away smoking, what the fuck happened in jail when they took away smoking? Because they did it overnight.
I'm going to tell you what happened. Somebody got strapped up to a chair and got soaked in baby oil and set on fire.
What? Like, I just remember a bunch of teenagers who were in the alternative program, and like everyone was like, "You understand what you're doing, right? Like, this is not just a bad idea. Like, I think at least like fucking 8 kids in the first 2 weeks got kicked out of alternative. Who were like either fighting, smoking inside the school, like fucking really bad. And I was just like, dude, imagine it's like fucking what Brittany went through. Fucking, you kind of like take it away and nicotine overnight. That's literally medical consequences. Like, I think he genuinely does, but I think he's also a big dumb idiot. And I get that he's not just going to be like, okay, well, I don't have a career anymore then. Like, the guy's gonna make a living, I get it.
Yeah.
And he's trying to be as, like, humble about it as possible, while still pretending to be, like, a news journalist. Yeah, but, like, clearly he's realized, like, over the years that he's said a lot of things that fucking obviously had a lot of consequences when people get involved.
Like, I'm not sure what we're doing this training up for today, man.
Yeah.
Just leaving it between kids.
Well, better hope you've got a good lawyer.
Huh?
Better hope he has got a good lawyer. We'll go after him eventually.
Don't go after you.
You can come after me.
Yeah.
It's a choice.
The result?
Yes. Not the intent, that's big.
No, I forget about that.
What? That you got me a house?
No, I forget about that. I forget about that. I'm like, maybe when you put up some.
Well, you didn't really say hi. You kind of pulled a bit of a dance. You kind of like walked out. You were staring at me, and I was like, "Hello." You're like, "Do you know who I am?" I was like, "No." Not really. Like, know who you are. He's like, "I used to live with your brother." I was like, "Okay, great." Like, Dirk used to live with my brother, and you're like, "Nope, before Dirk." I'm like, "Then I don't know." I've not been around. And you were like, "Oh, I told your brother something." I was like, "What did you do with my brother?" And you were like, "I started falling in love with you." I was like, what?
Yeah.
Good line, I'll give you that. Oh, that's a very good line, I'll give you that.
Doctor, you're ruining my romantic moment.
God damn it, Tucker! Oh, of course. Let's hear this. I want to hear Tucker's opinion on abortion.
Poor you. You're a failure, bro.
Oh, too much.
I feel for him
Yeah,
now.
it's hard not to. Like, he's not a bad guy, he's just a fucking idiot. Like, who was it? Oh, fuck, what was that guy? He's a judge now. Oh, what's his name? I totally forgot Trump's lawyer went to jail. Michael. Oh, no. That was fucking, what's her name? Stormy Daniels. His name was like Michael Avenatti. He's a phenomenal lawyer. Really impressive lawyer, honestly.
know, so you want to encourage the teenagers to be kids.
Yeah.
What is our motive?
Yeah.
Motive, right?
I think that all men can give their fucking opinions on what women do with their vaginas, and should be at the end of it. And women should take that however they want, and then they can just fuck up.
Should be around the fire questioning in the vacation night. Oh, I wonder if it's a weird as far as it goes.
The only people who seem to actually give that many fucks about what women do with their vaginas are
It's the
men.
men.
Are just men. Because even Christian women, even like Christian women who are like pro-life, but I wouldn't take away the choice for the woman if she so chooses. Like a lot of them are like kind of on agreement on this one. It seems like the only ones who are really getting it is the men because they don't need to have abortions.
Yeah.
Like, do I tell you fucking once you've had like 3 illegitimate children that you need to get a vasectomy? No, I don't. Like, they are fucking Brad Wilding. That motherfucker should get his testicles chopped the fuck off. Like, he's got 3 illegitimate kids and he lost about it. He thinks it's a fucking joke. Because he tried to hit on me once and I was like, first of all, you're fucking gross and you're fat. Never in a million years. Not if you're the last person on the fucking planet. Like, honestly, you're the grossest piece of fucking face on this earth. But on top of that, I was like, don't you also have like 3 illegitimate children with 3 different women that you knocked up in the same fucking year? And he laughed. He thought it was funny.
Oh, my friend Matt. That not the kids. Right. So you have 2 daughters, and you have probably because the third daughter is a crazy one. And then maybe you got a child.
You should be castrated. Your testicles should be
No,
removed.
you should know that.
You're not allowed to reproduce. You fucked up too many times. And if you really want a kid, then you'll go adopt one. A lot of kids who don't have fucking parents. Oh my god. No, but I can't believe like it was cute at first, like, but I think we're like past the point of being cute, and it's like a little bit considered like delusional.
No, but to me, it's not the fact that we have aliens, if it's a truth or not. The fact that 2023 don't tell me you're not able to know what the f is. She said, oh, it's like we're another way to this. Hey! We're all the way to the other end of the fucking universe, man. Come on. Don't fucking say that we send a picture from all over the universe.
Unless it goes to show that all those were not real.
Yeah, that's it. I understand you're not capable of knowing what is the deep depth of the ocean because the pressure. Just the sky is very toxic. Hey, it's still playing.
No, the aliens are helping us out to discover them. They want to be discovered. No shit, yeah. No shit.
You know what? if I do have a far-fetched belief to aliens, you come from a far, far, far place today, and you're wet or blue planet, they put us down. So we stay
Yeah,
there.
that's what I'm saying. We're like a Jeffrey Epstein Island.
Yes.
Where I'm like, we should take all the pedophiles and all like the rapists and shit. We put them on Jeffrey Epstein's
So
Island.
you were kind of fucked up in a certain kind of being way, you know? The being,
And they're
you know?
never allowed to come in back into society. They're never rehabilitated. I think
Look at that little thing
Oh.
that was going.
if there is
Look at here, millions of years.
if there is something that is higher intelligence, then they definitely the intelligence that they are definitely away from you. I think that people like doing more technology wanted to do with like friends and shit. That I want to be your best friend. The only reason that I'm not is because I don't want to fuck you up. And I was just like, I am going to be pushing you away from me so that you stay like this. And if you turn into this person, that's on you and not on me.
Yeah.
Which is really super
I
sad.
did shoo some people away from faith. I like this. Having one conversation because like, oh, I'm here because you're looking for like here. Look, we're doing this once, but I don't really want to see you around here anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know people. Your shit is gonna
But
go.
usually, if that scares you enough, me, you're like you shouldn't be here. Like
Yeah.
like that's why you're not being here. I'm not the one who's scared. Yeah.
Sure is. Like, I don't scare you. You'll be not scared into other things.
Yeah, gosh, she thought I was the coolest person on the planet.
But you are the coolest person.
That.
Yeah, but you're biased. I as
Yeah, but I always think it's got the phone.
thanks. Woo! Just a Jew. Boy.
It's okay as long as you have the face with the voice that goes with it.
It's a big black man.
That's not really black. It's dark.
Harry Rankin Bruce Erickson. Erickson. Erickson.
Where's your accent?
That's here? That's Erickson is a Canadian?
Erickson?
Yeah.
Well, son of Eric, I guess so. So yeah, westernized for sure. If I would have been in Prussia or Russia or shit like that, I would have kind of have to call my son. It would have been like cultural to call my son Yanikovsky. Because it would have been the son of a Yanik. Is that weird?
Wonder. Why not? I hate you.
We already had enough at the office. Oh my god. Is that a Chromebook commercial? Yeah, they're gonna use my Chromebook ever again.
That's my whole thing. Now I'm like way less likely. I'm more likely to tell people not to buy your shit.
Quick research though. Back up and
Huh?
no.
Mm-hmm. People do it at Halloween. They put it in their punch bowls. Huh. Very cool. You're crazy. Really?
The guy that came up with the magnetic generator. Right?
Michael Faraday.
Yeah.
Cool picture. Oh, very cool.
Robot Dandos, guys. Sorry, I said Transformer.
We should go to the museum down the street.
Yeah.
We haven't gone
There's a
yet.
museum down the street.
The green place where I park at.
It is a museum,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, they had some kind of thing that they were a toy thing for Christmas that they were doing. Oh,
Yeah, expression for money. L'argent.
I don't want to see a bank commercial. I don't want to see Air Mile. I want to see
Yeah.
anything that revolves around.
I will tell you it's a Christmas tree, so die.
They do it on purpose. They literally do it on purpose. Thank you, Bill Gates. What's playing? What's playing? Fucking Bill Gates with your fucking bullshit. I fucking hate you. I'm gonna break it. No. No, I don't want it to turn on.
Ah, you just want to go around.
I just want to do anything. I don't want it to do fucking anything. Unfucking real, man. I'm gonna break it. Unbelievably huge fucking piece of garbage. Biggest fucking waste of money. Can you stop? Jack, breathe.
Just a little bit, you know.
I hate you. I hate your children. I hate you. I'm gonna fucking kill somebody.
Should I leave?
Je comprends pas là.
My life is in danger. So this is
It's
it.
about to be.
Yeah, bring it on. I like you know. That story.
This is the dumbest shit on the fucking planet. $100.
What?
Move.
You just gave him $100?
No. Junk food.
Look.
Yeah.
Oh.
Why?
I don't even heard tomato being tossed. Then. What? He didn't even make alcohol. He did.
Hmm.
Oh, but you are doing it on a channel on YouTube. Oh, you're reaching more people than the doorstep of your house.
I like it. Why? Why? Why do you fucking suck so fucking
Why
hard?
you suck so hard?
Bill Gates is the worst human being on the planet. Him and Elon Musk, two dumbest motherfuckers on the fucking goddamn fucking planet.
Why did you let your woman?
Why can you guys not find anyone who's not called to report the news? To bring your daughter to work day?
There is enough, so there is a statistic. Is that what you're saying?
I'm so wait.
Yeah, put that back.
Fuck you. I fucking
Do you see?
Let me do it.
Yeah, but you doing it is not gonna do anything. It's doing the same thing.
Stab you. Said on the video from last year. Stab you.
without their permission? Oh, wait.
That directly affect
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking what they're doing. I think they were like, okay, if people are buying their health care, how are they getting access to their public to their health records?
That's not just that. Yeah. So how do you get the health record of a toddler when you don't have any approval from the parents, which is the person that should be giving you that?
Well, we don't have access to our own, but like, we had to ask for our health records
Oh no, you
to
have
be
to.
sent to us.
Actually, no, you have to ask your family doctor to talk to you about it. You can't just see your health record. You have a doctor that's gonna have
Round you.
Yeah, but they're gonna talk to you about your health record.
Oh, you can get a copy sent to you.
Yeah. Now you guys are doing that.
There was that. I turned from coming to Quebec to buy their booze underage.
Oh,
There's no border crossing.
Yeah, because it's 21 over there. You can be in bars at 19, but you can only buy alcohol at 21. Stupid.
What's to stop you from getting someone to buy your booze for you, though? Like,
Nothing.
okay.
As long as that person is not intoxicated. If I come in, I smell like weed. I have red eyes at the beer store, which you don't see any bottle of beer. You see like a big panel of little square of all the beer, and you ask that, and it comes in a little rolled mat, and then he looks at you and like, "Oh, you're intoxicated." I'm like, "What do you mean I'm intoxicated? I haven't drank yet." He's like, "Oh yeah, but you smell like weed, and then you have red eyes, so I know you're intoxicated." I'm like, "You're serious?"
Are you serious?
And he asked me nicely to go on.
I'd be like, friend. Like,
Yeah, no. And I asked someone to get the beer that I wanted, and then the guy's like, "No, I know it's for the
I'll
other
see
guy."
you after your shift.
I'm like, "Oh no, I just don't fucking care at this point."
I hope someone's coming to pick you up.
No, what's the other?
Might want to let them know to pick up at the door.
Police would be there in a minute.
Yeah, call them up.
No, they want to fuck
Call them up. I'll talk to
I'm
them.
the Don Jail in Toronto, you know.
Okay.
Anybody that goes to Don Jail is not scared of any other prison. As hard as they'll try. Don Jail is terrible.
Really?
Terrible. Put you in a range with 80 fucking people, and you're left to be with those. You never have a contact with the guards ever again. Just left, and the guards walk a bit on the other side of that.
You know that's how Mexican jails are, right?
Yeah, that's why Don Jail's been destroyed.
Oh wow.
Right? We were like 4 per
They destroyed the
per
building?
cell, and then there's only 2 beds. So we had 2 little roll-up bed underneath the bed because we're 4 per cell. Yeah.
Who the fuck ran that jail?
Toronto City. It's a provincial jail, but everything that you were doing in Toronto downtown, you were going there. Worst fucking jail ever. The orange jumpsuit, you know. As soon as you walk out of a cell where there's inmates, you got shackles here, shackles on your ankles, and the bars joining the 2 a.m. So you walk like this. You can't walk more than this. You're like this.
Like a penguin.
And then you try to get up on the bus, and you're like. You can't reach with 1 foot. You have to put my foot back down. You look like an idiot.
What if you have a leg problem?
Oh, you don't want to have a leg problem.
Not really optional.
And when he puts you into the bus, he strap you up even more onto the bus there and onto the bus on the ground. And he's so like, if this thing, and then you go up across the bridge, like, if this thing goes in the water, I'm dead. Like, I'm literally dead. I'm strapped like crazy with chains and that little cubicule. Like there's no chance I survive. This thing goes off the ground in the water. Yeah. I don't want to get caught by the cuffs. They're my enemy. I mean, I feel like I could die anytime in one of their cells. That's how I feel every time I'm incarcerated. They could just come and kill me. That's what they do. It's the government. I don't care.
Hmm.
They're just gonna make it look like something else happened. Nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna know.
I have a live stream, so
So you'd be nice to your jailer.
I have a live stream.
They're your jailers. They feed you if they do.
I don't understand why men beat their
You're nice.
wives.
You're nice. It's like the guy I saw just before getting arrested after with the Gotham situation.
You know,
I was looking at something called comedy in the worst part of the world. So it was comedy in Iraq.
yeah.
And this guy was actually, since a child, abducted by those terrorists, and then he was a prisoner slave the whole time. And they were doing like very bad stuff to them, torture them every day. And then it was just being funny by saying, "Okay, today you can do anything you want, like electrocution, anything, but just don't put anything in my butt. Just don't put anything in my butt." And the guy just thought it was so funny. He's the only one they let go. They killed everyone in the camp and they just let him go. It's like, yo, you be funny. You go be funny. Ha ha ha. You'll be funny. That's all they said to him. And he's like, I'm just gonna start comedy in a news kind of world where I'm gonna denunciate that and not be afraid of it. So he was like making comedy of like hostages. It was to denunciate what they were doing. And it was, I'm like, wow, my life is not that bad. I'm going to jail maybe for a long time, but could be worse. It could be like that. Like I was still taking it very, very optimistic.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah. When that's the Baron Cohen comes up
Yes.
with his shit, I'm like, oh.
Oh my god.
It's like, why did they show him
I don't
talk
know.
when he's not actually talking?
I hear you. I hear you. She makes females that are like me become irrelevant. Like when you go, yeah, but you are cool. And I'm like, not really. Like, and I genuinely mean, I don't really think I'm cool. When she does that, when someone's like, wow, you're such an inspiring person, she
wants
goes,
to
well,
think.
I'm not like super inspiring.
Yeah, that's the wrong kind.
It makes the rest of us who are genuine irrelevant. And unfortunately, fucking Valerie LaPlanche got the same problem where she's just like, I could be one of like the big boys and I can fight like how the big boys fight.
Like if those people right beside her are standing like robots and one smiling very creepily. It's
Like, what are they though?
she's tilting her head.
They're not bodyguards of any
Is
kind.
she AI? Looks like an AI. Is she? Look. Yeah, you guys are talking like people that are gonna save her. You don't give a fuck about other Canadian lives. You just care about the Albertan Canadian lives. The one that has money. Uh, like who has borders in the middle of a city? Alberta. Lloydminster.
Yeah, but they do have
Lloydminster
a
is
serious
Saskatchewan and Alberta.
they have a serious illegal migrant problem.
In Alberta?
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. I was like in Alberta, but it's people don't make it though. People don't understand that Alberta is like it's minus 38 like at nighttime. Once the sun goes down, it's fucking freezing.
It's worse than that.
Yeah, you'll freeze to death. Then people don't understand that though.
That's funny because I got a ride from a Jamaican black guy in Alberta, and then he told me first time I came over here, I thought it was gonna be like a cruise, you know. So I came out of the plane with my Jamaican shorts and Jamaican blouse, and it was minus 53. Like I went to the gift shop and I bought every winter item I saw. And when I was like, "What is this?" Minus 53 out of the airport. Like,
Welcome.
welcome. He's like, I never wore shorts again.
I never wore shorts again since the day I got here.
I thought it was funny. That and the Iranian taxi driver told me that my dad sent here in 98. 98, he sent me here. It was the ice storm. Like I called him. I was like, "Why did you send me here? I want to come back home. What? Like, why would you send me?" He's like, "I'm saving you from war, son." He's like, "I don't care. I want to come back home. This is hell."
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah. He's like, "Is it better today?" He's like, "Yeah, a little bit better today, but I mean, like, for first impression, 98 ice storm wasn't the best."
It wasn't freezing though. Like
No,
I
it was
remember
no
being
power.
outside when I was a kid.
People
It's
were
just
going,
can't really walk.
Like we were able to stay in the house in Longueuil because we had two fireplaces.
Yeah.
And
Even the fireplace wasn't enough because we had our fireplace. We all had sleeping bags and shit. It wasn't enough. Our fish tank froze.
Oh.
Means inside of our house it was minus.
Yeah.
And the minus. Oh, okay. You.
Why flooding? No, the trees probably drinking all the water.
Oh, that's true.
Like, I'm looking on the other side. I'm like, there's not really any tree on the other side. It's Wendy from South Park, the penguin on the back with Mickey Mouse. Oh, Mickey Mouse. Oh,
Here's the fucking news.
oh. Yeah. Ever played checkers?
Because if you're that good, you're better at checkers. Definitely have all the pieces. Checkers, you can just get anything.
Checkers, I go and I place and I can go with the idea and you go and talk.
I was a checker as a kid. I used to.
That's the deal.
I was a kid.
Believe it or not, I wasn't the best I was just doing when I was young. Why? Because they never gave me a chance to do myself.
Okay, there's Jack. Snyder. Stop. What?
The butler like the face, vice versa. Another fucking bring your child to work day. See that? What's that?
You both look like you're 12.
Huh? Yeah. They're unvaccinated. It's all unvaccinated. So you know what? All survivors. Oh, yeah.
For every fucking meal for the rest of his life. She would probably just take it right now. Yeah, that's true.
Soon as you sit to your child, don't play with your food and spoil it, dude.
You want children to serve their food, baby. You want kids to examine their food before they put it in their face. And what is this? Otherwise, they Tide Pods.
Oh, did I press something? That's my crooked finger. I'm sorry. I did press something.
Rocco, what you doing, handsome? Hi, baby. I love you. I love you. Like you're crazy. You fucking drugs. No, my dog used to. Mhm. I already knew that. Yeah, I remember in 2019. I think it was.
It came from a zoo now? No, it came from zoo. Oh, hi, everybody. You got a word for it?
This is the asshole who came up with the fucking MVP. That's it. I think that he's a crazy Christian guy. He likes conspiracy theories. So that Anthony Fauci is a crazy Catholic fucking psychopath that said that AIDS was caused by the gays, and then we have to use the AZT to turn all the gays straight.
Okay.
And I think it was actually HIV.
Well, they literally, for him, they had something pure gay.
AIDS. He's the one who cured AIDS. Look,
No, I know, but it's not. You said you had something pure age. Okay.
AZT.
Good.
AZT is what he came up with.
This I don't understand why no one even brings up ever.
You can't talk about this while being optimistic and smiling at the public. And he's like, yeah, but we have good thoughts about it. I'm like, no, don't have good thoughts about it. Fucking have good thoughts about it. Before you have sex.
His name doesn't even come up. Really? Why would his name be all the way down anyway?
Because nobody can spell it properly. I bet if you make a bunch of mistakes in it, it'll come up first.
Let's start with the clip.
Oh, it's 85.
When do you do doctor stuff is my question. You're always on TV. He's a con man. He's the salesman.
Yeah.
He puts it into words that the average person can be like, okay, it's kind of like the Bible, where it's kind of like, dear vague muscular man with a beard or a sword, I think I can vaguely see what he meant. Like, it's so that the average person can follow along and be like,
Yeah.
oh, I see how you came to that conclusion.
Yeah. What's that? Activist Larry Kramer, 1991.
Why would you care about that?
I'm just reading.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Anthony Fauci on HIV and AIDS in 2025?
10 years ago.
Why 2025? Oh, that's his prediction.
I guess so.
Okay, so that's next year. We'll see how that went.
Wow. And the 29 likes. Wow, look at that. It was 17 years ago. No, 20 years ago.
Taylor Jack, not a movie law. Come on. Who you want to vaccinate? Who? The gays? The drug addicts? The blacks? Are you
What does
those?
that mean, those that have access to therapy? And what does it mean to the rest of those who doesn't?
See, okay. Because apparently he also came up with the vaccine that cures Ebola. And to me, Ebola, that's where like my line would have been. Where if someone told me that I will bleed from the fucking eyeballs, you can go ahead and shoot me up with whatever the fuck to keep that from happening. But I don't think Ebola is even real. To be honest, like I think this goes back as far as TB. I think that he's a descendant of somebody who was studying for TB, and he's covering up the fact that TB was just to take the natives and put them into something called sanatoriums.
Yeah.
Because you do not see any white kids in those places.
Nope.
And all those pictures of kids in sanatoriums, they don't look very sick to me.
God.
Yeah, kind of, eh? I think he's.
How do you lower the risk of AIDS?
Because there's only there's AIDS and then there's full blown AIDS. Didn't you know?
Oh, okay. So yeah. So they don't become full blown AIDS.
Which is all different from HIV.
Yeah. So you're just saying it's gay stuff now. Your sexual practices. My mother contracted HIV by shooting up, bro.
That's why you, out of all people, should have a very, very keen interest in this.
Yes, I do look at this.
Because I think he's responsible for. Oh,
My mom didn't take the drug. Said no to the treatment because it will for the best get her 6 to 8 months. And she's like, yeah, thank you. I got a better treatment. So come back and shooting dope.
Honestly, she
Got herself
probably
15
lived a
years.
lot longer. Like
15 years.
that's something else. Alvin lived with a fucking double lung transplant,
There you go.
taking 20 fucking pills, at least 20 pills a day. By the end of it, she was on trifentanil. Literally, like puts down an elephant.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Oh. We test this shit so that.
Why are you talking about access?
Yeah.
Wants to use black foreign countries for access so that he can use them as test as lab.
That's so good.
That's so good.
Yeah, it was me right there.
Oh wow, yes. I love these. These are great.
What?
They're anonymous kind of things. They're whistleblowers.
That's a good year.
And
It would have been a good shoe commercial. Is it? Oh, that's adorable.
genuinely but like I figured that's why cops become cops and like emergency responders become emergency responders. Not because it's glamorous job, because like they want to believe that in the greater good field.
You think North Korea is like fucking your history is way too hard. You guys are the colonizers. How do you not know this? Like, you guys are the most fucking grateful state on the planet. Probably. I think the most concerning thing about this whole video is for education. Like,
The doctor.
okay, but like the UK, their history is a stain on the human race. Like for being genocidal maniacs. Like they're the colonizers. They're the ones who genocide. Like what else do they do? And she's like, I thought that our government was honest. Like, where the fuck did you get that? Like,
Oh, sweet darling.
you know, I'm gonna make cupcakes.
Are you gonna make cupcakes?
Cookie cakes.
We cookies?
Cookie cakes. I'll make some regular ones.
Not too many. Oh, you can't really not make.
I do have.
You want to just make pot? Let me see the pot one.
I like regular ones.
Okay.
No, I don't do it just for you, you know. Okay, what happened
That
there?
hurts my feelings.
Sorry, I do
Take
it.
that back!
Which side?
Are we live? Yes, bang!
Which side?
Huh?
Which side? Get it?
Both of them. Don't make the other side jealous.
Jack, stop licking your crotch. Stop it.
Stop choking on your dick.
Huh? I hate you.
Never looking.
Can't stand you people. Oh, look, another ad.
Yeah, but did you see what Chromebook she had though?
No. The old.
And fucking new Chromebook. That's like $3,000. I think it's like almost Alienware. I'm not even sure. Like, come
No,
on,
Alienware,
guys.
they're
So
teaming
you
up
got,
with Dell.
you got, yeah, but you got the Predator, Acer,
Oh.
fucking amazing. You got like that box that just knows all the components, like a Predator machine. Super, super geeky. Nice haircut, bro.
I like his hair. It's cool. He gets really good.
Yeah, with button. Are you 18? Yes, I'm 18.
Well, when's the birthday? Can you count back fucking 18 years? Okay, that adds up.
Like the cop asked for your astronomical sign.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and if it doesn't fit because they caught a lot of people doing fake birthdays and not knowing the sign.
No, I walked up to Douglas. My name was supposed to be Caitlin, and I was wearing an M necklace.
Oh wow.
He's like, why are you wearing an M necklace if your name's Caitlin? I was like, fuck, because my boyfriend's name is Malcolm. And he was like, nice try. I was like, God damn it. Like, also, you're wearing a birthday button. Idiot, your birthday's supposed to be in May. March. Gross.
I'm talking about Tinder on YouTube.
No, I think they're talking about OnlyFans. Because there's 14-year-old girls that are on fucking OnlyFans that are literally making money. Yeah. Yeah, it's really bad. And like to them, it's just like, oh, I'm just selling a picture, but it's not. You're just selling a picture. It's your child, and you could put yourself in danger. Like there could be fucking creepy pedophiles that are gonna fucking find you and shit, and like trying to kidnap you. Like, what? Yeah, you build with them. I don't know. Wait, where's there? This thing. Mega forward.
Oh shit. Okay.
There's 2 pieces. I saw.
That's really cool.
What? Okay. This is like when they banned YouPorn. I don't know if you remember that. It was like 2019, I think. And YouPorn was like wiped. Everything on YouPorn was gone. No, Pornhub. It's because there's a bunch of people like fucking like average me who makes a Pornhub account and then rips off fucking like porn stars fucking video and I re-upload it.
Yeah, okay. I see.
So a bunch of people are doing that, as well as a bunch of amateur videos that were being made and like shit ton of videos that were hitting cameras. Like now we see like fucking we found one in the garbage, the pen cam, or the pen recorder. It's just like it could be something that's like ordered for like $1 online. Like these like fucking secret hidden cameras, which is super fucked. But there was a bunch of girls that were being blackmailed by men that had recordings of them, and they said they ruined their career. Shameless even did that. Where the pastor fucking thinks he's getting a blowjob by a teenage girl,
Oh yeah.
and they take pictures of getting a blowjob by a teenage boy. Like,
Yeah. Oh.
what does that mean?
Hmm? What? Wow. Very
Hey,
good. Very good job.
is it though? Or maybe just this little truth,
Any letters?
right? Or like, that's it.
Yes. Very good. Cool. Yes. Everybody.
Uh,
What?
oh, hi.
No, I'm talking to him.
Stupid.
Yeah.
If I access those sites,
What?
it's okay if I access those sites. It's my choice. Like, can I just be able to go?
As if. That's like our government being like, oh, yes, we can think what they asked Obama, like, are they collecting data on people and storing it? And he was like, yeah, but like, it's not specific. They're like, so you guys are collecting our data. And he was like, yeah, but it's not specific to an individual person. And everyone's like, yeah, that's even worse. This sucks.
Identify with a credit card online. Your parents.
No, but like, and what's to stop like my younger sibling from going on, like from me leaving my computer and my younger sibling going onto the computer, and any parent who's had a child that they are trying to reprimand, and they are trying to like take away any kind of like computer privilege, will know how fucking hard it is to lock a child out of the internet, like.
Penis.
Indeed, penis. Can we? Go. Interesting.
I don't even know how. Dubious.
Because this is cray cray.
And then they
Indeed. Okay. Baby,
I
I love you.
love you all.
Okay. We're getting up.
What?
We're getting up. We're up. Hup. Oh.
Deep.
Blip, blip.
It's raining outside.
Oh. I'm sure the snow will come.
No donation for you.
Why?
Ugh, please.
What? Fucking podcast. First. Question. Oh yeah, okay. I got you. That's put some hot water in it, stupid. You mean there's no hot water? You got my pot of boiling water? I have a pot of boiling water. Yeah.
Bring that here. Ah. You're amazing, girl.
That's
I thought about it. Uh, I think
I would boil water for you, stupid. I even give you my weed water. No, point at the back. Why do it in my bag? Okay.
so. I felt very, very vulnerable, naked in the corner of the bath while you're dropping boiling water.
Because it's that easy.
That- Now's not the time to tell your girlfriend stuff.
You're a dummy. Yeah, but you're pretty. I need your pretty face.
Yeah. I can still boil my calves.
Oh, this sounds interesting.
Was it boiling?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. You just took one and the whole bed is fucking.
We can thank John for that.
I'm sure it's made for corn cup.
That makes sense. What was I gonna say to you?
Huh?
Do I have another go at screwing in my thing, or do I leave it for you to do and leave the wall with 2 less holes?
You should leave it to me to find. Oh, we need a drill. We need to borrow a drill.
Nope.
From Goddamn.
Okay, fine, I'm doing it.
Huh?
Huh?
We need to borrow a drill from Goddamn.
No, we don't.
Huh?
I got this. No.
Oh.
Exactly.
Hilarious. Wow. I have so many questions. I don't know. I don't think it should take you that long to figure out that you want to be with someone permanently. Like, or not. Like, it's taken 6 years. Like, flip ups. Or whatnot. Wow. Oh my god. Very okay. We don't even get. Yo, that's having your you don't just like get to get your dick wet by whoever, whatever, and then go to family dinner. Oh, super. So at least you acknowledge it. It's super fucking selfish. I'm glad she's doing this. And you I don't understand it. Don't understand it. Like why some people need to have that awful thing done to them for them to be like, do you like how this feels? Like, I do think I enjoy doing this to show you that this is not feel good. Like, Shut up, Jeff. Fuck up, Jeff. Jeff.
Jeff, please. Fuck the koalas.
Wait, what's that? Tell how stupid it is. Cat. know, maybe that's probably why to me it's intellectually I need to verbalize these things to you. Like, I don't know, don't fuck other people. Maybe intellectually you're a little bit too low for me. Don't treat me like disgusting meat. That's another big one. Didn't think we had to fucking say that one out loud. Like, I guess it goes the same for like women towards men, I guess, right? Like women don't have these same standards as men do to vocalize what boundaries during men are actually really supposed to have boundaries when it comes to sex. Yes. I don't know. I don't know why. No. It's probably a no. I have an off topic question. Staring at cold It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. When you stop treating women like they're pieces of sexual meat, crazy thing happens. What? No. Retrain. Wow.
Oh, my, so much better.
Right.
With all that humidity out of my body. My money's funny. Huh? Well,
Holy sweet. Yeah, okay. Holy sweet. It's horrible. All right.
what up? What up? I'm gonna go out. That one yesterday. That goes through my mind. You interact with a woman, just other steps. And then when you get to the sex point, you're like, oh, sweet, we got here. No? No? A strange creature? Is that what you said? Yeah, Nick, the strange creature. And I'm all yours. Is that great?
No, I did not realize until it started happening that crying daily is not normal. And you should not be crying. If you are, this thing is wrong, and you're not doing it wrong. Don't make yourself cry for no reason. You can do now. I think it was I didn't realize it. But there's something that I feel really crying. Keep crying. Wake up and I'm crying. And it's like before I could know I was crying, but I just nothing to cry about at that point.
Is that good? Is it a jar or did I botch it? So you don't actually take care of the woman who's wanting the
That's Jimmy's mentality
yeah,
when it comes to women. Like that he doesn't need to be a father to his children. He just needs to financially
Provide
support
money.
his baby mama. Like, and to him, that's like adequate for being a parent. And I'm like, that is so worse. Like, that is so. But like, you know what? Like, for me, not argue. For me, not even bother to argue that point. Like, I was like, this is such a delusional, warped sense of what parenthood is supposed to be. There's nothing that could convince you. Like, there's no words that'll ever convince you. The way you think about your kid is fucked up. Losing your kid is not half cow. Super sad. He's never gonna have any kind of relationship with any of his spawn. He financially supports them, but that's gonna fucking up his career. Like, why doesn't my father love me enough to actually spend time with me?
Hi, baby.
That was terrible. How do I stop?
No sex, though. You don't have to be man or woman. You can be a person, opportunity. Why would you want to bring that kind of stuff into your life?
But like also you have those fucked up people that like set up like a new partner with like somebody like a friend will go and try to get them drunk and hit on them and see if they'll cheat, whatever. I agree. I wouldn't say it's a curse, but
Or is it actually imprinted in his genes?
no, but I think
No.
if I think about it, because like one of my best friends growing up, her parents screwed up, and like Mikey is amazing and Leah's a weak-minded individual. Like I noticed the amount of friends that I've had that saw dysfunctional relationships that they only know dysfunctional relationships. They don't know what a successful relationship is like. And they can't figure it out as adulthood. Even if they fake it though, even if they have a kid and they fake it, they seem really perfect, they go on family vacations and all that shit. If someone has a really bad secret usually, like that they're keeping, and it usually only comes out much later. Like either like they're either gay,
When your uncle died, and then you got the oh shit, mommy wanted an affair with uncle.
Yup.
No. Where like Michael Scott. Like yeah, that teacher was really nice, and he ended up dating one of their students, and well, there's four, and it's ruined 8th grade for all of us. Oh shit!
You know what? That's why, like,
What's this? Oh, it's the Cinderella.
oh yes, maybe I don't know.
Good morning. You start acting like this, and then boom, you know what? I'm gonna put a camera up, or by accident have a camera up, and it proves you wrong. What else did you lie about? It's something simple like that, you know? So where's the relationship based on like you're doing?
Yeah, but people who are running consent, whether they have it on camera or not, they still stay.
Yeah, I
Like
know.
they can have physical proof. You know what? A lot of the time, it's like, oh, the person who's getting cheated on, they just want to know.
Yeah.
So that they are like, so that they know that they're not making it up in their head and they're not cheating.
Yeah. Okay. So powerful. I say the powerful thing with the
So
land.
I noticed Pam started saying it too, and
Yeah.
it's just our relationship power.
Yeah, but I told her like you know that it's from something I get, you know, from self empowerment.
Yeah,
Like
but she
therapy.
asked me to send her Dr. Money. And I was talking to her about, like, because I consider myself strong and pretty capable of standing up for myself. Why I was surprised that I got myself into an abusive relationship. And I was just like, I don't even understand how that fucking happened. And you can't really build any kind of sympathy until you're like, why don't people respect you? Like, it's hard to fucking call out covert narcissists. They're covert.
Yeah.
They're indiscriminate. It's so hard, but hard to get. Okay, right? That was always my biggest thing. I was like, I'm not doing for bachelor party because I'm not down for like you to cheat on me right before we get married. Like, why would I want that? I like how like before I even said anything about it, you already like oh, cheating. I didn't realize that you have to be that specific about cheating.
Yeah.
But texting, yeah, that could be considered cheating. Any kind of physical contact,
Well, I mean,
cheating.
you received the dick pic. You didn't send a vag pic, you know.
No, and I immediately tell you, like, hey, this person just sent me a dick pic, which is super not cool with me. So we're not even talking to this person anymore. We don't talk to Josh anymore. And Josh doesn't. You sent me another fucking dick pic. I just blocked him on Facebook, and then that's the end of Josh. And Josh has never seen or heard of him again. Josh is not cool. But in all fairness,
Josh
Josh
shows
is
his
crack.
dick. Okay.
Josh is crack. I told him not cool. I said you were cool, and now we can be friends. Yeah, I told him Facebook, but he just let me dick pic anymore. I used to like, when is that received well ever? Like, when is there ever like a and apparently Alan's like that's actually happening. I fucked up with myself and we're different. And because like I was had a boyfriend, and then one guy I sent her dick pic when she didn't have a boyfriend. And she's like, "Yo, nice, go get out." I was like, "Oh, like, well, what? How many? Like, how many dick pics can I send before you get one funny taker?"
The Marge Simpson thing. When Marge is reading a book and it's pretty much no, it's a romance fantasy, but it's pretty much Slender story being like a nice night and shit. And then people, yeah.
There we go. Yep. Every time. Every time. Nope. Never a time. You should be thinking about another person.
Really, you really have things there?
I'm scared.
There's no way you're gonna say that something like that. In fact, I saved you. Not your phone. Another phone that's work that's
Wow.
Oh, that's just you. I didn't fight a female. You sleeping?
no. You guys sleeping? Because my eyes are tiny like a Chinese. Is that why?
No, you're not crazy.
Oh, what did you say?
Did I fight for you?
Yeah. Fuck yeah, you did.
Yay. Thank you. Third time.
Sorry, man. I was just busy on listening to bullshit. Not bullshit. It's just interview.
I didn't fight a girl, but I fought your drug addiction.
Yeah. What my delivery?
I did fire me for vouch for me. You got to listen
Yeah,
to
but
me
there's
for
Judy
like
one last year. There's Judy one last year.
yes. Very true. It was say shit.
One last year. No, no, just one last year. One last
You just witnessed.
year. Even him when I told him about what was going on and kind of things. Like, yeah, it might seem crazy, but you'll see all the signs are there, and then you'll see. You'll see. Something weird's gonna happen about those people. Something weird happened about those people. Connor, Bonnie, Hell, and all that
Oh, yeah.
kind of game. Yeah. There's some trouble starting to show up, and I called it. It's like, oh my god, you called it. I didn't know that it was gonna happen that fast. I'm like, I'm not that crazy. So crazy.
Yeah, but you let me think what I want. And if I want to believe what's in my head, then that's my prerogative. But I don't have to doubt you.
And no truth if it comes up first. You don't lie and then discover the truth. No, lay the truth down and it's fine. You think it's something that you would hide? Maybe it's something you shouldn't be doing. I shouldn't tell you that. Well, you shouldn't be there doing that, you know?
Oh, you're trying to get me into it. I was doing.
I'll talk to the bartender about the truth. Oh, wow. It makes you the one who starts becoming more people. I got none of that for you. Hey, they have to watch the whole fucking thing and fucking pops off shit. At least your app was fucking English.
But you're French.
Shut up, you. Now we're both in the wrong.
Yeah, I'm calling all the wrong.
Yeah, but it says chop. It doesn't pronounce the R.
I gotta say, even more scary when they start to do the thing wanted to do. Like when they're like, oh yeah, I'll go to therapy. And you're like, yeah, that's what I wanted you to do.
Are you
But
standing
like,
on
why
the?
are you now telling me to do that?
Are you standing on the door? That's on your head, bro. Yeah. You start talking to someone.
Within your
Yeah.
partner, like that's why, like, I don't really agree with the whole like, oh, his best friend is a girl, but it's okay because trust.
Oh, you have besties when you don't.
Yeah,
Your besties don't stir their little bit when you have a relationship.
exactly. Like yeah, we enjoy, as gay as it is, I enjoy spending time with you.
Ah, I get.
Yeah, so what? What do you do about it?
What do you think I'm sitting here? Huh?
You can be playing your game.
I could be playing my game, could be watching the show upstairs, I could be watching my show here with my earphones.
Mhm.
No, I'm here. Maybe say, you don't know why you end up having a wife in the beginning. You don't know why you want to. My wife didn't really have a wife. I don't know if you look like you're not.
There's a what do you call it? Sam is getting back with Roy, and
Yeah.
she's just like, "Oh, we're going to the thing. Are you coming?" He's like, "No, I was going." I told you.
Boyfriend thing.
My mom used to freak out about that. Where she used to be like, "Oh, Justin has to come do family stuff." Like, no, because you'll traumatize him. So you'll lose him. That's exactly what happened. And it's because we were overwhelming his family, like very loud. We take like it's like a lot of energy, like in my family. We're all together, and she's trying to make me force my boyfriends to do family stuff. I'm like, nah, like they. That means I'm obligated to go to their family stuff. No,
No. Here we are. Good Christmas.
what?
We have a good Christmas.
You had a great Christmas.
We don't have many families.
Just then you got to experience what my family's really like.
And see, when I said to her, she told, yeah, you didn't show up because you had family stuff. Like, oh yeah, Jesus, that sounds like it was a great time, right? Starting from the bat. And, no, yeah.
I don't know. I think people like I only have to have my family.
I think their neighbor like back there does. No, yeah, but family Sunday. Sunday.
Yeah, but you know what? Like,
Oh,
like,
oh my God.
like even my mom's family, the holding.
Oh,
Right, it's a wonderful waste of time. You know what? A sucky waste of time? Husbands that go to the strip club. Yeah! Or like the men that bring their family and stuff. Scooters. The worst things in life.
and their shoes like, yeah, they got great, red, they got really
$2
great red
fucking
toys.
wings. And you try those, they're fucking a dick
Never went to Hooters.
in the death wish.
Never went
They're
to
made in 2 minutes. No one can make food that fast. You know, guys sending a girlfriend on a date. Fathers with their daughters.
Whoa, whoa, what the nuts is that? Well, you gotta- I like chilling at my table with Everything I have to do.
What?
Like, I mean, where do you find all that other time with other people to find out the best opportunity to cheat on your life? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, aren't you busy doing something else? Like, I don't know. Or like, aren't you busy doing nothing at home? Yeah, no. I don't know. Yeah, that's where you see that the person lived in a reality where it was just met with his significant other, and I was like, yeah, but I'm going back to my Jewish side. And I was like, wow, so how did your idea go, my friend there? And I slapped him. Literally, he thought it was long. He's like, I'm marrying her. Is this it? And I'm like, no, no, no.
Yeah, but why? Like your family and friends, like that little respect for you that they don't fucking like sit down and be like, "Listen, you need to hear this."
Yeah.
I know that my friends would stop me from
Oh, we
looking like
tried.
a fucking moron.
We tried. One was wanted to get the tattoo, the "Will you marry me?" the ring tattoo on his leg. I was like, this is not a good idea. This is not a good idea. Huh?
What are we talking
There was my friend Phil in Toronto with like all about like the scene and all that. So it was a big thing. And then they wanted it to be a surprise so much that it didn't even occur to him that maybe he should confirm with her that's to say yes. Because it's not really a surprise thing if you're not 100% sure. And like to us, it looked like she was going back to Israel another time to get in touch with her Jewish side of the family. I'm like, yo, marriage is Catholic. You know that, right? When she throws something Catholic to her face, she'll tear her off and she'll fuck off. And that's exactly what happened. She gave him back the ring. And then she's like, "You got through your tattoo?" He was like, "I don't think you could." I'm like, "Oh,
That's so fucked up.
okay." Start. We're over in the 2000s.
Right?
It's not
Do you
producing
believe in
pigs.
COVID or did you get vaccinated?
Not. It's not producing pigs.
Yeah, you know, you grow your crops and think, you know, like
Yeah. It's,
a man that lays next to a man is a sin. A man laying next to a man is a sin. In the same
I like that. It's like he's not laying as well. Oh, okay, you mean the gay thing? The gay thing.
Yes, so probably.
Oh, I thought you were saying the lazy kind of way. You know, you don't lay down beside a man with a working man or something. That's probably the gay stuff. That's a bag of bullshit. How long is this going for?
I don't know.
Holy shit,
Yeah, there might be two though.
we're halfway.
There might be another guy or girl.
Halfway. It's an hour and 54 minutes.
Yeah, but it might be
Oh.
interview.
Hey, don't yell at me. Fucking yell at me.
I said, Jesus.
I said, Jesus in your heart? Accept Jesus in your heart. Your Lord and Savior.
Come on.
You believe. That's happening. Say yes, you believe. That's not the right. Now then.
Nope. Nope. I disagree.
You're alone your whole life.
I think that's right.
You have to open up.
I would say don't waste or sanity.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, the gaslighting thing. Yeah.
the problem is the three. That's why 3 children, partner, 3 is not a number that you function with. Like someone's always gonna feel left out. To me, I think that
And another, yeah,
I don't know. Pam is pretty like. But she is in no way have a long-term relationship. It's like fucking all sunshine rainbows every day. Like, really clear on that.
The friend that did the psychosis mushroom, she said she life with only light, love, and compassion,
That's interesting.
like that. And I was like, one day you'll get a difficult drop, you know that. And I understand you. You think it's so blue. Like you don't get it. Like you'll come back to see me and you'll tell me that she didn't acid trip. And she came back and she told me, yeah, so the return to reality was pretty fucking rough. Everything was very, very like bloody and gloomy and yeah. Everything when you cut something off of your brain and it comes back at some point, it's like you're taking it more intensively. Like, okay, so person's like traumatized on how the world was so much suffering and so much death. Yeah, but it's just a balance between the good and the bad. You can just see the good, and then one of a sudden you do a trip and you only see the bad. Like, no.
That's why you can imagine when it was after Allison died. I thought that I was like stoked that we're not having a funeral. And then I realized I was like, having a funeral part is fucking me up. And I was like, I felt like I lost all positivity. Being happy, just like gone. I couldn't find good things in anything anymore. It just every time the harder I try to look for something good and something that's really shitty, the worse it ended up being. And like at one point, like sleeping in the car outside of John's place, and I was just like, I feel like I'm in fucking real danger. Because I was doing the live streaming, I was taking pictures. What?
Before me.
Well, yeah, just before you.
it was like I was taking pictures on my camera, and I felt like I was being followed.
And
And I was,
you almost were gonna be a case of the we see everything's fine and then we see something weird happening and bam you disappear, like your video stops and we don't know what happens to you. Like one of those cases we're gonna be.
everyone thought I was a crazy drug addict, so they would just assume that I was crazy on drugs. And I was just like, I don't know where to go.
Well, I think we all have that documentation on us not being so bad. That's what if we both disappear, they won't think that we killed each other somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Abducted by UFO, obviously.
No, I like that me and you have the same view on that one too. I don't do things that are bad enough to make people want to go through the effort of hurting you, making you disappear.
Especially on Christmas Day. So, what do you do?
What do you have to do that's so bad that someone talks to you on Christmas Day?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Like I just don't give people a reason.
unless you kill someone, all family members when they had good Christmas time on a Christmas Day, maybe that's what she's gonna come back after you on Christmas Day.
Maybe, but probably not. Like people need to pay a lot of money to have people
I
taken
think
care of.
it's got a case of maybe you should start watching movies.
I just thought it was very ironic and stupid that I was like, where do I go? St. Paul. That's where I felt because I knew that St. Paul, if anyone comes to fuck with me,
But you know that abductors,
at least people will know who
They
came to
don't-
fuck with me.
they don't usually pick people that are paranoid and then are sure and convinced that the whole time somebody's following them because it's way too much work to actually abduct you.
Yeah. As it turns out, nothing decided. Whatever you guess, all the millionaire people. Millionaire. It's a lot better to socially destroy somebody's life
Yeah.
to the point where they fucking off themselves because they have no life, because they have no career and married. Everyone's
We're
Jeffrey Epstein level shit.
I thought it was Justin too for a second. Oprah said that to Oprah. Oprah gave him Oprah. You don't believe in God, but you believe in Oprah.
What?
One the same. Believe in God and believe in Oprah. We believe in Oprah.
Jesus. Come on, not a man.
Uh-oh. That's wrong.
Well, it's nice.
It's Friday. So that's still open.
Thank
I'm gonna check back 6 months from now. Yeah, but you don't have with someone want to have casual relationship. Well, hey, how you doing? And I call you 3 months later. It's like, hey, in a couple months, want to get a date again? Wait, what? Like, oh yeah, that's right. You.
Yeah, but also, like, a lot of people that I know that be by themselves.
Oh my God! Look at that tiny little one, and I see like that tiny little one. It's for me, little one. Yeah, that's the wee one. That's for me. Up all night. What is that? Up all night.
Batman.
Yeah.
I actually didn't even notice.
Well, a good idea of it, yes. You cannot know 100% what that person is. Unless you listen like me.
I was gonna say, you pretty much already covered it.
Sorry, I don't want to brag.
Yeah, but now it's a matter of me doing me work again. Like, yeah, see, didn't even care because most of my fucking ideas of what I want to do with my life are fucking stupid. Apparently,
Do me a big favor.
do that.
Yeah. Year in reviews.
Are you serious? Like,
Well, we just did one. Like, hey, remember when we were smoking outside at your parents? That's a year review. But yeah, you were on your.
I feel like I always compare it back to the initial initial dating because I think we got it all like it out in the open. You know?
We
You
started
see
dating,
how
there was no
fucked
snow.
up family is.
There was no snow because you started working.
I haven't worked since like October. October now. But it must have been after Halloween, no? Maybe we just skipped over Halloween. Spider's kid's birthday. No, it's a year before that. That was in July. Or August.
Yeah.
August.
So I even.
I thought it was July when we started dating. Or until we started, or I started hanging out there and people started
After my
being,
birthday.
was it?
Got it.
I love you. That's what we're this one. I think I had to prove that I was tougher than you. Or not that I'm tougher than you, but I can be tougher than you. But that's what went to God invitation thing. And me and you had a couple times that we were gonna throw down.
Oh, shut up! Fuck! No, also you should shut your mouth. Right, you.
Yeah, but I like that you're structured and scheduled and shit.
Not so much.
Like when you work, you have to get up, go somewhere, and you're structured. You have a very certain routine
Sure.
because that's what you need.
Huh? Boom.
You laugh.
Wow.
I had a tantrum.
What was the turn?
Fun book. Oh, there.
I get it.
No! Oh, maybe there's my floor. I asked you to think of the oven.
Of course I have to think of like, oh, it smells good.
Yes, you abandoned the dogs.
Yes. Yes. Up here.
Oh, you must be.
I put it back downstairs.
I hope you know. You're not around. When you're not around, I walk around in the car like I'm fucking animal. Like that. What is that? Animal.
Let's go to the road.
Me and my dog are dancing.
What you got? Very. Yes. Strawberries.
No. Good.
Yeah.
Is it really like this little part?
Not yet. Now though.
Fuck you.
Like green.
Nice.
Okay. Nah.
So you flip around? Why do I hate you? Because you flip around?
Okay. Don't you say yes to please me. Yeah, please me. I don't mean to be in you can't.
Oh.
Ooh, actually,
Hey.
sorry. We're all set now. What are you looking for? Where is it?
I think it might be this one. This guy. This guy's fucking amazing. He was
sexually molested when he was 5.
Something fucking really, really fucked up, sick like that. And he like went through all like those like fucked up stereotypical like fucking phases where he was just like, oh, that must make me gay. If I tell anybody, people are gonna think that I'm gay. So I have to act extra douchey to prove how manly I am. I was like, that's fucking great. Hearing a man actually acknowledge that though.
Dog is gone.
Hmm.
The dog is gone. No more
What's
dog.
going on?
They're very cold in here.
Hmm?
In the winters and inflation. Winter doesn't want to give us snow.
So far, he's dialect is the funniest.
Oh, there's a dog again.
Hi.
Oh, much more, man.
Yeah, but that was my crazy revelation too. Where I was just like, oh, I don't deserve to feel bad all the time. I'm not a super terrible person, and I super don't deserve to have family. That's it. I know it's just like hopefully that was the case.
Not more.
I love you. Are you running away again? I'll make you regular ones now. Woo-hoo! Oh yeah, and look downstairs.
Oh, but sure.
Yeah, look at him.
Ouch, Dad.
Poor thing. I'll come upstairs.
I hope he can keep the dog.
Huh?
I hope he can keep the dog.
Yeah.
Trade. That's exactly what he needs.
Go upstairs.
A girlfriend to kick his ass.
Oh, my mommy.
Bye.
abandoned the dog. Sure, the dog. My arm hurt. Fuck.
Want me to do it?
What? No. It's when I put them up that I kind of blocked.
Put 'em-
Oh. I want to put them off. It hurt. Nice. Not perfect. I'm aggressive.
I was very much also yeah, theory. I'm sure about chaos theory. It's a very because of that. Read out loud to nobody. I thought I couldn't read. And most people used to do the whole I can't board thing. And a lot of people needed glasses. I remember telling my mom I thought I needed glasses. Also, mostly, yes, because I wasn't paying attention in school. But she told me you only want just glasses. Your eyes are fine.
Well, it's because I can see from afar.
Well, I got the close up. I just only play a while that really gives me a headache. But it's because my eyes don't focus. I have to squint really hard for my eyes to readjust. I figured out later on that if I took 2 blank pages and I did line by line, I could read just fine. That's so sad. I'm gonna heat it up.
No. Like a pig.
Okay.
Are you gonna have any more of it?
No.
Well, I want milk. I'll blow it away.
Freeze.
Calton's juice. The fart.
Why? Hi, hello, Lewis. What?
Jump in the plate. Some. Here's my face. tube.
Boob tube. Boob tube. Ow.
What are you doing?
Fucking bones, man.
Hey, it's
Step
Tucker
on it.
Carlson. Something big is coming.
Oh, please. Okay up there, champ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hurt a little bit.
Let's see what's on the little tube.
Why should I have a funeral?
This is Bridget Federley from Canyon Federley Funeral Home. As family and friends reunite during a funeral,
Oh, God. Terrible.
Hi, welcome. If this is going well, I think, with David Cooper, I'm David Cooper. This is the show where no one's listening, no one cares, the show where every episode's the last episode. Well, our foreign correspondent, Tony Five, visited me in New York last week, and while he was here, we had a brainstorming session about a new segment for this show. And in true Bizarro self-referential form, we are going to work out this segment as a segment on the show. So I'm going to bring here our producer Danny and that lovely idiot from England, Tony Five, to work this thing out. Let's bring Tony on. We'll give Danny a call. But first, the music. Hello, Tony.
Hey, baby. Greetings from Blighty. How are you, young man?
I'm doing well. Let's get Danny, our producer, on the line.
Let's get my fucking theme tune on, bruv.
And now, live from London, England, it's foreign correspondent Tony Five. Are you excited to hear a North American ringtone, Tony?
David, always. Always.
You know, whenever I watch British media and I get the dee 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 dee, I'm always like, this is a British show. What do you feel when you hear an American ringing? Like, it must feel so different and foreign.
Slight erection. Definitely aroused. The one thing
Definitely aroused.
Amazing is that thing is like a Cisco thing. It used to be from like 24. It was like the generic government ringtone from like if you're in an office in a government building, and it was do 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 do.
I've never regretted asking a question more. Let's get to it.
I mean, this is great radio, podcast, audio. It's so exciting listening to a telephone ring, David. Can we talk about that again? Oh no. Her name is Jenny.
No, we watched this one.
whatever you're spelling, I don't want to buy it.
All right, Danny. We're doing a thing where we're planning the show on the show.
Okay.
It's Dan the Science Man on This Is Going Well, I Think, with David Cooper. And I'm David Cooper. It's This Is Going Well, I Think, the show where no one's listening. Here's the show where every episode's the last episode. Well, biologist and science educator Dan Riskin comes on
What,
the show
Jack?
every other
Going
week
downstairs
to...
now?
Well, he tries to
Well,
talk
where's his
science
treats?
first, but I
Here.
always end up doing it. And to me, that's the fun part of this. So let's talk science and also not talk science with Dan Riskin.
Ketchup? No? Good
you got?
Don't fuck my dog. You want to fight?
Well, your dog's sick, so.
That's fair. How are you mad with this intro?
David
I don't even have the
Cooper.
office.
Daniel. I wasn't gonna sing back, but I just got excited. Daniel Riskin.
That's the thing with singing. You can't help it. You can't help it. It's singing makes you feel good. But like, you know, it's a rainy, snowy, cozy day. I just got my winter tires put on. That's why I'm a little late coming to our taping. And, well, nothing really makes me feel good like having winter tires on the car. It makes me feel like I'm a good dad.
Don't miss that. That is the thing I miss the least about living in Canada. I lived in California and owned a car, well, a week ago, and I moved to New York and I own a car, a motorcycle. It doesn't have snow tires because I'm a fair weather rider.
No, it's a motorcycle. You're not supposed to ride a motorcycle in the winter.
I mean, people put like these knobby tires on and they ride in the snow down ski hills and shit. I don't do that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's silly. Don't do that in New York. No.
But yeah, I just would remember leaving the tires on too long
Fail.
in the summer and too long to get them on, and then they'd wear out and you have to replace them. It's
Fail.
just the whole. And like, where do you store them? Do you keep yours at the mechanic shop?
No, I store 'em. I have a shed.
I have a shed.
I will say that I did have the experience, as I always do, whenever I do anything car related, where I get a phone call and they're like, well, we've got your tires off and your brake pads, boy, are not looking. And I'm like, I feel like at some point in the not so distant past, I had something done with relating to brakes, but I can't remember, but I didn't believe him. So I said, nah, let's just leave that for now. He's like, are you sure? Because this seems, are you sure you should do it soon?
Are you sure? Because I need the extra money to buy my family Christmas presents.
Exactly. So I said, I stuck to my guns. And then when I picked up the cars, like, yeah, they're like this and they should be like this. And I said, so what am I going to hear squeaking when they start to go? Now, I've been on the 401 in a car with the brakes when they failed.
Yeah.
Like when like I drove, when I was a master's student, we had what we called the BAT van. That belonged to the lab, and you could use it if you're doing something lab related. It was great. It had a big bat painted badly on the side. Like, I really wish they'd made a good bat on it. But I borrowed it, and I was driving back on the 401 from somewhere, I think from out near Kingston, and like the brakes full on failed. Like, I was in stop and go traffic, and I would like push the brake as hard as I could, and the car would slowly start to think about slowing.
That happened to us.
It was very unsafe, but I got it back to the university and
On the
told
fucking,
the
what do you call
supervisor
it?
to deal with them.
Yeah, on the Turcotte.
Until I knew it was safe.
That's the beauty
No,
of-
Tashro, you're right. It was on Tashro. While a cop was about like 50 feet away pulling somebody over. Ugh.
They work, but you hear this horrible.
Oh, what an
noise.
amazing driver, though.
Like imagine trying to stop it.
At least I don't hit
on a
people.
gravel road, that feeling of
I just
bumpiness
hit
as you
inanimate
drive.
objects or
That's what
walls.
it felt like to press the brakes in the car. And then, of course, one of the rotors needed to be replaced, which was much more expensive than brake pads. So, I don't know, maybe this is a PSA to get it done.
Yeah, because you broke it. That's what the guy told me. Is if you wait till you hear noise, you're going to hurt the parts that are more expensive to fix. And so but I don't know. I just don't believe him. I don't trust him. Like, it's just, I don't trust him. So that's what it comes down to. So maybe as such a good dad, I'm endangering my family. We're going to drive to Florida, and I'm going to find out partway through North Carolina that we have no brakes. But it's mostly flat. It's not a lot of downhill.
You're driving to Florida on those brakes? Well, I'm worried about you now.
Yeah, I'm not stopping. It's not stop and go so much. It's pretty much just cruise control. So we should be fine. There's very little braking on the way to Florida.
Whoa.
In the world, Dan Riskin.
Oh, let's see. Let's see.
Brake pads, snow tires,
Yeah.
driving to Florida. What else we got?
Let's see. I've been trying to figure out how to use ChatGPT to make my life better. Been trying to figure out ways to leverage it to be better at what I do, because there are things that I'm not very good at that ChatGPT might be good at. And so like things like, hey, my website, nobody ever goes to my website. What should I do to make it better? And ChatGPT is like, you should put quizzes on your website. And it's like, okay, how do I do that? And then it's like, you should install this plugin and it's free and blah, blah, blah. So like, I just followed its directions and now I have these quizzes on my website, these science quizzes. And so my traffic has gone up infinitely because it went from 0 to like, I don't know, a handful. So, but for me, it's not really about, I'm not really that driven to get people to my website. Like that makes me money or anything like that. But I am curious about how one uses like ChatGPT productively.
Wow.
And like without having ChatGPT do the things I'm good at and like trying to offload those. Like I'm good at taking a science story and like summarizing it. And I've tried to use ChatGPT to do that, and it doesn't do a good job as I do. So okay, fine. But are there other things relating to my job that ChatGPT could be doing for me so that I can spend more time on the things I'm good at? And so I'm exploring that right now, and it's been fun.
It always falls back to AI with you and me the last few months, but I'm okay with that.
Maybe
I like you have decided
I love
to
you
use it to
all.
make my life better. I do use it to summarize and write. I have dyslexia, so I leave words out. I misspell words. I read things one way in my brain, but on the page they look totally different.
Huh.
One time I was overslept and reading Shakespeare in high school, and I was, I think Macbeth. I think one of the climaxes of the play. He says to Macduff, "Do you take me for the Roman fool?" And that was just a line that's said in Macbeth that I had to read in class.
Mhm.
And I've been watching Star Trek, so what does my dyslexic brain read? Do you take me for the Romulan fool? I got laughed at. Yeah.
I'm sure you did. You just got laughed at again. But laughed at more than at. Because sort of prefaced it by talking about a disability, and I'm not going to laugh at somebody about their disability.
Funny you should mention that. I always had weird shame around writing and reading, and especially in a professional setting or academic setting. It might have been why I leaned towards coding and computers and shit, and away from the humanities. Don't know. But one day, I've told this story before, but it's a great one, at least for me. I was at work, and this executive who I looked up to, who was like an engineering executive, was giving a presentation to this whole company. It's a public company, a big company. And there's the other executive sitting in the front row of this, a company-wide.
Why do I hear you snuffleupagus?
People are there, probably like 300 are watching it on Zoom.
Put him down then.
Short guy, cool guy, really smart guy, handsome guy. And he puts up a slide in front of the whole company, and there's all these typos.
Huh.
And so the CEO, because it's a jokey vibe they got going on, she stopped him to make fun of him in front of the whole company.
Uh-oh.
And this guy just turns to her and is like, "I'm sorry I had a
What's your
typo.
deal?
I have dyslexia. Next time if you see a typo,
Okay.
just let me know.
Good
I'll
job.
correct it, but it's really hard for me to get everything correct because I have dyslexia." Shut up the CEO. But for me, it was this moment where I was like, you can just do that?
You came down here for
You
this?
can just tell people you have this disability and then they won't make fun of you. And that's what just
Good
happened
job.
with you and me. I think if I told you that
Bring some
story,
of your water.
you would have been like, idiot, Romulan fool. But then you're like, oh no, you have a disability. It's funny, but now I'm laughing with you because it's funny, not at you.
Yeah. Interesting. You know what? So part of what you said there, just getting into the story, is you thought that because of this disability, you were pushed towards coding. That is one of the hypotheses about why so many women end up not doing coding and end up doing other things, is that young girls tend to be just as good at math as boys, but they also tend to be quite good at writing, whereas boys tend to be better at the math, and the writing doesn't come until a little bit later for them developmentally. And so it's thought that girls are sort of in this position where it's like, well, you're so good at the writing stuff, why don't we focus on that for now? And then they just never get back to the coding. So it's not like a deficiency. In fact, it's the opposite. It's that boys have this deficiency in writing, and so that's where the girls end up going. But there is no deficiency for girls in the math that they've found. So who knows how it all comes together, but your trajectory supports that hypothesis, or the way you describe your supports that idea.
I love this because I think a lot of people come to the conclusion, okay, there's more men in STEM, men are smarter, but this completely breaks that. There's more men in STEM because men are dumber.
Yeah, they're dumber. That's all they can do. And yeah, exactly. So, but I mean, who knows? I mean, the world's changing and these things get studied, and the world, it's hopefully the world my kids are growing up in is different. But I think, it's amazing when they come home and the way they talk about, say, gender diversity, or a kid in their class that has a different gender now, like all these things that would have been totally alien from my perspective growing up, they take in stride. So it gives me a lot of hope. Like, society is quite malleable. Society can improve. We have the ability to do that. And as the world changes, we're going to see that
You ready to go back
these
up?
things that were just true when we were kids is
Wanna go out?
necessarily a prison sentence.
I'm going to make a wild assertion here, but I'm pretty sure it's valid, or at least has some basis in the truth. If you'd read a psychiatry, peer-reviewed paper in the 20s, you would be horrified by some of the conclusions. I'm sure there's papers validating hysteria.
Yeah, or brain size. So there's a whole lot of writing about Brokaw's brains. So this guy named Brokaw, and he measured how big men's were and how big women's brains were, and men's brains were bigger, men are bigger, and so he said men are smarter. And let's now look at a gorilla brain. Well, women are pretty much, they're in the gorilla range, so they're about as smart as gorillas or something. I can't remember exactly where it went.
I'm laughing at the absurdity, not because I think women are smart as yeah.
It's absurd. Yeah, you're okay to laugh, but that it's interesting that it seems laughable now because it's so dumb. But he was a smart person who came to that dumb conclusion as a result of biases that he didn't realize he had. And so one has to have be humble, self-awareness to wonder what we are blind to that we ourselves are saying.
Oh, God,
we said
really?
so far, if played 100 years from now, it sounds so ludicrously stupid. We try to be better, but I don't know. We're still using the same analog brains that the gorillas are using.
True, and you should take comfort. Oh, fucking wait for this fucking siren. Jesus Christ, New York.
No, it sounds like they're coming because I made such a good point that it was lit, and now the fire department is coming.
Well, now I got to leave it in because now it's one of those moments in a podcast, behind the scenes, left in, unedited, uncut, and I completely lost my train of thought.
That's okay. Well, we were talking about how our brains haven't improved. We're still using them. Are we getting better? We try to be better. Anything like that?
Oh, yeah. So all these wild
Upstairs?
medical claims made by experts in the 1800s that are just completely off and offensive.
Hi,
Take
Bobby.
comfort that if your
One up.
findings one day are offensive and off, you'll be dead when that happens. So you won't have to be embarrassed.
Yeah,
Not
that's
really.
the best way to avoid embarrassment. But sorry, I said that in a way that makes it sound like people should kill themselves. That's not what I meant. But it's a very effective way to not be embarrassed. Is that when people are dead, they are not embarrassed.
Like Harvey Kellogg,
Oh.
the guy from the Kellogg's Institute, the guy from the company Kellogg's.
What?
He was into like, I don't know, cutting off the
you're
penises
full.
of women who masturbated too much. He was wild with some of the shit, but none of his findings in his lifetime were discredited. Are you aware of how wackadoodle Harvey Kellogg was?
No, but you've just ruined cornflakes forever.
Woo!
Yeah, he was very interested in younger masturbated too
What?
much and fixing that as if it was a societal problem. Very interested.
A lot of people are interested in that topic generally, but usually with a different conclusion.
People should be interested in 18-year-old people masturbating. Why not? That's fun, 18 and older. But it was a different angle. Like he thought it was wrong. He thought it was. You're doing the style where you're like, okay, being on David Cooper's podcast makes you look bad. I get it.
No, and I was saying it at Kellogg's.
Oh, but also that.
I will fact check everything you said, but and the general idea. But I have to say, these conversations don't come up on other places where I talk about science. But that, you know what, that's part of the marvel of David Cooper. Did you buy a house?
Yes. Asterisks. I'm waiting for approval.
From the board of the co-op board?
Yeah.
So did you give them a letter? Did you write a letter saying how great you are?
Oh my God. 194-page application.
No, that is not true. That is an exaggeration.
No, exactly 194 pages. Now, 100 of those are the tax returns from the last 3 years. So I had to give them a copy of my taxes with my social security, or as you in Canada say, social insurance number blocked out.
You did block that out.
Yeah, I redacted it. I mean, I didn't want any really sensitive, and my bank account numbers and stuff.
How long did it take you to redact 100 pages of tax returns? Search and replace for all the things you thought were important?
Yeah, search and replace for my social security number.
Yeah, okay.
We're talking about ChatGPT, and you don't think I know how to use fucking search? Jesus.
Is it digital so that they could select it and see numbers and it's just covered with a black box? Or did you have to then, how do you hide it digitally?
So you need to burn it in to the board. This is actually, for me, a lot of people are going to find this boring, but they should know this stuff. If you draw a black box over sensitive information in a PDF and hit save, that information's still in the PDF.
That's what I thought.
You can think of it as like a layer, like the text is underneath the black box. Visually, you can't see it, but in the actual file, the document itself, it can still be extracted by highlighting, by fancy tools. Not even that fancy tools, to be honest.
Not even a highlighter is not a fancy tool, but I would click and I would drag and see if the number suddenly appeared.
So you need to use a redacting tool that underneath, whatever's underneath that box gets deleted. The technical term for that is burnt. Like you burn it in. You're basically burning everything underneath it. So yes, I did redact it properly.
What I would do, I would look for a burner tool now, but I guess what I would do is I would put the black box over it, and then I would take a screen grab of it and then save the PDF. You can't do that 100 times, so it takes so long.
194. And then like bank statements, brokerage account statements.
What about the letter? Tell me about the letter. Did you write a letter about how great you and Miranda are?
I mean, sure. I mean, we didn't talk ourselves up too much.
Tell me, what did you say? I want to know what you said in the letter.
So we're quiet
God.
people, good neighbors. Like, I don't know, standard stuff. We're good neighbors.
What do you don't know? You wrote the letter. I mean, I want to hear it. I want to know the tone. I want to know how David Cooper, because like your whole shtick is talking about it. I'm terrible. I have terrible sense of humor. I make lots of bad life decisions. I'm a bad person. I take pictures of my genitals and send them to people. La da 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 da. And then I want to hear what it sounds like when David Cooper's like, but actually, I'd be a great neighbor because I have a cat.
Well, there's the former David Cooper, and then there's the neighborly David Cooper. They're different hats, and I wear them both. It's not like because I'm full of shit on my show that I'm going to burn a building.
A little bit.
I care about my neighbors in my community. Come on.
You do.
A little bit
You're a
for sure.
caring person. I would put that if I were asked to write a reference letter, and I'm a little hurt you didn't ask me to write
A little hurt.
And I can sign things. Dan Riskin, PhD. If you ever need a reference letter. But I would have said you're kind and you take care of your community, that you're community minded, and that you are have a good sense of right and wrong, and that I would trust you. That's what I would say in my reference letter.
There's 6 reference letters.
It's like he already wrote it.
6, and I'm not in your top 6. Who is in your top? Like you don't have to give me names, but like people you've known longer, family members, people who are elected officials, professional comedians that everybody knows from the movies. Who makes the list above me? I thought we were kind of tight.
Letter of employment for Miranda. Previous letter of employment from a tech company for me, from before I changed careers to whatever the fuck this is. 2 personal. So like close friend. 1 in New York who's also a co-op board. Like he's on the co-op board.
Oh, that's good. Good. I'll take that.
I think he's a president. So he's like, okay, I know David. He'd be good on a co-op.
And I know what it takes to run a co-op. And this guy.
That's literally what he put in his letter. I know what it takes to run a co-op. It's like this. Are you really interested in this? It's all just like boring standard stuff.
I love boring standard stuff, man.
And then 1 letter of reference from someone I both worked with and then managed in the tech industry.
Oh, wow. You were their boss.
And then here's where you're going to be a little jealous.
Oh.
Because it's someone who's in your circle and sphere
Jim.
that chose them above you.
Well, who was it?
Jim Richards.
Okay. Well, you know what? Jim Richards is better established than I am.
He was my literal coworker. We were both hosts for the same network, same job.
Yes.
I was on his show every night. You know, he's
Sure.
probably the best positioned person at my former employer to give me a reference.
I think that's it. That was the right call. That's the right call. How was his letter?
Amazing. I mean, it was. I can try to read it to you. I'm writing to emphatically endorse David Cooper.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't use the topic.
Emphatically.
That word would never come to me. You made the right call. Jim Richards was a good call. I got nothing but respect for that guy. And I mean, I would choose you first, but he's on my list after you. I mean, if I need a reference letter for a co-op in New York.
If they wanted 3 professional references, I would have put you on there. Yeah, but Jim, I worked in broadcasting this long. I've known David this long. Here's what he did. David has a background in software, blah, blah, blah. But at his role in Bell, he was competent, reliable. He was consistent. I delivered thoughtful, high-quality reporting.
That's nice.
Yeah, and then like I interviewed high-profile Canadians, and
Sure. Chris Hadfield.
Chris Hadfield.
And listen, if I'm going to choose between getting to write you a reference letter for your co-op or being the person you name drop when you're talking to Chris Hadfield, I will definitely take the latter. And I'm very proud that you brought me up when you were talking to Chris Hadfield. But I would say we missed something. Something's come out in the news lately about astronauts that I want to ask Chris Hadfield about. Odds are you're going to get him on your show before I get to talk to him. So
He is not allowed. I can't remember whether I got permission to talk about the forbidden question or not with you. Did I reveal what the forbidden question was on this podcast?
I don't know if you said it on air, but I know because you told me. I just can't remember if you played that on your podcast or not.
I never would have played it, but I asked Chris Hadfield a question so bad that he will never talk to me again.
You think that he won't, or has he said he won't?
Well, he said on the phone to my producer, so nothing in writing. So
Yeah, he may forget. He won't forget.
Yeah.
what were you going to say? The question.
Onycholysis. So I'm Onycholysis. Onycholysis is
A type of salad. No.
it's losing your fingernails. Onycho means fingernail,
Oh.
and lysis means cut. And so apparently, when people do spacewalks and they wear their spacesuit with their space gloves, it hurts a little on their hands. And it's really common afterwards for their fingernails to fall off.
Ugh.
Now, they don't
That's like my
say
fake nails.
which astronauts this happened to. They said that it correlates with the width of the fist. So how broad your knuckles are at the top there. If you made a punching fist, the broader they are, the more likely you are to lose a fingernail. It grows back, but it's like there's something about like circulation or something that's happening during
What?
spacewalks that is causing these problems. And that's the thing. Like,
Aw.
I don't know if he ever lost his fingernail or if it was somebody else or if he knows who it was. If they like, I mean, like astronauts got to be talking about this stuff. Like, listen, you're going up there. Here's the stuff that's not in the news that you got to know. One, you're going to find that this happens. Two, you're going to find you get really itchy here. Like, there's got to be the, like the inside scoop. And by definition, they're not going to tell you on your podcast. But nonetheless, it does make me like that's proof. Like in one paper, there were 200 and something incidents cataloged of astronauts with hand injuries that they told NASA about. That's 200 times. That is, there aren't that many people that have gone to space. So I'm just saying, like, how come we never heard about it until now? That's my big question. I feel like, what else are they hiding?
And
So you
it's
wanna know all the
over.
other things that aren't widely published. That's astronaut to astronaut, private information. Once you get approved to go up there, they'll tell you in a little secret booklet, hey, your fingernails are going to fall off, and other things.
Yeah, and it smells bad. Because I felt like that was my inside knowledge, was it smells really bad in space. And so then I dropped that knowledge to you because I heard a rumor that it smells really bad in space, but astronauts don't like to tell people that. And then Chris Hadfield goes on and says, Dan's a nice guy, but he's never been to space, which is fair enough. I haven't been to space. And by the way, you should get your representatives from Chris Hadfield. I think that you could probably do whatever you want with that. But he did point that out.
That's some shade right there. Dan's a nice guy, but he's never been to space.
That's what he said on your podcast. I was driving, listening to it. I just about pulled over to catch my breath. And I was like, you know what? You're right, Chris Hadfield. I can't disagree with you. But nonetheless, he denied that it stinks in space. He said it doesn't smell so bad on the International Space Station. He said maybe on other, I forget, I think he said maybe on some earlier spacecraft it might have been stinkier, but that it's fine on the ISS. But anyway, so I was wrong about my rumor about it being stinky in space, but you can't deny this rumor about people losing their fingernails. And I will just give you the useless, boring tidbit that I cannot help myself, but I have to say. Onycholysis is a great word because there's a bat that was described in 2008 called Onychonycterus. And nycterus is Greek for bat. Onycho means fingernail. It's a fossil bat that has fingernails. It has claws on the ends of all of its fingers.
So
and
weird.
modern bats don't have that. Bats have a claw on their thumb. The one family, the pteropods, have a claw on the second digit, like your index finger. But all the other fingers have no claw at the end on a bat. But this fossil bat, this 50 million years old, was on the cover of Nature in 2008, and it's called Onychonycterus because it's got these claws on it. And I just memorized the name Onychonycterus. I didn't know onycho meant fingernail. So anyway, when I learned about the space astronaut thing, it made me love bats all the more.
Wow. So boring. No, I'm kidding.
So boring.
Exactly. That's the price you pay for knowing me.
It always comes back to bats with you. All right, you got another story that you prepared because you're a fucking consummate professional. Bats with giant penises.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we got to talk about this.
Yeah, we have to. So there is a bat. It is found in Europe. It's called a ceratine.
It's not called the Dan Riskinus, named after an appendage that matched the person that. Okay, never mind, go on.
If I had a penis the size of
Oh,
this bat,
shit.
scaled to my body size is the key.
Relative to the body size, your penis to body ratio, as it were. If it were the same as the bat.
Yes, thank you. Exactly. 22% length. 22% body length. So I'm 6'2". That's just over a 16-inch penis.
Jesus Christ.
Just to give you a sense of what you're dealing with when this bat flies into your roost. So this bat has an enormous penis, but not only is it extremely long, but the female vagina is a seventh that length. It's nowhere, like you could not fit that inside. It won't fit. And then the second thing is that the penis has a heart-shaped protuberance at the tip that is 7 times wider than the opening to the female reproductive tract. So
Oh dear.
it's just like, what is going on with this?
What
penis?
is
It's the
going
wrong size. It's sometimes wider and longer
He's
than
like
it needs to be.
traumatized.
And indeed, they started making some videos because they thought, first of all, they noticed that when
Ugh.
mating was happening, they didn't see it go in. You know,
Yeah.
does this thing just not go in? So then they watched, I think the number was 87 different mating events. Some of them filmed using
Fuck
a
is wrong with
camera
people?
in the attic of a church in the Netherlands, and some of it recorded at the Bat Rehabilitation Center in Kharkiv, Ukraine, during the war. And they got all this footage, and they say that it doesn't go inside, that it stays outside. And so anyway, people have been, impressed by this, but it does sort of beg the question, like, why is it so big? So it was an open question about whether this thing could even fit inside. And so these researchers filmed, I think, 87 mating events.
Whoa,
And not once did they see it go inside.
that's kinky right there. 87 times? I hope none of those people were perverts. They probably were.
No. They're bat biologists, and bat biologists are completely trustworthy at all times. So anyway, they made all these videos, and one of the videos has been released. I have it on my website, so if you want to check it out, you can see it. And it's funny because I get emails from other bat biologists. They're like, "Have you looked at that video? Because it looks like it might go inside a little bit at this moment." Like people could like watch this and like zoomed in and like been like,
Not a lot, just a little bit.
"Yeah."
What that song was about.
Oh, well, boy. Anyway, so but it's neat because all mammals that are known put the penis inside. That's just what mammals do. And this might be a mammal that doesn't do that. This might be a mammal where it brings the sperm to the outside and drops it off, and then it has to sort of like go in. It has to leak in or whatever, but it never actually gets placed inside, which would be really weird for a mammal.
Frottage, I think, is what that's called.
What's it called?
Frottage. That's like the word for the sexual act of just rubbing up against each other, but not actually going in there.
Really? There's a word for that, and I've never heard it. Amazing. Frottage.
Yeah, like sexual rubbing of the genitals. It's a proper term. Like if you talk to a sexual health educator, they'll call that frottage.
Really?
Frottage. Frottage.
Frottage. It rhymes with fromage.
And it's just as delicious. Yeah, I think that's what that is. Give or take. Yeah, give or take.
I did not see that word in this scientific paper about these bats. But anyway, there's been a couple of emails floating around between different bat biologists who are like, I think I've seen these bats actually doing it. Like one researcher says in the 60s, he remembers like picking a male up and the female hanging off of him. So maybe sometimes it does go inside, but certainly they have lots of videos where it didn't go inside. And so that may be a way that they mate sometimes with this frottage, as you call it. But anyway, it's just neat. I love that stories like this are coming out in scientific papers and we can talk about them. I think the world is a funny, kinky place and full of surprises.
Well, when I first slept with my current girlfriend, Miranda, she paid me a very nice compliment. She wasn't going to tell me I had a big member because, let's face it, I don't. But she did say you have a very good penis to body ratio, which I thought was such a thoughtful compliment. It gave me a lot of confidence that I still carry with me to this day.
That's good. I've never said that about you, but I don't think I've ever seen you naked, and I'm not complaining. That's fine.
Unusual. Most people who are my friends and have seen me naked.
All right. And again, I probably would have gotten rid of the representative. Maybe it'd be better for the representative because I haven't seen you naked, and I wouldn't have to bring up your incredibly good penis to body size ratio, which apparently is one of the features. I'm sure that's in other references. Among your 6 reference letters, that must have been in there somewhere.
So let me give you a little background on what I did for Thanksgiving. I've talked about it a lot on the show, but I do think now is the time to bring it up again to get your take on it. My brother came in from Canada. Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, in person.
The radio at CFRB News Talk 1010. But, oh, yes. So he came in, and my friend Tony, who's a regular contributor on the show, came in from England. I had a big do, 12 people, whatever. All my friends and out-of-town friends and all this at Thanksgiving at my house. At the end of the meal, it came up that everyone at the table had seen me naked but Tony. And so I didn't get naked, but I showed Tony a naked picture of me, to which my brother got very competitive with and showed Tony a naked picture of him. We passed the photos around the table. I didn't look at my brother's and he didn't look at mine because we have...
Fucking.
It was focused on my penis, and my brother then handed you one. Would you think it was an odd Thanksgiving, or would you just be, oh, this is all fun and games?
Well, I'm already at David Cooper's house for Thanksgiving, so I'm a little bit like I put on a different sort of set of expectations when I come to Thanksgiving at your house, because I assume, in the same way that all of our conversations are different from the conversations I have with other people, that this is probably not going to be typical. And so it would be weird, but by the same token, it would be not weird, because it's kind of what I expect from David Cooper's sphere.
But if I showed you a video of a movie of someone getting shot in the head, you'd think that was totally normal. Why is violence okay, but not nudity?
No, you shouldn't show me that video. I would be perturbed by that. No, if you pull out your phone and say, "Look at this video of somebody getting shot," I would feel much worse about that than the penis thing.
I'm just saying, in TV and movies, violence is so normal, and a naked body is like, oh no, what a weird thing. If I showed you a clip from like an action movie, from Die Hard, of someone getting shot, you wouldn't think anything of it. That's someone dying.
You know, the movies are changing though. So I wanted to watch a kids movie with my kids, and I was like, you know what? The 80s, there were so many good movies, and so I just went and I was like, here's one I didn't even see, Jumanji. So I was like, okay, let's watch Jumanji, like the old original Jumanji from like the 80s. The movie starts, it starts like 100 years ago, and some people bury a box in the woods. And then it fast forwards to the future, and then there's like this box that's getting uncovered while they're digging up to put a house in or something, and this kid finds it, and it's this mysterious fine. But then he's on his way home and a bunch of kids come and bully him and beat him up for no reason, because they're trying to build sympathy for the character, and probably he's going to get his comeuppance later. But that like premise that happened in all these 80s movies where, oh yeah, sure, the neighborhood kids, 12 of them come together and punch you in the face a bunch of times, and that's just what happens when you're a kid. Like, my younger son was so shocked and terrified by that idea, because he had never seen that trope in any movie, read it in any book. It was like, and when you think about it, it's like, actually, that's the appropriate response. If 12 kids ganged up on you and punched you until you bled, like, that is actually a very scary, terrible thing to have happen.
And maybe a thing for the court system to resolve.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he lives in a world where that does not happen, which I think is wonderful. But also, he lives in a world where that doesn't happen in a lot of movies. And so I think that, you know, your point about Die Hard might be a bit of a dated reference. I get it that, like, you know, movies today still do have a lot of violence compared to kissing and hugging, but, you know, like, movies today have gay characters all over the place, and that would have been just shocking when Die Hard was a movie. So, like, things are shifting, right? And I think it's I don't know, I'm feeling super hopeful today. I don't know why. I'm in a really hopeful future's going to be good mood.
Have you looked at the climate projections for the next 100 years?
Yeah, I have. That's why it feels unusual for me to be so hopeful. But I really do think even the climate stuff, I really do think
technology will save us?
I don't know if we'll be saved or if things will just change in the way that we might wish we still had things the way they were, but we'll find a way to persevere. I really would like fish to keep on existing in the ocean. And I would really like for humanity not to have a giant collapse in population as a result of our overusing our resources, and I would like for there not to be plastic absolutely everywhere in all things. But I don't know, man. I still feel hopeful. People are resilient. We've got new technologies that are coming out, and people are creative, and people want a better future, and things are changing. I don't know. I feel like there's no point in getting down in the dumps because we just don't know, and it's really self-fulfilling prophecy if you start getting down in the dumps about it.
True, but look at Venus here. That's what the runaway greenhouse gas effect can do to a planet.
Yeah, sure. Venus I don't have much hope for. Venus is very hot. What is it, 800 degrees Celsius on the surface or some crazy thing like that? Like, it's hot.
Balmy. Don't bring a sweater.
You don't need a sweater there. No.
Maybe a gas mask. Corrosive resistant suit.
Then you wear space gloves and your fingernails fall off, so it's a lose-lose.
Mm-hmm. Any way you slice it, you don't have fingernails.
Right. Because either they burn off or just falling off.
If you ever are dating and you want to play He Loves Me Not, you know how people take petals of a flower and He Loves Me, don't play it by ripping off your fingernails, because it'll always be He Loves Me Not, because it's an even number of fingernails.
That assumes that I haven't lost a finger already in an earlier test of love where we were like, whoever loves the other one more, cut off your pinky, you know, or something like that. Speaking of movies that scar you, what was it? Was it Twilight Zone or Amazing Stories? I feel like it was one of those. And it was about a woman who, oh man, she was this old lady and she collected people's pinky fingers. And so she like she created some kind of gambling thing where like if you won, you got a ton of money, but if you lost, you had to cut your pinky off. And so like this guy like was in a hotel room in Vegas, and he had his hand tied down, and the pinky was isolated, and it was on like this. It was on the cutting block, and then the person like she wasn't even the one doing it. It was like this a whole bunch of people, and there was the guy who's got the butcher's knife is holding it up above the hand, and basically it comes down to this card or this roll of the dice or something. And if he wins, he doesn't get his hand cut off, and if he loses, he gets his pinky cut off. And then in the end, there's like this reveal that she was actually lying the whole time. She never had the money, so he wins, but he never gets a payout. And then the police come and take her away, and he risked it all for nothing, and he got nothing in the end.
He got to keep his pinky. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it puts it in perspective.
I think the pinky gets a bad rap. Don't you need your pinky toe to like balance properly? Doesn't the pinky toe?
I don't know what good the pinky toe is. I've never really looked at data on.
You call yourself a fucking scientist.
I know that's in my wheelhouse. I feel like I should have seen something on that, but I haven't. I haven't seen anything on that. But I do know they made a prosthetic. This is before the pandemic, I think, maybe during 2020-ish. They made a prosthetic thing where you wear this glove and it's got a thumb on the other side. So now you have opposing thumbs on the single hand. So you have four fingers at the top, there's one thumb on one side, and then you have another thumb on the other side. And it's activated by your toe in your shoe. And so you can wiggle your toe and it moves your other thumb. And they found that people were really, really quick to figure this thing out, and it became totally intuitive very, very fast. And they used it as this example of like, listen, we can talk about prosthetics for people who have lost a thumb, but we should also talk about prosthetics for people that might want an extra thumb. Like, this could be super helpful. Like, why are we assuming that the human body is perfect and that that's what we sort of aim to? Like, why not enhance it? Why not give ourselves extra thumbs?
I wonder if you could somehow wire up an extra appendage to a piano player, like a virtuoso. 6 fingers on each hand, 7 fingers on each hand. Could they play more crazy shit? I don't know. Or would it be too much for the brain to handle?
I bet some of them could. I mean, that's the thing. Musicians, like, every time they do, musicians do. I was talking to my brother about this today, and he had a good line. He said that, like, when you see somebody drumming and singing at the same time, he said for him that's David Blaine. Like, he has no idea how a person can do both those things at the same time, because it's just like if you're normal, if you're a muggle like me, you can't play the drums and sing. There's no way, but yet they do.
But with piano, you're already kind of isolating the left and right hand, especially in more traditional music where the left hand is mostly rhythm or mostly like backing chords, the chord progression, and the right hand sort of the melody. So you're already kind of, bifurcating the melodic lines.
Yes, you're bifurcating the melodic. Yes, absolutely.
You're playing two things at once.
Well, here's another question. If you could have an extra arm that you could attach to any part of your body, where would you put it?
Would I use it to bifurcate the melodic lines?
Well, now you could trifurcate it, but where would you put it on your body? What's the ideal place? You've got an extra arm. It's the same length as the arms you've already got. Where do you put your third arm?
Where my penis is?
Okay.
Out of my chest, right out of my solar plexus.
Yeah. There's no wrong answer here. I just was curious to know. I mean,
coming out of my chin?
Yeah, out of your chin is a possibility. I like the idea of having one maybe sticking out of my back, like where your wings would be, kind of a thing, so you can like.
Oh, you could scratch yourself with that.
Well, it's a little hard to scratch things like close to your own. Like if you think about it, it's really hard to scratch close to your own arm. But I feel like if you had one on the top of your head, that'd be really helpful because you can reach down and do stuff. Like when you're playing the piano, you got another arm that can come down and play the trifurcation of the melodic. And then you can wipe your bum. You can do all kinds of things with arms in different places.
Wow, this is something to think about.
Yeah, it's something to think about. But the point from this paper was like, let's think about it, because the idea that we're made in the image of a perfect God is obviously outdated, right? So okay, what might we do? What might we do differently?
You're saying there is no God?
Why?
I'm titling this episode "Bifurcating the Melodic." I just think that was the most pretentious thing I ever said. You playing two melodies at once.
Oh, you've said more pretentious things than that.
But it's up there. It's above the 50% line of pretentious things I've said.
Sure, and if you were to bifurcate all the pretentious things, it would be the upper melodic of that bifurcation of the pretentious. Yeah.
Of the various me's that I am, if there's a meat and potatoes version of me, that one's not bifurcating the melodic lines. I'll tell you that much.
No, exactly.
I look forward to having you on again, although we've crossed the line so many times on this episode. I'm left wondering, not for the first time in my interactions with you, I'm left wondering, will you ever come on this show again?
We'll find out.
Find out next week on This Is Going Well, I think.
Find out next week with bifurcations with, no, we might bifurcate now. I mean, if I was going to leave, this would be the time to do it, because then that's what the melodic would bifurcate here.
Dan, thank you as always for your time.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me on your show. I wish you the best and good luck. I hope that your reference letters, especially the one from Jim Richards, are well received.
Now, are you going to be away? Like, when will we speak to you next?
I think we're good for our next. We're good.
2 weeks from now.
2 weeks from now, yes, we're in 15th. Yeah.
Good. I love the show that on the show you schedule the show. That's a great show for me.
Yeah, people love that. But that's what they listen for, is so they can put the. Oh, let me get my count.
Hello and welcome. It's This Is Going Well, I think, with David Cooper, and I'm David Cooper. It's This Is Going Well, I think, the show where no one's listening, no one cares, the show where every episode's the last episode, and we're triple digits, baby. So I started doing the show last summer, and only now do I feel like I have a good handle on what this show is exactly. And that includes the occasional episode where I say there's no episode for the day, thereby creating an episode and in a way lying to you. But today, I'm not coming here to do just that. It's a special non-episode episode, because this is my 100th show. So I just want to take the time to thank everyone who's come on the show, everyone who's helped me with this, including my producer, Tony Five, my infinitely patient girlfriend, honorable mentions, Dan Riskin, Gary Dierenfeld, Natalie Norman, Natasha Vinnick, Samantha Biddy, anyone who's been on this show more than once, or anyone who's been on the show even once. I don't know why you came on, but I'm glad you did. But most importantly, I want to thank you, listener, singular intended. It was just a few years ago, I was on the verge of tears in my therapist's office, hoping I could connect with just one person through my art, if you can call this that. And since I started doing this thing, whether it be on the radio or this podcast, I've had the ability to connect with a small number of people. I see the stats, but it's more than one. And I'm really grateful for that. I'm grateful for you listening, because it fills me with joy, makes this worth doing. And I look forward to what the next 100 episodes of this show brings. Because now that we got the format nailed down, I've got some pretty exciting stuff I'm working on. Ooh. So as a 100th episode gift from me to you, here is a clip from a very beginner radio personality, me, in my first, 15 hours of radio. This is from 7 years ago.
Wow.
And I'm giving it to you completely out of context.
Really?
All you need to know is I'm interviewing a boyfriend and girlfriend couple. I regret how this went. I regret inviting you, and I regret you trusted me as an adult to provide some sort of experience, enjoyment, to engage in something of artistic substance. Did you trust me?
Yeah.
Did I let you down?
No. This is artistic in kind of an ugly way.
Do you guys butt stuff?
A little bit.
Yeah. Who's doing what? Oh, that's a good question.
Me.
You're doing a dance too.
Yeah. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know your life, dude. So that's it. Here's the amazing theme music.
Why? 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 You make me listen to the butt stuff. Trick me. Wow, that was the whole episode. The whole episode was just him having a conversation about butt stuff. I got tricked.
1 of This Is Going Well, I think, with David Cooper. I'm David Cooper. This is going well, I think. The show where no one's listening. No one cares. The show where every episode's the last episode. So let's get into this finale with therapist Gary Dierenfeld. For a segment I like to call Therapy Thursdays on a Wednesday. Today's topic, kindness.
I don't get tired of this. It's like just a little too long. And I still like it. I just picture a cat.
How are you?
Meme.
I'm fine. Sorry to keep you waiting a minute or two.
You were away or something?
I had Thanksgiving here with 12 people. I cooked the dinner almost completely. My friend Allegra made the sweet potato dish. My girlfriend Miranda made the stuffing. But I did the duck. I did the salad. I did the potatoes. I did the green beans.
Whoa.
What?
Duck.
Duck, yeah.
I love duck, and I haven't had it in a long time.
I
The reason
love
people
duck.
eat turkey only one time a year. It's terrible.
I like turkey.
No, you don't.
I swear to God.
Next thing you're going to tell me you like kale.
No, I don't like kale.
Okay, good.
But we
Kale
actually
chips aren't
had
terrible.
turkey thighs a couple of
Like,
nights ago.
there's fucking
The
garlic sauce on
thighs
them.
are good if they're done
Kind of
properly.
ruins it.
Although when I was a
Thing
kid,
for
my
point.
parents took me to whatever Disney blank was in Tampa. Or was it Orlando? Orlando. I don't know, Disney World, Disneyland, I don't know the difference. But my parents took me there, and there'd be these Americans walking around with these turkey legs.
Oh, the leg.
Yeah, just gluttony.
Something out of the Flintstones.
I know, and I just have very negative associations with going there as a young Canadian boy and just watching the carnage that is America as these families queued up to watch Mickey Mouse and eat their turkey legs. It was just too much for me. But no, those are good. But the problem is when you put a whole bird in the oven, it's never cooked evenly.
You haven't had mine. That's all I can say.
Fine. But I have had a lot of other turkey. I don't mind cold cuts, like, sliced, whatever.
Yeah.
But I've had enough turkey in my life.
But duck is that's fantastic. That's great.
Festive, special. I did 11 duck confits. I did a good job with them. Everyone was happy. It's a Thanksgiving tradition for me because I'm not American, so I have no Thanksgiving traditions. I've only been doing this 3 years. I mean, I've been in the U.S. much longer, but I've only been hosting Thanksgiving for 3 years. So I had all kinds of people come in from out of country and out of town to visit. So it's just quite the romp. That was my vacation. But no, I didn't really leave town. I guess I was in Toronto for like 2 days, but that's it. All right, random question for you, Gary. What's your full name?
My first name is Ira. My middle name is Gary.
Cool.
Ira Gary Dierenfeld.
Yeah, I'm the youngest of 3 boys. The 2 older brothers didn't like the name Ira, so they only used Gary, and it stuck.
Wait, you go by your name simply because your brothers did not care for your first name?
Yeah.
Okay, you have all these crazy origin stories about their nicknames, and for you, it's just how my brothers didn't like my name.
That's it. So they went by my second name, and that's it. It is such a pain on documentation. It is such a pain crossing the border. What is your name? Gary. Oh, wait a minute. It's Ira.
No.
And so, in those official spaces, it screws things up if you go by your second name.
Yeah.
So, crossing the border, I love it. That's the only time. Oh, and for some medical things, because on the health card, it's also Ira Gary Dierenfeld. So I have to remember that if I go for blood work, they'll call out Ira, not Gary.
You have any trouble crossing the border ever?
Where I get into trouble is when I try and get a criminal reference check for volunteer work.
Oh, you're getting spicy now.
Every time. And I went recently, and it was, again, an issue. But this time, the person finally explained that I had the same birth date as a sex offender.
Oh, no, I mean, spicy for them, but it's just a coincidence.
And so because of that, they have to fingerprint me, send it to the RCMP. And
Why?
see that person
Do you happen to have the same birthday, same fingerprint, and same name as a sex offender?
Well, not same fingerprint, but the fingerprint differentiates.
Same DNA. You actually went to jail at the same time as him for the same thing, but it's definitely not you.
Every time I go for a criminal reference check, I get flagged and I have to be fingerprinted.
Well, it's somewhat spicy. My sister once, I was a kid at camp, and my camp counselor, who was 17 himself, I must have been 14, my counselor, we're all minors, and we're kids at summer camp. It's also the 90s. He takes a Polaroid of me naked, with my consent. We're kids.
Some
Kids.
bull-ish.
The internet
And
is
you're stupid kids, you're teens. Yeah, that's
stupid kids, and then later, maybe I don't know, he's got it in a stack of Polaroids. A couple years later, he starts dating my sister, which was fine. And then he decides he wants to gross
So
up. This
bullshit.
is like totally inappropriate, but normal inappropriate. He's 19, I think my sister's 18. He wants to gross her out. And so he's like, here's a picture of your brother. It wasn't an overly sexual picture, I was just naked. And he shows that to my sister in her car. And so what does she do? She's a normal human being. She's related to me. How normal could she be? She's like, ew, gross. And she knocks it. That's where the story ends. Well, not exactly. Not exactly how it ends. 10 years later, 5 years later, who knows, she's crossing the border.
oh no.
They're suspicious of her.
Oh no.
So they start searching through her car. And they lift up the carpet where the spare tire is in the trunk or whatever, because it was like a hatchback or whatever.
And then there's this child porn.
And by then she's like 23, 24 years old, like an adult almost. And I don't quite know the whole story, but the officer finds it and he's like, what's
So
this?
bullshit.
It's a photo of a minor naked. Anyway, I guess because she's a woman, I guess maybe she was so flabbergasted as to her story was believable. I don't know what. But she tells the officer the whole complete truth. Sure. They pull her over. They hold her there for about an hour. They tell her the seriousness of what's going on. She just keeps apologizing.
And it is. It is.
And then I don't know if they give her the picture back or not, but they let her go. And that was that. No mark on her record or anything. Wild story, huh?
Oh my God. That is crazy.
Yeah. So be careful. There are families that are on trips where they're naked and they take a family picture naked. Yeah.
Here's what I was gonna
What kind
say.
of family
I
trips
have-
do you take?
From being a teenager, I have a picture as well of a friend of mine mooning someone.
Just get rid of it.
I don't even know where it is at this point, but I had that for years. So with today's lens, with today's, looking at things, that picture as well can be like, oh my God. And it's just stupid teenagers.
Exactly. It's like totally normal stuff. In the wrong hands with the wrong lens.
Yeah.
You go into jail. With the right lens, it's just silly things kids do.
Exactly.
Yeah, that story is like a cautionary tale. It's just not worth it,
But that's a riot.
Yeah. She could be in jail.
Oh my God.
If she was a big, old, overweight white dude with no family and a greasy shirt and all that,
It would have landed so differently.
he'd be in prison to this day. Anyway, so, yeah, Danny, she said that there was something you wanted to
Oh
cover.
my God, I'm gonna kill
Well,
you.
she asked, do I have anything? And I had to think for a minute. And then I thought, kindness. And I posted a piece of a meme about that this morning. And it's just that if there is a common thread to the people that I see, it's that someone treated them unkindly who was important to them. And, read into whatever you want into unkindly, typically very unkindly. But that is the common thread of why people come to see me.
Would you say that's true of all social workers, all therapists, all psychiatrists? That's a common thread. People are responding to unkindness in their life and struggling with it.
They may label it differently. They're going to label it as abuse. They're coming for abuse. They're coming for trauma, sexual abuse, parental fighting, parental alcoholism, mental health affecting parenting and disposition. It's just, I just looked at it through a different lens. They weren't kind. It could be a controlling individual. It could be one's partner. It could be somebody, in the workplace. Excuse me. But it's that unkindness. People have been treated unkindly. Sometimes that unkindly is steroids.
Look, I go to a Freudian, Jungian, whatever psychiatrist,
Right.
and I always have. The first time I started really seeing one as an adult was because my breakup with my ex-wife resulted in unkindness on both ends. But now I see one because I'm occasionally unkind to myself. I think this lens can be used to describe not just what you do, kind of social work, but also like any kind of therapy.
Yeah, absolutely.
When people are struggling with their own personal problems, it can be because they're unkind to themselves.
So, so often in my work with people, we're unpacking the unkind acts to which one was treated or exposed, and the influence of that on how we see ourselves and how we interact with others and how we manage on mental health. I'm forever trying to impress upon people, be kind. Like, my mother is the same way. I'll tell you another mother story. My mother. Earlier this week, she got together with two women. These are both nurses. They both work at Sunnybrook Hospital in the care for veteran care. And they took care of my stepdad, who passed away 9 years ago. A couple of weeks ago, they get in touch with my mother saying, "We'd like to pay you a visit." Like, who does that? And these two nurses, lovely, lovely women, they want to get in touch with my mom because she treated them so kindly as they were caring for my stepdad. My mom lives this. Just be kind. She would bring them a coffee. She would express her gratitude for their care for stepdad, Max. My mom is a very kind person. She's not a pushover. She's not a patsy. She doesn't, get taken advantage of. Quite frankly, she has boundaries. But she's also kind. And, people appreciate that. Appreciate that to their core. And that is what's healing in a therapeutic relationship. That's the holy grail we look for in our intimate relationships. Just be kind. It's not enough to not be an asshole. That's a low bar. Don't be an asshole. But actually be kind. Go out of your way. Do something for the other. Elevate them. We've talked about narcissists in the past. I'm not talking about, how this works with a narcissist. I'm just talking about basic. And even if you're living with a narcissist and they're an asshole, can be an asshole, you can still be kind. You still have to learn how to live or not live with them and manage that. But we don't want to let the behavior of another influence whether or not we're still going to be kind.
And when someone's a complete jerk to you, the only thing you can control, really have complete 100% control of in a situation with a jerk,
It's your own actions.
asshole, whatever, is your own behavior.
That's it. And so I don't want to be. I'll tell you a personal story. 1989, I was working at Chinook McMaster Hospitals in their brain injury rehabilitation program. And I had to work with a very not nice colleague. How's that for framing it? A would-be psychologist who practiced a lot of punishment and aversion therapy. So if somebody was acting out, his thing was to consequence them. And he wouldn't think twice about very intrusive interventions. I was bringing this to the attention of the administration because I saw his behavior as abusive and his treatment as abusive. I don't have an issue with restraining people if they need to be restrained. However, for a treatment plan, we go through an ethics committee. We make sure that we haven't, left any other stone unturned. We're working in a multidisciplinary team. Maybe the behavior is related to pain or to a speech language problem or to a neurological issue such as an epileptic circumstance. Anyways, he only wanted to punish people. And I was complaining about this and complaining. Finally, the neurologist resigns. I said, hey, neurologist, instead of resigning, why don't you complain? And she said, and I said, I am. And she looked at me and she said, everyone knows you are. And then she said, when you get with the pigs, we can't tell the pigs apart.
What?
Oh my God. She didn't say much to me, but what she had to say was very impactful. I happened to hand my resignation in probably that day because I had been working those circumstances and be aligned with what was going on. I will tell you that 3 years later, patients or families had sued the hospital. The hospital finally settled quietly. I was the whistleblower. And that was when I was validated for what had transpired. And that would-be psychologist actually wasn't a psychologist. He was a PhD in phys ed. No one did a credential check. Son of a gun. Yeah, it was a mess. Anyways.
But by complaining every day that color said to you, you were appearing like him, you were in the gutter with him.
Correct.
So what would have been, looking back with the benefit of hindsight?
Exactly. How do I act kindly? How do I manage myself in the circumstances? I'm not going to get into the mud. And I may bring information to someone, trying to hopefully resolve things well and peacefully. But I've also learned that if it's not going to be heard, I have to be careful not to escalate. Because now I may look untoward in my delivery. So how did we get here? I've been talking about kindness.
Yes.
Yeah. We all can fall prey. We can all go down rabbit holes, myself included. But when the light bulb turns on, it's kindness that is really going to elevate us in managing ourselves, regardless of the circumstance. And you had said it's about us managing ourselves. So part of what I just went through with you was in response to that. When COVID hit everyone hard, we're still recovering from that. And during COVID, if I went into a grocery store and if I, bought some stuff, which I did do, I would always ask the cashier, how are people treating you today? I'd show them some kindness. I'd show them some empathy. And I was really sincere. How are they treated? He said, I said, okay, well, I can only hope you have a better day.
Yeah.
And, they were so appreciative that someone asked them how
Stop
they
and
were.
talk to them like they're a fucking human being. I'm not just here to fucking get paid to serve.
Mark, we're talking about how you and cashiers at during COVID.
Yeah.
Miranda, you need to get in here.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm on the TV. It's fine. Here you go.
He's like so worried. I'm like, no, it's fine. I remember my
All good.
I mean, this might relate to the interview, so I might keep this, but I remember I was once in my aunt's house. We were talking about building her a website. I should be careful because my aunt passed, and she was a lovely woman, but
Okay.
we were talking about building her a website for some company that she had that was a very small company that didn't last very long. And her son called, and she just said, I'm in an important meeting right now, and hung up on her son, and I was like, oh no. I can't do it. I think people sometimes treat their families like that. When they're at work, no matter the seriousness of the work, they don't have time for them, and I don't want to be that. And so I was like, we can pause this taping. It's not a big deal. It's not like I'm on the taping with Obama. No offense, Gary, but you know what I'm saying?
It's funny you say that. My wife has never interrupted a session of mine. Never. this morning, I'm in a meeting with someone, a session, and I guess there was a lull in our conversation because we were both looking at something on the internet relative to what we were talking about. We were doing a bit of research. And so my wife, it was quiet. She knocks on the door thinking that I had finished. And she certainly doesn't see the Zoom screen because I'm on Google reading something. And I go, oh, dear, I'm still listening. And she was mortified because she's never done that. But I'm not going to treat her rudely or discourteously, regardless of how important it is that I not be interrupted when I'm with a client. No issue. So this topic of kindness, and do keep that interruption in our discussion. Yeah,
I'm going to. But where we were was you chatting with folks during the pandemic who were not doing so well, service workers.
Correct. So whether it's our loved one and we're intruded upon, they're not looking to truly create havoc or problems for us. We have to manage our triggers. We have to be mindful of the experience of the other so that we can continue to bring our better selves to them, regardless of the duress. That's the work. That's the work to being a decent human being. And we can't use excuses. Oh, they did this, so I'm going to do that. They can do this till the cows come home. I don't want to be a jerk or an asshole. And not being a jerk, not being an asshole, doesn't mean I don't have boundaries either. So you can be kind, yet still have the boundaries. Sorry, that's not going to work for me. I can't participate in that. And I don't, right? That's a boundary. But I don't need to demean, push back, or be harsh. I just have to be clear, unequivocal, and firm. Kindness.
And if your boundaries aren't for that other person, that's a discussion, but you're entitled to it.
Absolutely.
I've wanted to sandwich in an anecdote ever since you mentioned your mother.
Okay.
Because my grandmother, in her last few years, had a healthcare worker, or what's the word I'm looking for? Caregiver.
Okay.
Who came in, I think almost every day by the end. And every Passover, was it? My grandmother had a brisket that she always would bring. In her last few years, she simply could not make a brisket. She couldn't lift the thing up, even though it was a 5-pounder. She was probably 5 pounds herself in her final days. She was a tiny woman.
This is such a Jewish discussion right now.
I know, it's so Jewy. I thought you'd like it.
I love it. I so relate.
I can just imagine my 2'8" grandmother, who was probably 2'10" in her prime, hoveling over the baking pan, making this brisket. So later I came to learn that her caregiver actually in her last couple of years helped her with the brisket. It was, she was not terribly mobile, but making this brisket and coming to Passover was very important to her. So after she died, we got a ring on the doorbell on Passover at my parents' house. And there was her caregiver with the fucking brisket, because by the end of it, she knew the recipe better than my grandmother.
Oh my God.
She wanted to surprise us.
Oh.
And we were all in tears, just without even no discussion.
I'm ready to be in tears just hearing
This is so Jewish.
Lovely story.
It's kindness on both ends. I don't even need to tell you how kind and loving my grandmother was. She made everyone call her Booby, which for those who don't know, Jewy, Yiddish, Hebrew, I don't know, her grandmother. And so the idea that she made her caregiver call her Booby is just so funny to me. But she was born, she was great. But she was very kind, but also that caregiver was very kind. And it was, just a lovely vignette, and your story about your mother made me think of it.
I'm glad to have brought that recollection back to you. So you said, what do I want to talk about today? Kindness. In some ways, it seems so trite, and it seems so fluffy.
It's kind of hard to stay here because it's so simple, but people struggle with it so much.
Yeah, and it's more than not being an asshole. It is a positive thing to do, to be present for somebody, to hold space for them, to allow them their their feelings and emotions while you may sit with your own discomfort, having to hear that. All of this is kindness. And the degree to which we can practice that, we bring it into our lives, not always by the behavior of the other, but by our own. And we can feel good about ourselves for having remembered just to be kind. So yeah, that's all I wanted to talk about today.
No, I'm glad it's a simple topic. It's a simple lesson. I'm glad we stayed here. I kept wanting to get distracted from it because it feels like to me all there is to it is be kind. But there's so much more to it. Why do people struggle to be kind? Or is that a question for the therapist chair? That's too big. Like, what are the common reasons people might struggle to be kind to others?
They haven't experienced it themselves, or they haven't experienced it consistently, or they've been treated so unkindly that they're out of touch with that. It is not part of their go-to. It's not part of their norm. And to help people to be kind, to do that for them is a paradigm shift in their thinking.
Which is hard work. Being kind can be hard work.
Many people will confuse kindness with not having boundaries. And that's just not the, you're allowed to be kind and you're allowed to have boundaries. Being self-protective is not being hurtful to another. If they appear hurt, it's because they can no longer exploit or hurt you. And so kindness doesn't mean you have to tolerate abuse or untoward behavior. It just means you don't have to act similarly.
Okay, well, I always think it's so kind that you come here and do the show with me because I'm probably the most annoying person in the world.
And David, we're entering the holiday season. Many people struggle with the holiday season because of the unkind behavior of others at gatherings. So, you know, you can set boundaries. You can say you're not going. That's reasonable if you feel that that is necessary for your self-protection, for your safety. You can go and you can have a safe word such that if you utter it, you and your partner and family can take leave with no fanfare. Just take leave. And if you do go and there's behavior that's triggering, be mindful how you want to manage yourself and that you don't want to escalate. And the kindest thing that you can do is self-regulate, manage your own feelings, your own behavior. So bring this concept of kindness into the spirit of the holiday season.
Yeah, it's funny. I do that now. I regulate my own behavior. And I don't have a problem with the holidays now. When I was younger, I felt my family situation was pretty dysfunctional. I felt very lonely. There was a real seasonality to my mood states. I now understand that as a seasonal affective disorder, but as a kid, I didn't know that. So I felt lonely. I had a lot of negativity in me around the holidays. And then all the pressure to have like the Hallmark holiday season and all the pressure of observing what all my friends and peers seem to be doing and what their families seem to be doing, having these perfect, not dysfunctional, lovely, caring, supportive gatherings. So it's like the pressure to be part of something where you felt like you belong and plus not feeling like I belong led to a really rough holiday season for me. And it was, tough to be kind to myself, tough to be kind to others. I still struggle because my girlfriend loves Christmas with all her heart, and I don't. I think because of what I just told you. But here we are, we get the 175-foot Christmas tree, 6 feet in the house. You know, there's stockings. I got to fly down to San Diego I get to fly down to be with her family. And it's a lot, but I know I can control my own behavior.
So look, in that moment, David managed the discomfort, yet you can look and take joy in their pleasure.
Yes.
That's a kindness.
And take part.
I don't like you.
I'm just saying I get it when others have a tough time around the holidays because I used to have it too. And it's that pressure. It's like on New Year's Eve, there's pressure to be on the best part. Maybe not for you, you're comfortable in your own skin, but for young people in your 30s and your 20s, there's a lot of pressure to be somewhere great on New Year's. And if you're home alone and you feel like you have no friends, like it's not only are you feeling lonely, there's just so much pressure to do something some way. And the holidays have that for family gatherings. And so for those who don't have that for whatever reason, it can be tough. And I think what we're talking about now, staying kind to yourself, to others, is important. If you're feeling this way during the holidays. But it's a normal thing. And I get it because I used to feel this way.
Yeah. So, do a kindness to yourself. Enjoy something. You're allowed. You're allowed to enjoy it. You're allowed to be kind to yourself.
But the great Jewish dilemma is the thing that I enjoy doing is being miserable. So it's an awful self-fulfilling. I like being miserable, so I have to be unhappy. But the only way I'm going to be happy is if I'm miserable, which means I have to be unhappy. It's vicious, Gary. Vicious.
We'll unpack that another time.
Thanks for coming here. We appreciate your time, as always. And if I don't see you, merry whatever, happy whatever.
Yeah, you too. It's great to see you again.
Oh, you're so kind.
What's this all?
The person living with a cognitive disorder like Alzheimer's or dementia goes missing, and authorities believe there's an imminent threat to the person's life. On Tuesday, the first ever silver alert was issued, setting off phones across the Lenaudière, found shortly before 4 a.m., and the alert was lifted.
We know that the number of people diagnosed with cognitive disorders is increasing as the population continues to age.
The Alzheimer's Society is predicting a 65% increase in the number of diagnoses this decade, and estimate 1 million Canadians will be living with cognitive disorders by 2030. This geriatric medicine expert at the Jewish General Hospital says the Silver Alert system is just one way society is going to have to adjust.
We're going to need more home care services for our patients to maintain them at home and in a safe and autonomous environment as much as possible. I think we're going to need more physicians and allied healthcare professionals to help us make appropriate diagnoses in order to prevent unsafe or unsupported environments from happening.
Right now, the Silver Alert system is being tested in 3 Quebec regions, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Lenaudière, and the Centre de Quebec. It's been nearly a year since the pilot project began, and this is the first alert that's been issued. Still, Dr. Levinoff hopes it will be expanded to the rest of the province.
And it's a very important way to ensure that our patients or our population of patients with cognitive disorders are in a safe environment and are well maintained.
The pilot project ends on January 23rd. CTV News asked the Public Security Ministry whether the system will then be expanded, but did not receive a response before our deadline. Matt Gilmore, CTV News.
Divers have now found the body of a second teenager, one of 4, who fell through the ice while skating on the Rideau River in Ottawa. A brother and a sister managed to get out and were treated for hypothermia. One of the teens who died has been identified as 17-year-old Ahmed Haytham. The other teen is Riley Cotter.
That's sad.
And the search for a 4-year-old girl who disappeared in the river has been suspended. The girl fell into the Mississippi River in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region a week ago. She'd been sledding with her mother when she went through a barrier. Divers may return to the water once the ice permits.
Oh, wow.
Because of the weather conditions, virtually all of Quebec's snowmobile trails are closed. According to the Federation of Quebec Snowmobile Clubs, snowmobilers can only ride in the Mont-Valin region of the Saguenay for now. The company that manages the Highway 25 Olivier Charbonneau Bridge is warning drivers about fraudulent text messages. The messages demand outstanding toll payments. The text, which claim to be from Section 825, urge people to click on fake internet links to pay a bill. Anyone who receives these texts is 467-7726. Or report them as spam. Well, we made it through the final Friday of 2023, and we're continuing to see mild temperatures as we go into Saturday. Let's take a look now at our overnight lows here in Montreal. Although we are at zero, normally would be around -6 visible overnight lows. We in Quebec should be seeing milder temperatures for a low overnight. Here's a look at our 77 daytime for tomorrow, and well, we're looking at cloudy conditions throughout the day. Daytime highs around 2 degrees. We do have some more weather details to tell you about, of course, so stay tuned. I'll be back a little later with all those details.
Silver Gold for Cash will take a best grade, guaranteed for all unwanted or broken jewelry. They'll beat all competition, and you'll receive cash or a check for your gold and silver on the spot. Go to social Leonardo da Vinci Tuesday and Saturday 10 to 5, or silverandgoldforcash.com. When the time comes to choose a Volkswagen, never compromise on quality. Find your new Volkswagen from Spinelli, Campbell, and Cameron Volkswagen.
At Spinelli, Campbell, and Cameron Volkswagen, it's the final offer for 2023 Spinelli events. Lease a 2024 Taurus Semi 1.5T automatic DGS with 7-speed Tiptronic 4Motion and at $86 per week for 51 months at 4.99% with a $24.95 down payment. German engineering is available to you starting at $32,710.
Spinelli, Campbell, and Cameron Volkswagen on Ballard Avenue, LaSalle.
Give me that. Are you sleeping?
No.
Oh.
No reporters. I took care of that. Stay calm and focused. We need to speak. I am staying until very late tonight. Seeing Gates read donor on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday set aside for 2-3 hours to discuss exactly this.
This comes as more information on Epstein's dealings are coming to light amid JP Morgan's fresh accusations over ties to the accused sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, so these are filings from this JP Morgan Virgin Islands lawsuit. So just more and more emails from JP Morgan officials, Epstein talking about it, just the loop of all the influential, important people with lots of money that Epstein was connecting to government officials at the island, to the bank as well. His ongoing kind of relationship with Gates, which is these messages to Gates people are 2011. So that's after he's already a known sex offender. He got his house arrest or whatever kind of deal he got for sexual misconduct with underage girls. So you can't say, well, I didn't know. It was known. It was known by then. There's some joking about Miley Cyrus, who at the time of this is 15. She's a Disney star at the time. So that's a clear inclination of an awareness of exactly the kind of thing Epstein goes for. It's disgusting.
Yeah. I think
Very disgusting.
It's a bit of a lens into what the world is like for bankers in America at the very high level. The emails that Lee Fong posted to Twitter, you have one from a Mary Erdoes at jpmorgan.com official email to an unknown person saying, obviously they're at a party. This is, really late at night. The first email is about 8:30. This has turned into a cheesy broker fest. Totally not cool. The only cool people here are at Glenn's table. Same as bat mitzvah, so maybe they've known each other for some time. The response is, at 1:20 a.m., Epstein there with Miley Cyrus? And so this is like official JP Morgan emails where this exchange is happening. Was Epstein actually there with Miley Cyrus? We don't know. But the fact that they made the joke shows that these bankers on their JP Morgan emails are comfortable joking about the billionaire being out with young girls.
They were comfortable joking about a lot of really sketchy stuff. We've read these emails in the past talking about who's your favorite Disney princess. It suggests a deep familiarity with the kind of bad and illegal stuff Jeffrey Epstein was interested in and had already been convicted for, would eventually be arrested for again. Right up until the very end, I've talked about this several times, but I think it's always worth bringing up. It's including, given her reason to say the higher media profile she has sought for herself as part of the the pushback from Democrats on Twitter files and on RFK Jr. Stacey Plaskett, the delegate of the Virgin Islands, you know, is front and center at these hearings, accusing, you know, Matt Taibbi of perjury, accusing RFK Jr. of anti-Semitism. Stacey Plaskett, delegate of the Virgin Islands, trying to get Jeffrey Epstein at her fundraisers as recently as 2018, I believe, the year before he was arrested again and then died in allegedly because of suicide in prison. And this was someone with full knowledge and awareness of his wrongdoing, was courting his influence, his access to funds and to important wealthy people.
Right. Plaskett, who originally said that she wasn't really aware that he was donating. She was completely unaware of his donations to her campaign, which, you know, then she had to say in deposition last month.
This is a lie.
Yeah, she was directly.
Yeah, you can see the emails from her team saying, "Oh, he's going to be there, right? Make sure he gets a personal invite."
Not just for the political hearing, but was an attorney at the tax firm that worked with Jeffrey Epstein. So even before she ran for public office, she knew Jeffrey Epstein. But then there's obvious documents where she's asking that he be invited to the events. She was clearly aware, most likely directly had been speaking with Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein, you know, had his own agenda for the Virgin Islands. He wanted the sex offender policies for the Virgin Islands changed. Wonder why that could be. He was paying for some government officials, I think, schooling for their kids. You know, this is something I again mentioned when we talk about this lawsuit, but because the lawsuit is from Virgin Islands to JP Morgan, but it seems pretty clear that a lot of the government officials of the Virgin Islands were very much complicit in the exact kind of nefarious, you know, we'll find out if it's legal, who knows, but very icky behavior that they're going after JP Morgan for their relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, that they are complicit as well. So whatever financial, whatever they recoup from JP Morgan as a result of this lawsuit, if this is just, you know, going to build like a nicer, you know, governor's mansion or something or whatever it is, Virgin Islands, that would be pretty ridiculous because they're all over this too. So it is the victims of Jeffrey Epstein who need to be made whole again, you know, not powerful people who were well aware of this pattern of abuse for 15 years.
Or maybe, you know, do the job of passing some anti-corruption legislation. Not only was Epstein donating to Plaskett's campaign, there was an email where an aide wrote to Epstein to confirm that a $13,000 corporate donation planned for the Democratic Party, not the Plaskett campaign, would be made, quote, for the benefit of Stacey Plaskett. So this exceeds the amount that you can donate in an election cycle to an individual candidate. And this shows the kind of shady dealing that goes on between very rich donors like Jeffrey Epstein and tax or political campaigns. Right? You're circumventing FEC regulations by saying, I'm giving this money to the Democratic Party because I can give an unlimited amount, but I'm letting you know that this needs to go to the benefit of Stacey Plaskett, which is not a decision the donors can make. That's a decision that the party needs to make of what to do with that money. And so that's a pretty damning facet of this whole expose as well, what's going on in the Virgin Islands. And, you know, she's a delegate to Congress and she's risen to a pretty prominent position as well.
Yeah, she's been all over, as I said, the Twitter files hearing. She grilled Taibbi and Schellenberger. She accused Taibbi of, you know, making up of getting things wrong and way overplayed her hand there. And then at this RFK Jr. hearing last week, yeah, she was one of the people, you know, saying things that I don't think. I think are exaggerations and mischaracterizations of what RFK Jr. said. You know, she's positioning herself as very much part of the Democratic, you know, establishment, pushing back on people who are questioning government abuse, you know, related to social media and speech and all sorts of other things. But she has, you know, she has some things to be looked at for.
Yeah, podcaster Joe Rogan actually suggested that Bill Clinton was blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein, who hung up a painting of Clinton in his home.
Why do you think Epstein had that giant painting of Bill Clinton in a dress in his foyer? Do you know that picture?
Epstein's taste in art was not great. Like if you look at the
No, that was great. That painting is like, I got you, bitch. That's what that is.
Oh, right.
You got.
I'm gonna see if I can put the painting up on screen. What do you think about the blackmailing of Bill Clinton?
So I love the way the response goes by his guest there on the podcast of Joe Rogan, because it wasn't like, yeah, Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton were obviously very close for him to have his painting commissioned. It was, his taste in art's pretty bad. I wouldn't want Bill Clinton in a dress on the wall. It's a hilarious.
Well, it's not. So let's put it. So there it is. Yeah. So it's not actually. I don't think. So Bill Clinton. Forgive me if I'm wrong. He didn't post for this. Somebody else posted for it and it was painted, and then they just painted it to look like Bill Clinton's face. So the idea that I don't think this is evidence of he's being black. Like it was public knowledge. This painting. Well, I guess it later became public knowledge, but it's not. He wasn't trying to. Bill Clinton was like trying to prevent this painting from getting out or something. Like he didn't pose for it. It was just like anyone could do this.
Oh shit, asshole!
So as evidence of blackmail, I don't know.
You're a dumbass, Robbie. Fuck are you ever stupid?
Hilarious.
Hilarious.
Hilarious. It's giving, it doesn't sound right because the client is Jeffrey Epstein, but paint me like one of your French girls.
Yeah.
But that has a whole different connotation given the Epstein situation. I think the documents that are coming out, thanks to them looking into this JP Morgan case, are fascinating because we also have documents coming out alleging that Jeffrey Epstein helped connect JP Morgan to high-profile clients like the Google co-founder Sergey Brin. I think there's just going to be more and more stuff coming out because a lot of these documents are going to be, disclosed to the public thanks to this case.
Yeah. So we'll continue to follow that, and we'll have more rising issues.
Oh, boy. No.
Your home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms.
My clients know that when they dial the phone.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
If you want to know how you can build generational wealth for you and your family, but you're investing early before the big money has entered, Origin Clear has discovered $1 trillion.
Academy of Breastfeeding Medicine assured mothers in a statement on the 14th of December 2020. If it does, it's even less likely that either the intact nanoparticle or mRNA transfer into milk. But now a pivotal new study reveals that this was always a lie. It's a bit curious how sometimes your intuition, your memory, and your perception and understanding of reality had already kind of informed you that there would be risks when a novel, to some degree experimental, type of vaccine was being used across a population, that there would be perhaps additional complexity when it came to breastfeeding mothers or pregnant women that perhaps required further scrutiny. In the same way that we subsequently learned that conversations around natural immunity were repressed, or vitamin D, or potential resolutions and solutions to COVID-19 that did not follow the prescribed course, we now know that some of those conversations were repressed and were controlled. Now it seems that this, one of the most sensitive aspects, one of the areas where the vulnerability is much more costly, is also being reviewed. The study, Biodistribution of mRNA COVID-19 Vaccines in Human Breast Milk, found that trace amounts of mRNA were detected in 10 out of 13 lactating women in a 45-hour period after vaccination. Our findings demonstrate that the COVID-19 vaccine mRNA is not confined to the injection site, but spreads systematically, the authors say.
Oh,
The study confirms previous results published in the Journal of the American Medical
point.
Association Pediatrics last year. The 2022 paper, Detection of Messenger RNA COVID-19 Vaccines in human breast milk found trace mRNA amounts in 7 samples from 11 lactating women. Crucially, the new Lancet study concedes that mRNA vaccines do not stay in the arm. Initially, it was thought that the vaccine mRNA encapsulated in the NLPs, lipid nanoparticles, would remain localized at the injection site and quickly degrade, like the authors. However, several reports suggest that the NLP's mRNA can enter the bloodstream and accumulate in distant tissues. The authors further explain how vaccine mRNA is carried to mammary glands. For lactating mothers receiving the vaccine, our results suggest that the vaccine NLPs will reach the breast tissue, they write. Despite being excluded from the main vaccine trials, many pregnant and breastfeeding women were mandated to get vaccinated in accordance with CDC guidance. Does it not seem extraordinary to you that CDC guidance, as well as the media parroting this consistent message, did not have access to, and indeed the trials were not even undertaken, that could demonstrate the possible dangers or inconsistencies with that messaging? Does it not seem troubling to you that at that time, just a few short years ago, conversation was literally closed down, that there was uniform messaging both in legacy media and on certain social media sites where censorship was routinely undertaken, where deep state officials with direct contacts to some of these agencies were willing to censor, control, shut down and purge true information simply because it was inconvenient? Does this single story not demonstrate the necessity of absolutely questioning this type of information, the obvious intention to cleanse, control and dominate the media space in order to prevent reasonable conversations from taking place, experts with valid opinions being heard? It seems to me extraordinary. This was just a couple of years ago. And what we're talking about now, symbolically, significantly, are mothers. The symbol, really, of the continuation of our species, the, in a sense, epicenter of many of our value systems. It seems casually unconscious that such a thing will be disregarded in this manner, but not at all surprising when we look at how the media has behaved regarding this issue and many others. The Lancet study demonstrates just how irresponsible and reckless the CDC's recommendations were. CDC encourages all pregnant people, or people who are thinking about becoming pregnant, and those breastfeeding to get vaccinated to protect themselves from COVID-19, said former CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky in August 2021. Walensky made a recommendation based not on science, but on faith alone. Oh my God, that's so extraordinary, isn't it? When you think how malign and neglected faith is, when you think how God or belief in values and principles is regarded as sort of some kind of hokey, crackpot superstition, and faith-based decisions were being made on the basis, or pretense at least, of science. Continually, people just talk to their mates, what are you going to do? Or we'll do the same thing then.
Are you going to let them have professional football? Nope. And she's like, okay, neither are we.
Science just operated, I believe, for much of this period as a kind of new orthodoxy to shut down opposition. It functioned in the same way that a medieval use of theology might have done. If you question this, you are a heretic. If you oppose these views, there's something morally wrong with you. It just seems astonishing to me that this information continues to leak out like breast milk. At that time, Pfizer and Moderna had not completed trials on pregnant women. Behind the scenes, in 2021, reports journalist Marianne DeMarti, Pfizer was scrambling to conduct a clinical trial of its vaccine in pregnant women. To this day, Pfizer data on pregnant and breastfeeding women is still incomplete and has yet to appear in a peer-reviewed journal or preprint, and has not been submitted to the FDA for evaluation. Moderna's trial is also ongoing, and the company has not released its data. So as of today, there is no clinical trial data available. So what was this we were watching on the mainstream news? Absolutely as crystal clear. Every single channel saying the same thing. Opposition censored, no clinical trial data. And what was the refrain? What was the rhetoric? Follow the science, follow the science, follow the science. What science? It was essentially wishful thinking, authoritarianism, preferences, politicised. It was at odds with science at almost every step. And the people that questioned that were regarded as kind of crackpots, heretics, and, as you know, conspiracy theorists. DeMarti reports that Pfizer's trial had major design flaws that would corrupt the data. Peculiarly, notes DeMarti, Pfizer planned to vaccinate all the mothers in the placebo group 1 month after giving birth to their babies, effectively getting rid of their control group. Well, that doesn't seem very controlled. Well, it does seem controlled. It seems contrived. It seems like eliminating the possibility that there would be a group available to show a lack of complexity. I mean, why would you do that? That seems like an odd anomaly. I don't want to come across as a conspiracy theorist, but one might sense nefarious intention in such an action. Regulators also allowed Pfizer to significantly reduce the number of women in the trial. For this reason, we may never know the true results of the company's study on pregnant women. Certainly, if we do find out, it will be an accident. It certainly won't be because of transparency, clarity, honesty, and integrity. It will be freedom of information requests. It will be people knocking on the door, demanding, can we have access to that data? Give us 75 years, will you? Also, we're not sure what happened to JFK yet. This bullet sure got around. Proponents of vaccine mandates may argue that none of this matters because there have not been adverse events in breastfeeding children. But one of Pfizer's own post-marketing surveillance reports contradicts this assertion. Due to legal action, the FDA was forced to release the report last year. It showed that in 133 cases of breastfeeding babies tracked down by the company, 17 experienced clinical adverse events, and 3 of these events were reported to be serious. So that's some more information that challenges the legacy media. Another Pfizer document released by the FDA under court order found that there were 215 cases of exposure via breast milk, maternal exposure during breastfeeding to Pfizer's voluntary pharmacovigilance database. Of these, 41 infants experienced adverse events and 6 experienced serious adverse events. Rather troubling. Many may correctly point out that none of this data is complete or conclusive, but that is precisely the problem. Yes, it's difficult, isn't it? Because there is no precise or conclusive information being offered because conversation keeps being shut down. Dissenting voices keep being censored. Legitimate experts who are offering alternative views are being shut down, silenced, shadow banned, whatever resources are available. That does not inspire a great deal of confidence, does it? Let me know in the chat. Millions of women were compelled to get multiple doses of the mRNA vaccines under threat of losing their jobs. And in some cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York City, being excluded from public life through vaccine passports. Other women who willingly got vaccinated were told they would have no effect on pregnancy and breastfeeding. The experts did not actually have the data to assert this was the case, and they still don't have it. Mandating pregnant and breastfeeding women to take an experimental medical product that had not completed clinical trials in their cohort undermined the bedrock principle of medical ethics, informed consent. The disregard for informed consent was not exclusive to mothers. It affected all women of childbearing age because regulators, doctors, and officials were equally dismissive of women's concerns about menstruation. In 2021, many women noticed changes in their menstrual cycles after getting vaccinated, but health experts claimed that vaccines were not responsible. In May 2021, Dr. Paula Hillard, a pediatric and adolescent gynecologist at Stanford Children's Health, told the San Francisco Chronicle that it was biologically impossible for the vaccine to impact menstrual cycles. The virus is far more likely to change women's cycles. I've noticed many times that coronavirus conveniently appears to offer up the symptoms and effects that a potentially malign vaccine or offer up. You know what COVID does now? It's myocarditis and eventually your breast milk tastes the chemicals. So far, there's no data linking the vaccines to changes in menstruation. It does seem based on the certainty of mainstream media, when it was relevant to encourage people to get vaccines, that there's potentially a bit of an agenda here, and certainly some questions that appear to require answering. And beyond questions, trials. Clinical trials that need to be undertaken in order to deduce what the truth of the situation might be. The next year, a large study in the journal Science Advances found that reports of changing cycles were far from anecdotal. 42% of women in a survey of 39,000 reported that their menstrual cycle was heavier after vaccination. In October 2022, the European Union's drug regulator recommended adding heavy periods as a side effect of mRNA COVID-19 vaccines. So after an initial denial, it was demonstrated true that the denial was a little autonomy are conspicuously absent from the conversation. It seems that as long as big pharma and legacy media are able to effectively control the conversation, there can be no dissent, there can be no opposition, there can be no reasonable conversation in a territory and area where you would imagine that ordinarily there would be outcry and outrage about the protection of vulnerable people, and indeed who isn't vulnerable when it comes to a potentially intoxicating and, according to this, untrialed medication. The Lancet breast milk study highlights the major flaws of the COVID-19 vaccine rollout and the ensuing mandates. Government officials, esteemed medical organisations, doctors from prestigious universities, and experienced journalists told pregnant and nursing women that they should all get vaccinated and that there was no cause for worry. Only malign disinformation agents, they said, would suggest that there could be any problem. Dissent is akin to disinformation. Those two terms are becoming the same. Legislation is being passed to make it impossible to discern the difference between misinformation, malinformation, and just opposing views and dissent. This is yet another example of it. You can't have a conversation about as we've seen earlier in the show, about Putin and whether or not Putin dabbled in previous elections. It's just passed off as a fact. Can't have a conversation about how we found ourselves supporting a proxy war between Russia and Ukraine and whether or not there were opportunities of peace that have been passed up. All of this is regarded as enabling or apologising. And the same with this issue. There is no issue where that template won't be applied. If you dissent, you'll be shut down. If you oppose, you'll be ignored. And simple and obvious basic questions about whether or not there are reliable clinical trials will cause you to be called a conspiracy theorist, when under ordinary circumstances, a lack of clinical evidence to support breastfeeding mothers or be taking a medicine will be regarded as a significant piece of information. Let me know in the chat in the comments what you think of that. Consider becoming an awakened wonder, joining our community, get yourself a little bit of merchandise, join our movement, become part of this. Leave the old country has revealed that he would not have recommended lockdowns without political intervention. Meanwhile, in the United States, a former FDA commissioner has said that social distancing rules were arbitrary. So remember how that whole discourse was conducted. Follow the science. This is what's necessary. You're not an expert. You're not a doctor, are you? That was the kind of rhetoric that was deployed throughout that period. Isn't it interesting to see that dismantled and fall apart? What is being revealed to us? What is being revealed as the real agenda behind it? I'm not interested in conspiracy theories. That's not true. I am actually interested in conspiracy theories. I don't think this is a conspiracy theory. I think what we're starting to be able to observe is either the conscious or unconscious biases of powerful interests and how they led to a set of measures and legislation that was either financially favourable to the corporate class or politically expedient for those already in government. Let's unpack it now. Scientists would not have proposed lockdowns without ministers suggesting them, the UK's most senior doctor said. Sir Chris Whitty, the chief medical officer for England, told the COVID inquiry he would have been surprised if scientists had included national shutdowns as part of the planning for a pandemic. It's interesting that lockdowns were a key component of the strategy when it wasn't derived from science. Where did it come from then? If scientists were proposing it, where did it come from? We were all assumed that there was a reason, not an abstract reason, a scientific reason. And this was what I thought it was. You can't go out because it will lead to the disease spreading more rapidly and killing more people. Therefore, are you willing to compromise and stay in your house? The answer of any sane person is yes, of course. I don't want people to die as a result of my actions. So yeah, I'm happy to stay indoors. Well, that wasn't ever scientific. So what was it then? Let me know in the comments what could have been the idea if it wasn't derived from science. If it doesn't come from science, where does it come from? Giving evidence on the 8th day of the inquiry, I suppose we should be grateful that there is an inquiry. So Chris said planning for such an extraordinarily major social intervention would not have occurred unless a minister had requested it. Not suggested, requested, asked for it. So Chris said that lockdowns were a leap of imagination. That's not what you want in government, is it? Okay, what are you doing now? I'm just using my imagination to leap around. You're not a poet, it's not Lewis Carroll, it's not Alice in Wonderland, is it? It's not Herman Melville. Wait a minute, what should we do? There's a national crisis. Well, I'm going to go firstly into my imagination. And once I'm in there, I'm going to start leaping and sounding like a poet rather than an administrator who's supposed to use taxpayer dollars or pounds in order to administrate favourably for the people that are elected to serve. That's what they're going to be doing, not leaping about in their imagination. He also claims a lack of radical thinking had hindered the country's planning for the pandemic. Of course, what this pertains to is the idea that potentially lockdowns in some ways may have caused more deaths than they prevented, if not specifically related to the pandemic, then related to heart disease, people missing cancer treatment, people ending their own lives, the impact on mental health and addiction more broadly, diabetes, operations being missed, the list goes on and on and on. It's not a leap of the imagination, it's just someone reading a list of potential consequences that were apparently overlooked, but not for scientific reasons. That's been revealed. So what's the other reason? Tell me in the comments. He became the latest senior figure to admit that the UK had a long-standing bias in favour of influenza when it came to pandemic planning, and admitted there should be a separate plan for other types of viruses. That's a favourable way of looking at it, but whenever they're strategically looking at the idea of a pandemic, influenza is the template that they rely on, and in the event of an influenza-like virus, these measures will be useful. As Jordan Peterson says, never assume malfeasance when ineptitude will do. So perhaps these people that we're paying are just inept rather than malfeasant, and please recognise that this is not influenza, not behaving like influenza, and measures that are required for influenza will not be successful in this instance. But given that we know it wasn't scientific anyway, what else could it be? Asked about some of the interventions used during the pandemic, so Chris said social measures such as quarantine and individual isolation were not new, and some went back to the Middle Ages. Could we maybe put leeches on their skin? Or maybe some of these people are witches. So if they float, I think that means they are a witch. And if they sink to the bottom, they wasn't a witch. Wait a minute, they're already dead. Never mind, let's just do that anyway. You can't say that something was scientific and follow the science because the ideas come from the medieval days when people didn't even understand stuff like germs and atoms.
Your primitive intellect wouldn't understand alloys and compositions and things with molecular structures in the...
We're following the science. What science? Well, this is my lucky chicken. And this stick I use to determine whether or not there's evil demons and stuff. Oh, that sounds pretty scientific. I know. It's my favourite weapon, my lucky demon sticks. However, he said that lockdown had not been considered in advance and the scientific committees would rarely plan for such extreme measures unless measures was China as a very authoritarian, centralised state, tyrannical country where you lot are staying in your house, like, get out Tiananmen Square, otherwise we're going to run you over type stuff. And we went, oh, should we do that then? But we're not going to be like that, are we? Aren't we always claiming freedom, liberty? We're going to war with that country. Why? Well, they don't like liberty and freedom, and we love it, as you know. So when we see other people not doing it, we kill them, particularly if they've got oil over there, or if we can sell some weapons off the back of it. The main thing always has been liberty and freedom. These are the first opportunity to bang people up in their houses when it's not scientifically necessary and there's no evidence to suggest it's something you should do, and the ideas come from the Middle Ages. Starts to challenge the whole model, doesn't it? I would have thought it would be very surprising without this being requested by a senior politician or similar. The scientific committee would venture in between emergencies into that kind of extraordinarily major social intervention with huge economic and social impact ramifications. That's the dude that was in charge of the science now, saying something that 6 months ago would have basically made you Joe Rogan's schizophrenic cousin, high on horse paste. So let's say again, it would be very surprising without being requested by a senior politician, so someone basically like the leader of a country, the president or a prime minister, the scientific committee, right, that means people that are just interested in data, would venture in between emergencies into that kind of extraordinarily major social intervention with huge economic and social impact ramifications. The very things that we were talking about. Go back and have a look. Go check the date. Go check our YouTube videos from that exact time and see what we're saying. You can rely on us. You can tell what we were saying then because it's on tape and it's on YouTube. Just about for now. Unless WHO guidelines, which YouTube use, means that it'll all be taken down, in which case, go run. It's very difficult for the committees to go beyond a certain level unless they are asked to do so externally. So they don't even have the authority or power. So what was always framed as scientific was always in fact political. Now, you have to ask yourself, what forces do you think determine political outcomes? Ask yourself some questions about this. How are political parties funded? Where do they get their money from? Is there such a thing as lobbying? Who benefits from this? Do people in Congress have stocks and shares in certain organisations that they themselves regulate? Ask yourselves those questions, and then with the answers, just come up with your own ideas. So Chris was asked about written evidence from Matt Hancock, the former health secretary, as to whether there was focus on worst case scenarios. He was a health minister at the time. He was one of the people who was in charge. A bit like not like our Saturday, but he was in a guiding, leading role. He said that lockdown would not have worked against many previous outbreaks or pandemics such as HIV, swine flu, plague and cholera, but was adopted around the world as countries struggled to stop COVID. It was kind of like a mass panic and a mass hysteria, and that's being kind about it because many of you will point out, won't you, in the comments that they planned for events such as these, Event 201, those things that happened in 2016 that gamed out this stuff. You'll probably be interested in what happened in those scenarios. But let's try our best to be kind and compassionate and say, well, everyone just sort of panicked and went into a hysteria. But all the while that the rhetoric was around science, shouldn't we have been saying, well, is this working and is this effective and what's happening in countries where they're not doing it? We should have used the data to reach conclusions that had the maximum benefit, risk-benefit mitigation strategies incorporated, and then regulate on that basis. Comments? The inquiry also heard from Sir Patrick Vallance, the former chief scientific officer, who said he regrets how long it took papers from SAGE, that was the body that was coordinating the response, to be made public. Oh, are you surprised by how long it takes for information to be made public? The real problem's Donald Trump and his little box of secrets, isn't it? Whereas regularly, information is kept back. Why? To protect us, or could there be some other reason the information is kept back? I think in principle, the science advice, unless it's national security related, should become public, he said, adding, the advice took longer than it should to be published. So now we know it's political, it's not scientific, and it was, if not censored, it was contained and kept back. What does that start to suggest? Professor Dame Sally Davis, who was Chief Medical Officer for England from 2011 to 2019 before Professor Sir Chris Weed, I'm going to name this guy, Professor Your Highness, Chris Whitney. Yes? Do what we fucking tell you. Told the COVID inquiry that lockdowns damaged a generation of children. People were saying that at the time, weren't they? Scientists from Johns Hopkins University and Lund University examined almost 20,000 studies on measures taken to protect populations against COVID across the world and said their findings showed that the draconian measures had a negligible impact on COVID mortality and were a policy failure of gigantic proportions. But of course, the nature of a pandemic is it has an international impact. There were many suggestions that were made and enforced, proposed, put forward aggressively, where people were shamed, shut down if they didn't toe the line. Another one was social distancing, right? Stand 2 meters back. And again, if this is in order to save life, if this is scientifically verifiable information that's come from scientists, then of course we're happy to obey, right? Because human life is sacred and we're all here to protect each other. That's the way we run the world, right? In December 2021, one of former President Trump's commissioners of the Food and Drug Administration, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, told CBS's Face the Nation the 6-foot social distancing rule created to slow the spread of the coronavirus was arbitrary and has decreased confidence in the pandemic response. Yes, when you present something as science that is in fact arbitrary, that will decrease the authority of the people that make those suggestions. If you say, do not stand any closer than 6 feet, that's scientifically because of the vapor, you see, and the spores, what they do. Let me show you a diagram. In fact, the spores go from here and then just go, I made it up. That's what arbitrary means. They made it up. It was just made up. That will decrease people's trust in authority. The 6-foot rule, Gottlieb said, was a compromise between the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which had recommended 10 feet, and an unnamed political appointee in the Trump administration who called 10 feet inoperable. 10 feet, that's too far. Nobody can do 10 feet. How about 6? Yeah, I say 6. Both the 10-foot and 6-foot recommendations were unfounded, figuratively. Even the 10 was made up. I reckon 10 feet. Why? I don't know. 10 feet, you know? 10 original states. 10. Who don't like 10 out of 10? Listen, 10. 10. Yeah, but it was just very outside. 10. And showed the lack of rigor in how the CDC made public health recommendations. We're going to make these recommendations based on numbers that we pull straight out of the air. Here's one, 6 feet away. What about 10? No, that's inoperable. 6. What about 32 feet? If I don't take 10, I'm not going to take 32. How about 4 feet? I don't like 4. 4 is unlucky. 6. Should we vote on 6? What's the point in voting? It doesn't do anything. Hey, you can't say that. Many people assume they're all traces to some old studies on the flu, which found droplets won't travel further than 6 feet, Gottlieb said. Well, I got these old studies on the flu, and they say droplets don't travel further than 6 feet. Okay, well, that'll do, I suppose. Oh, come on, I like 10. 10, that film with Dudley Moore in it. 10, the number that Pele and Maradona wore. 10! The 6-foot rule was probably the single costliest recommendation that the CDC made, Gottlieb said, because the whole thing feels arbitrary and not science-based, which lowers public confidence. Well, in our country, we're locking people in their house for the same reason. Feels like the sort of thing you might do. Superstition, medieval laws, old science papers. We were told this was science. Oh, these people are idiots. These various anti-vaxxers and these conspiracy theorists, nut jobs. They're not respecting science of numbers that we've made up and measures that we've gleaned from the medieval times. These idiots, these nut jobs, obviously ain't very patriotic, and they deserve everything. We should shame them. We should shame them. How dare you not believe in our hocus-pocus superstitions of made-up numbers? So there you are. As we continue to review the impact of the last 3 years, the general medical, psychological, ecological, economic impact of that time, we now have further evidence to suggest that the scientific experts did not have the authority that was claimed. In fact, many of these decisions were political, some of them were arbitrary, some of them were made up on the spot. The very kind of things that were levelled at like Canadian truckers and nurses who lost their job because of refusing to take certain medications, and people that were cynical and suspicious, and whole communities of minorities that are cherished when it's bloody convenient. They were cast out as nut jobs and voodoo practitioners, when in fact much of the science was simply stuff that was convenient and made up. The word arbitrary suggests that it was random, lucky. But could there be another objective and agenda? I'm not saying there is, because I like to base things on evidence and science. That's the difference between us and them. When we say science, we mean science. When we say liars, we mean liars. When we say corruption, we mean criminals. When we say inquiry, we mean an inquiry that brings these people to the forefront in order that they may confront justice, a justice derived from a set of values and principles that mean something, not just ways to establish dominion over people and extract profit from the world's population when it's convenient. Well, I hope you enjoyed that journey from conspiracy theory to conspiracy fact. It's a journey that we undertook together as friends. I hope you're enjoying this weird new period at the beginning of the year. We've got some fantastic content. We've got the Pulitzer Prize winning Chris Hedges on the show on Tuesday. He's talking about the conflict in the Middle East. He's got strong opinions. He's, join us and participate and let me know what you think. Callie Means is coming on the show talking about big food, big pharma, and big obese children being used as kind of poo pie for the FDA's experiments, but basically we said bad food and bad food. You'll love it. And the great mother, Vandana Shiva, will be on the show discussing Bill Gates' big agriculture. They've got the same initial letters, and tyranny on the 4th of January. Remember, click the red awaken button to join our locals community to get early access to our interviews, readings, podcasts, and solutions to global problems, which will always come from decentralization, unified, decentralized opponents to the establishment, including our new members now, Sublime Sammy, DMS 0559, Just Fly Over Country, Jesus Squid 606. Hey, I know that guy. Join us next week on Tuesday, not for more of the same, but for more of the different. Until then, if you can, stay free.
Switch on, switch on, switch on, switch on, switch on, switch on. Switch on, switch on, switch on, switch on, switch on.
Whew.
What we get to is the answer, right? We need to build more homes. How do we build more homes more quickly? Do we need, I guess, because the demand is clearly there. Is it just a skill shortage? What do you, from your perspective,
fuck.
do you see?
Take another
Yeah, that's a
fuck,
great
bro.
question, right? Because obviously
Jesus
there is
Christ.
the zoning hurdle that you just can't build apartments on most land. That drives up the price of land where you can build apartments and thus makes apartments more expensive.
Sure.
But even without the government bottleneck, there's bottlenecks, like you say, in the private sector. And one of them just seems to be, maybe a bid-ask spread on wages, but there's not enough young people going into the trades, and there's a terrible scarcity of workers.
Fucking hell, wow.
Is retiring. It's very hard to find skilled labor. And so, I don't know what the answer is to get young people interested, maybe in school. Kids who aren't great at the academic subjects might have a real aptitude for skilled trades, which is a great profession. But I don't know that the educational system puts enough emphasis on providing that avenue for kids.
And I lied to you. This is actually the last one to pick your brain on. But just in the log jam you kind of mentioned too, it feels like, is there perhaps a log jam as well? It seems from people buying their first home to kind of graduating to their second home, it feels like that is also part of the log jam right now, kind of people being stuck because of the affordability issues.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think realistically, the trade up to the big detached house with a yard in a desirable location, I think that's probably going to be off the menu going forward for the overwhelming majority of households. There's just too many people, not enough urban land to have detached houses sit on yards and have those be affordable. And that's a real drag, you know. I mean, a generation ago, 2 generations ago, that was entirely attainable. You know, you could have decent skills, a decent wage, and get a detached house in a great location. But I just don't think mathematically, unless we start building new cities that don't exist yet, I just don't see how that's feasible given how many people are interested in living in the cities we have here in Canada.
Well, it's a conversation that's no doubt not going away. But Thomas, thanks so much for taking some time this morning. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a happy new year.
My pleasure. Happy New Year to you and the listeners.
Thank you. That's Thomas Davidoff, a University of British Columbia business professor. We just talked about the idea of affordability and home ownership. We're a year now into this foreign home buyers ban. It does not appear like it's had a big impact. And as we were just chatting about it, it does feel like the other federal aspect of this, the zoning issues that we're kind of dealing with right now with municipalities are the ones that might actually make more of an impact.
This is 24 Hours of 800 on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
J.J. Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. J.J. Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit J.
Way, and I really had one foot out the door. I started to think, okay, this is it. Like, I'm gonna start unraveling this relationship, even though we love each other. And then I flipped something in my own brain. And the flip in my own brain was, I'm going to commit. I'm going to do the opposite. And I'm going to commit.
You will never procrastinate again once you understand this. Because psychologists have recently discovered that the real reason why you procrastinate is not due to laziness or lack of motivation or
away. And I really had one foot out the door. I started to think, okay, this is it. I'm going to start unraveling this relationship, even though we love each other. And then I flipped something in my own brain. And the flip in my own brain was, I'm going to commit. I'm going to do the opposite. And I'm going to commit 100% to this relationship for a year. And I'm going to do everything humanly possible to turn this around within this year. And 10 minutes in, we were in bliss. And there was a moment where we were in Jamaica. We were out on a pier at the end of the dock on a bed in a restaurant where they were serving us. It was like this little home-owned restaurant, and they had this amazing pier with a bed on it. And so we're out there eating, and there's a lightning storm in the ocean, and just a beautiful romantic moment. I said, have you noticed anything different? He's like, yeah. And this was about 10 months into my experiment. I said, I have committed 100% all into this relationship and have been doing whatever it takes to make this work. And that's what turned it around. Was, I think it only takes one person sometimes, to be willing to do what it takes, to learn the skills, to see what's necessary to turn your partner on and to build that.
Wow, and that shift of you going, I have one foot out the door to then just committing was such a pivotal moment. I think many of us, especially when it comes from rejection, like it almost feels easier to step back than to keep going and then feel like you could be rejected again and again and again, because that can really erode your self-esteem.
Absolutely. And, if it's something that's super unhealthy, if we had been in a relationship where that felt like it was unhealthy to my psychology or unhealthy, then that would have been different. But I have a partner who really loves me and is really willing to hear me and to hear how certain things hurt. And
for us to work together. And I think of a problem not as something between two people, but a problem that's outside. And so we together then are looking at this to see, well, what do we both need to do? What are the things that we need to grow in order to solve this?
And that situation is, I can just envision, you're trying to like touch the senators and because society, including myself, thinks that like, oh, this one's not fair, and they just want the woman to jump their bones. And most women are like, oh, but it's not his birthday, right? And so now you must be feeling, hang on, I've got this dream woman who just wants to keep touching me, but I'm not getting turned on. So she's something wrong with skin because other people may, maybe coerce their wives sadly into maybe having sex with them like once a year. They feel like it's coercion. And here he is having a woman that's always coming on to him and he just can't get aroused by it.
Yeah, I think that in that there was a lack of confidence because it was also his business wasn't doing well at the time. Like there's, and we had a new baby. Like there was so many things going on that were mixed to his confidence. And I think sometimes if you feel like you can't win, which we were both in this feeling in a situation where we couldn't win, then it's hard. It's just really hard to feel a turn on when you're feeling like you're a failure.
And especially with the messaging that men have of like being the star in the bedroom.
Right. I mean, I think that this is really a disservice that we've done to men in our world, which is that there's a projection that this is the way that they're supposed to be. And then they think that they're supposed to be that way. Otherwise, they're a failure in the world. And what we've seen in people taking our quiz, we ask people what their gender is when we take the quiz. And what we've seen is that cisgendered men are usually all of the blueprints. Sexual is still high in there, but like it's a mix of the blueprints, not just sexual.
Yeah.
And so we need to stop thinking that men are so simple in their sexuality or simple in their psychology and really see them for who they are as erotic beings.
After reading your book, I actually felt bad for my husband because I was like, well, I would put on the sexy lingerie, right? And then it was like super freaking uncomfortable, and you got to breathe tightly, and the corset and the thing and the lace and everything. It's like, I hate wearing it. And he would come in and he's like, yeah, just take it off. And so part of me was just like, what's wrong with me?
Right.
I was like, am I not turning you on? And so him having to almost, I felt insecure. I was then vocalizing my insecureness. And then for him, he was like trying to say, well, no, I just find you stunning and exciting with no clothes on at all.
Exactly.
And now, to your point, there was this like total mismatch that I was building my insecurity. I was also thinking when I said my poor husband, like, is there something wrong with him? Like, he doesn't get excited because I'm wearing lace underwear.
Isn't he supposed to?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then with my partner, if I came naked, it was too obvious.
Oh,
so he wanted me, he likes me all covered in athletic gear. Athletic wear.
Yeah. And so how did you deal with that in that moment? Because you said that you're a essential?
I am primarily sexual energetic.
Okay. So when you're like, okay, I'm nude, that's like really putting yourself out there, and now he wants you in athletic wear. How do you reconcile that? Because I understand that I do what it takes mentality, but at the same time, how do you get turned on if you're just serving your partner?
That's a really good question. So part of that is about expanding other blueprint territory. I think our blueprints show us where we're limited, as like there's a full spectrum of sexuality here, and then I'm kind of stuck in these categories. So can I find turn on in these other types? And so the experiment began for both of us because he was 0% sexual on his group. So when I'm coming naked and grabbing his crotch, he's like, what are you doing, right? I asked him to send me some videos of what turned him on, and he sent me like videos of people like romantically kissing. So like I know there's high sensual there, but I was only 5% sensual. So I'm zero in his primary one, which is kinky, which is the next one, and he's 0 sexual. I'm 5% sensual, which is his almost the same as kinky for him, and then he's 0% or 5% energetic. So I'm sexual energetic, he's kinky sensual, and we're completely flip flopped. Oh, so we had to learn how to bridge it. We had to learn how do I then get turned on when I'm wearing athletic wear and getting the ropes out, and he's cuddling with me, right? And we did that. We've done that dance, and we found those ways to even just energetically
he can dominate me energetically by teasing me. And because my sexual is next, and I'm like, okay, let's get to the thing now. I'm like turned on because we've had all this energy play. He won't give it to me. Because now we're in a power dynamic of playing, and so that piece is kinky to be able to play with me that way energetically. Oh my god, that's so cool. Okay, so let's talk about kinky. So kinky is someone who's turned on by the taboo. And that's whatever is taboo for you. I really like to have a broad definition of kink. I think we have a lot of things in our culture that are naughty. And so there's a lot of people who have kink within their blueprint map because it's like, oh, I like that thing that I'm not supposed to be doing. And there's psychological aspects to the kinky, and then there are physical aspects to the kinky. So my partner Ian, he is psychological in that he likes to be out of control. He can switch between both elements, and he really loves to not have to be out of control. So if I'm taking away that power, and I'm taking over that dominance, because that's key. That's who I say. So that's how I set it. I really feel good because I was a good diagram. For the next 24 hours, we could do it outside. And that's completely turns him on because now I'm in the power dynamic and we're playing a psychological game, and it turns my sexual on because I can just be like, come over here and do the thing. Chop.
Yeah. Can you actually break down into those three elements of kinky community?
The psychological.
Okay. And then so what, like, I'm going to tell you what to do, when to do, and you can't talk.
Like within consent, of course, right, you know. So like those are the power dynamics. And then the next one is sensation based, and that's somebody who loves the, like for example, Ian loves the ropes. And so the feeling of constriction, the sensation of constriction feels really good in his body, and that's very pleasurable. So if I get the ropes out and then I boss him around, it's a winner every single time. So and then the third is somebody who is a mix of both. He's a mix of both. Yeah.
Going back to what's the shadow side of kinky?
The shadow side of the kinky is shame. Why am I turned on by this? Why do I like this? This is outside of the box. And that shame then can become like this thing that then makes that thing that you're so turned on by the only thing that you want. And that eventually can become a rut and become a grave. So you find this pathway of something naughty that turns you on, and then all of a sudden it becomes the only path to turn on.
And you actually said earlier, kinky is whatever you perceive as kinky. Explain that, because I think it's so powerful.
Yeah, so if it's taboo for you, then that becomes kinky. So like I had a couple who had never had sex out of missionary position in 4 years.
Oh my God.
And then they had sex outside of missionary position. It was so naughty to them, and so it was so kinky. So it has a wide range because of it being based upon that. So if it feels like, oh, I shouldn't be having anal or something like that, then that is now kinky instead of sexual. But if it's like, no, I just like the penetration of that, then it's more sexual blueprint.
What up, Mommy? I got something free and new to share with you right now. How often are you visited by that negative voice in your head telling you that you're not smart enough, that you're not good enough, experienced enough, not fill in the blank? One of the most powerful things you can learn to do in your life is to turn that negative voice into your bestie. And I want to teach you how to do that and so much more in my 4 steps to becoming confident workshop. And guys, the most amazing thing is you can actually register for completely free for this workshop. So click the link on your screen and see me on the inside. So it doesn't have to be like all the way to 50 Shades of Grey.
No, it does not have to be. But if that's what turns you on,
right,
you know.
But I actually heard you say, you know, like specifically religious people as well, like that becomes a thing because they've been taught that that can be bad, right? So they stay in this kind of cocoon, if you will.
Right. Anything that feels bad and wrong, when you start to step outside of that and break free of that taboo, it may shift then from being kinky into something else. But as long as it still feels like it's the taboo and you're doing something wrong, and I'm putting wrong in quotes because it's not wrong in most ways. You know, if it's consensual, if it's safer, you know, you're practicing the safer sex practices. If it's sane and consensual, then you've got, you know, the recipe for something that can be played with.
Yeah. And what do you see as, I typically think of kinkiness, I had until I read your book, thought of kinkiness as being more like a male thing. But in again, reading your book, I'm like, oh, I'm the kinky one in my relationship. But I love that. I think I always put it in a bucket of like, well, no, Lisa, you're the female, you shouldn't. So do you actually notice a difference or between men and women in the kinkiness bucket, or is it just the stereotype that has been given to us by society?
You know, I think this is always an interesting conversation for me, is like the stereotypes of, oh, I shouldn't be that way because of my gender, or I shouldn't be that way because of something in my life, the religion I grew up with, that there are these shoulds that we put on ourselves. And so what we've seen in the quiz, I talked about how men are kind of around the board. With women, it's mostly sensual and energetic. But this is the really interesting piece. I talked about the mind versus the body. The quiz that we have online is all the mind. But then when I start to get into women's bodies, I see more kinky come online than any of the other blueprints, which is fascinating to me, because there's something, and there's always a sound. I always know because there's always a sound that comes with it. And it's like, because they've never tried it, or because they've never gone down that road, they don't know that it's actually something that's turning them on. And then you get into actual practice, and then there's this sound that happens, and I'm like, there's the kinky blueprint. And so we often have a quick expansion into the kinky once it starts to be explored.
That's so cool. And how do you start to, I was going to say, actually eliminate the taboo so that you can try the kinkiness? Actually, how do you do that?
Part of it is looking at where are the corners of shame, and then what would have me feel safe. I love doing dyads. They're a process that I use a lot in my practice, and so it's as simple as something you could do with a partner. You could do this with a friend. You don't have to have a romantic partner you're doing this with. But tell me something that feels shameful in sexuality. And you keep going back and forth with the same prompt over and over again. And what it does is it starts to empty the mind of the mind content so that you can get free of all of the mental chatter that's going on about something. And then after you reveal all of the things that you feel shameful about, then you can go into tell me something that would have you feel safe to explore kink. And then get all of the list of things that would help you feel safe. And then look at that list afterwards and go, okay, these are the things I actually need to implement here. These 3 are the top ones that would have me feel really safe to explore kink.
Yeah, because I was thinking, what's the difference between the idea of something versus the actual act of something? Because there's a lot, and I'm just reading something about myself here, but there's a lot of like kinkiness. I'm like, well, that would be exciting. But I was like, even him doing the work with someone I feel very safe with, like my husband, I'm like, I don't want to do that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between a fantasy in your brain.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm getting at, yeah.
And actually doing it. So I remember I read the Anne Rice trilogy, which has a lot of really intense kinky stuff in it. The Sleeping Beauty trilogy. Have you ever read it?
No. I'm putting that on my book list.
So I read it and it was so hot, like in my brain, like so hot, and just, okay, maybe I want to try that. And I was reading it for research for another book that I had written. And my partner and I were doing this experiment of 40 days of kink, where he was dominating me for 40 days and I was dominating him for 40 days. And during the time I was marking, and reading this book, like things I wanted to try. And then when we flipped over into him dominating me 8 days in, it was not going well for me. My trauma was getting all triggered, and it didn't feel like I thought it would feel. It was so much better in my head than in real life. And so we had to back up and we had to start over and go, well, wait a minute, let me find out authentically what my body loves versus what I had so much cognitive dissonance between the two. So sometimes something is better in your head than it is when you actually go to do it because your body has a different idea. Superpower, though, is that it can go, creatively. You could learn something every other day in the realm of kink. There's so many, just even like the knots and the rope ties, or just any of those things, the psychological games that there are to play can be a lifetime of learning skill.
Okay, and then the next blueprint?
So that's the shapeshifter. And the shapeshifter is someone who's turned on by all of this. So there's someone who likes all the variety, all the things, one and all the time, they can be in pleasure for a really long amount of time usually. One of the things at our events is we'll have all the massage tables set up, and we have a day that's the shapeshifter day. And it's amazing to see them. We can do 3 hours on a table and they're still not they're just like, we can go more, we can do more, we can do more. And that shapeshifter day is always a little bit wild because there's this huge variety of huge appetite for everything that they want, crave, and desire, and they always can have more of it.
So they're harder to please?
I wouldn't necessarily say they're harder to please. I would say that they're the most starving in the blueprints. And the reason why they're the most starving is because they shapeshift. This is part of their shadow and part of their superpower. They shapeshift to please the other people because they can speak any language. So if everybody's speaking sensual, okay, I'll speak sensual too. And so they can be pleased. It's just that they often don't have players who know how to play and speak all the different languages.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, how do they actually get true satisfaction in a long-term relationship if they're with one person that doesn't even have a combination? Let's say one person is just essential.
Yeah. So if they have a partner who's primarily one blueprint, like a big percentage of one blueprint, that can be a challenge, you know? And so that person has to be willing. And I think this is something I talk about a lot in the book because it's really the number one thing when it comes to these blueprints is, are you willing to learn? Are you willing to become multilingual so that you're satisfying your partner? If you love your partner and you're in a relationship that you want to stay in, then it's worth, let me go learn French. It's just like learning language. You can learn the skill sets. And so that's what it really comes down to is, do you have high willingness to take the time to learn how to play the Stradivarius violin, which is what the shapeshifter is, you know? Shadow side is that they can shapeshift to please everyone else, but also that they feel like they're too much or they're too complex. And so they've heard this in their life oftentimes, like, you just want too much, like, you're wearing me out. So it's not that you're too much or too complex, it's just that you're very erotically sophisticated and erotically intelligent, and you actually have full spectrum sexuality. And so what I think is very interesting in my 30 years of practice is seeing, I think that we're all shapeshifters. And what has happened is that we're conditioned and programmed to be one type, where we then land and kind of get stuck and don't develop erotically past that one type to really come into full spectrum sexuality of who we are as erotic beings.
So is it kind of like the language where it's like, you don't have to speak this
exactly
language. You may have an accent if you speak other languages, but you can still speak other languages.
Right. Yeah, and so how willing are you to develop yourself if we're looking at erotic empowerment for everyone in erotic confidence? Being a shapeshifter that's fully developed is, to me, when we're I always am careful to say this because I think that we're whole already. We actually are already whole and complete. We just need to uncover the programming and the conditioning that's on top of who we already are to step into our fullness erotically. And so it's about peeling back those layers that keep you from your full erotic expression of who you are. And to me, the shapeshifter is the full erotic expression. Where, of course, you have confidence. You can speak any language. You've just learned. You have 5 of them. You know, you can touch on, and there's not a boring moment because the shapeshifter has all this variety. It has access to the full capacity of our eroticism.
So when you said they can just keep going, does that mean that they can have typically have multiple orgasms?
Yeah, orgasmic superpowers are different in all of the blueprints, but one of the orgasmic superpowers of the shapeshifter is that they can have all the different kinds of orgasms, and they have really an unlimited. In my life, one of my missions, main questions I ask myself is, what is erotically possible? And I've never found the ceiling to that question. And I have been in that inquiry for 30 years and I have not found a ceiling. Wow. So what is possible is infinite.
Depending on yourself or depending on the person you're with or both? Oh. Yeah. Is there a way to then get certain satisfactions then? Or do you advise if your partner cannot maybe reach the blueprint that you're in, would it serve you to serve yourself in that category and then please the other person?
Yes, this is when now that you know the blueprints and you start to know who you are erotically, it's like, okay, what are the next steps then? I know myself, that's the first one. And now let's look at, how am I being fed? Am I completely starving? Because if you're starving, trying to then go and please somebody else doesn't work. And I even looking at the history of my partner Ian and I, it's this, I was really starving. So then it was hard for me to go into like all the sensual and kinky and ropes. I was like, but I'm starving. So we did
I
this.
just want to crack up.
I did about to pull my nails. Exactly. And so we did this experiment. We did experiments all the time. And we did 90 days of oral sex. And he had a lot of resistance going in. Again,
both sides doing it?
Yeah, both sides doing it. And so we did this every day. We were going to do 5 minutes of oral sex every day for 90 days straight. But he was like, oh my gosh, he didn't want to fail. So we had to come up with easy wins. I think this is an important thing for a lot of people to hear is like, don't start like with the hardest thing. Start with something that's really, really easy. And so how can you get fed on easy wins? And oral sex seemed easy to me. And also, we didn't fully have the blueprints yet. So I was like, what is wrong with this man that he doesn't want oral sex for 90 days? So we had to make it winnable for him. And so one of the winnable actions was it's only 5 minutes. It can be a mouth on any body part. Oh. So, that incorporated in sensual. It could be anywhere on the body. It doesn't have to be the genitals. And so that made it easy.
So he can like nibble your ear.
He could nibble my ear for 5 minutes. That would count as oral. So, and it works for me as an energetic because sex can be not just genital focused, even though my sexual does come online. And what was interesting too about the 5 minutes is then we would find ourselves going 30 minutes, 45 minutes, like it would just be that in. It was like, okay, we got that 5 minute in, we won, we'd high five each other. And then the next one was he got 10, we both got 10, like get out of oral sex free cards. And so we had we just really set it up to be really easy. And then I was fed. Now my sexual was fed, which then opened the door for our next experiment, which was the kinky experiment, which really fed him. So now we're coming from this deeply fed space. So fed is the first one, and then the next one is speaking. And so how are you speaking to your partner that helps them now feel connected to and honored? So if you're speaking the wrong language, we don't necessarily understand each other all the time. And the language isn't just the words we're saying. The language is also what's happening in your body. So if I'm coming to him and I'm saying, I want to fuck tonight, he's going to not be turned on. But if I say, let's cuddle and see what happens, then he's turned on. Because he doesn't feel pressure. Because I want to have sex is going to be pressure.
And how do you identify that? Is it just through identifying the blueprint?
Okay. Yeah, once you know the blueprint, then you can start to know, okay, well, even my vocal tone. If my vocal tone was too intense, then that's going to be a turn off versus like if I'm like more melty and, have a different tone and way of being with him. And even energetic. Body language is so important, that attunement for an energetic, because if I'm too close and there's any feeling of like too much aggression, and I even leave pauses in between my words so that the energetic can digest it. And so I took some of the things that I learned from some of my vocal training and from my acting background to go, okay, well, if somebody needs these things, then how I'm perceived and how they're reading things, I need to shift how I'm doing that. So even where my breath is, or how I'm looking in the eye or not looking in the eye, all of these things are being read. And so study of body language as well. I read this book, it was by Ken Dykewald, which is Body Mind was the name of it. And I read this in college, and it fascinated me because he would look at people just standing in front of the room and how they were acting, and he could tell them their whole history just by their body language. And that was something that I just started studying is, okay, how I'm holding myself then is how people are interpreting who I am and what their projection is on me. And I started just breaking that down for the blueprints.
And I think one really important thing that you're saying is like, you have to kind of keep trying things, keep looking at things like the way that it works, right? Like, so with this tone, did that tone work?
Yeah. And then not put it on as like something fake. At first it's going to feel a little weird.
That's what I was going to say, because if you're sensual, telling someone, hey, you want to fuck, is a little uncomfortable and fake because you don't necessarily believe it.
Right. If you have trouble with these words, then how do we land into them and how do we make that comfortable? And sometimes that's just practice, like practice in front of a mirror. You have to start saying, hey, and you're essential when you're trying to talk to your sexual partner, like, hey, I'd like to fuck you tonight, and just practice it. Do it, get grounded, and then notice, well, wait a minute, now maybe I need to work with a shadow side because those words are hard. And is that a hard limit or is that just a resistance in me? And I think that's a really important key piece is something in me like a hard limit? I don't want to do this. Then we need to go, wait a minute, let me ask you a different question, partner. Can I ask you the question of what about that act? Like, let's just use anal as an example. So what about that act turns you on? What about that is the turn on? And let's say you have a hard limit about that. Now they can say, well, what really turns me on about that is that I feel like I'm in a surrendered position. I feel like I can let go more fully with that kind of sex. okay, so now I've heard two things, surrender and let go. So how can I now bring surrender and let go that has nothing to do about the act that's actually happening and become a yes to surrender and let go versus the actual tactic?
And so how do you then know, because you were saying, right, it's like there's one part that can be potentially the conditioning that we've been taught that this is bad, and so you're like, I won't do that, right? Versus I just haven't enabled myself to let go of that shadow side.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so this is where the healing comes in. So we talked about feeding, speaking, and then there's healing. So that shadow side and being able to really go, okay, wait a minute, there's something here that I now have as a program or condition that came from my life circumstances or life events. Maybe it's time for me to look at those things and really see what can I do to overcome that programming and that conditioning. But the shadow can have different aspects, not just our psyche emotional aspects. It can have physical things like scar tissue from childbirth or pelvic floor tears, something like that. Going through life changes that can cause biochemical change. So there's also biochemistry that can affect it, and then bioenergetics. So we're bioenergetic before anything else. So what's happening in the body system and the energy system and in our emotional systems that are creating these shadows, and how can we bring the unconscious material for sexuality conscious? So working with bioenergetics, I'm looking at the other three realms too, because they all affect each other. So if like somebody has scar tissue in the midline, it's cutting through the energetic meridian in the front of the body. So we want to know that, like, okay, because that's going to affect libido, that might affect sensation, and we want to work with that. So I'm it's like I'm an erotic detective a lot of times in the shadow realm, because it's like, okay, let's see, let's find this, let's like really dig and look at all these different areas to see what could be the original cause. Because once we get to the original cause, then we can start to unravel it. So for example, scar tissue, if I find that can be affecting the whole system. And then we're going to do castor oil massage. Castor oil breaks down ricinoleic acid. So for anybody listening who has scar tissue and that maybe that's causing pain.
So is it usually scar tissue in the stomach, or?
It can be, C-section scars, episiotomy scars. It's a lot of what I work with when we're looking at scars.
I never thought that connects to your libido and
whoa. Yeah, and I see that frequently. I was actually working with a client last year who had a surgery and was having trouble with erectile function and just couldn't understand. I was like, as soon as I heard about the surgery, I was like, there we are. And we did a couple scar tissue things and like helped with his mental, because what starts happening is like, oh, first time something wrong happens, then the brain starts to spin, right? And so once we cleared all of that, then he was fine.
Yeah, I had so many gut issues for a while, like really bad gut issues, that I was having a lot of pain. And I didn't really put the two together because I was like, well, the vagina and the gut is two very different parts of the body.
Nope, it's all connected. It's fascinating to me how something in the gut, exactly, and then how that's affecting the whole system.
That's when I very first heard about pelvic floor, and so I was like, what the hell is that?
Right.
Do you mind explaining it if no one had known?
Yeah, so pelvic floor is the muscles that basically are like holding all of this. And so in our erectile tissue is between the pelvic floor, which I love, because as soon as you're squeezing and getting these different layers of your pelvic floor strengthened, then you're squeezing the entire erectile tissue. And so you can give yourself orgasms just by strengthening and getting resilience. But I really like to think of it like there's strength, because sometimes we can just like any muscle, if you like overtrain just one muscle and you also don't have flexibility and you don't have resilience in that muscle, then we need to also have resiliency. We need to have flexibility. And so tissue that's resilient is like when you touch it and then you can see that it responds to that touch in a certain way, as opposed to like it's mushy. So we want that resiliency. Does it bounce back? Does the elastin bounce back? And so we want all of these different things within the pelvic floor. So even just as we're sitting here, I do pelvic floor exercises all the time. And part of that is to get my sexual energy and my aliveness going. It's like a pump and it's fueling your whole body. And so these different layers of muscles, when I was 19, I was like, I'm going to learn how to move each layer and isolate each layer in my pelvic floor. Whoa. So I started just like, okay, these are the ones that stop the flow of urine, and let me like pay attention to like get just these. Okay, here's the anal sphincter.
Now let me get the anal sphincter online. Now here's high in the vaginal canal near the cervix, and now can I
control that?
move all of that? And then I started to wave them. I became obsessed when I was 19 years old. This was, I was destined to be a sexologist, I guess.
And from the age of 13, I think you said,
right.
right? This is amazing. I can't believe you have that much control. Okay, so thank you for explaining that. So,
and that also got changed. So, like when I had my baby, I lost it was great that I had that control, because when I was giving birth, I could like push and do certain things with that. So it helped me a lot in that process. But then I had to rebuild, and that was a whole other process and a whole other journey.
That's actually fascinating to think about how many, if you've had a child then compared to before having a child, your blueprint types change because of that?
They can, and I have seen this in my practice where a life event will cause the blueprints to shift. So menopause, one, a big life crisis, something like that, or some kind of change in relationship can cause it to shift. Having a baby can cause it to shift. Because we're not just the blueprint, we're also the biochemistry. We're also what's happening to us physically. We're also emotional, and so all of that plays a role into. And that's why there's actually your blueprint type, but there's also the core erotic blueprint is taking into account these 4 things that I've been talking about in terms of biochemistry, bioenergetics, physical, and emotional.
Wow. Can you give me an example then for each of those?
Yeah, so biomechanical would be the scar tissue I was talking about, or let's say lack of flexibility, an injury that you've had in some way that is creating, like, I can't get into that position on my knees anymore. That would be biomechanical. And then biochemical is the hormones and the hormonal state. And so that's also the chemistry between you and your partner.
So would that be like so that's why you said kind of things like menopause and stuff?
Yeah, or your testosterone's low. And I think a lot of women don't think about, testosterone, but having low testosterone is going to affect sexual function. Have you heard of the t-shirt study? No?
Oh, I think I might. Explain to me.
Yeah, so in the chemistry between you and another person, there's a nerve in your nose called cranial nerve 0, and it goes to the sex centers of the brain. And so what it's doing, though, I think is fascinating, is that it's reading the immune system of your partner with your immune system, so that if you were to have a child, you would have a child with a really healthy immune system. And they did a study with women where they had them smell a t-shirt to smell the pheromones to see what would happen. And the women who are on birth control could not smell the signature of attraction of that chemistry that they would have with someone who would create, because of the immune system, a best child, the strongest child. But then when they went off birth control, and so it was interesting, because then I have women who go off birth control like, I'm not attracted to my husband anymore. And it's because of the pheromonal signature, so attraction that has something to do with the chemistry that this cranial nerve.
And what about even the gut, like so the immune system? Would that work both ways as well?
I would think so. And the interesting thing about gut health is the serotonin, and I think that then plays a role. Because if you look at like some of these neurotransmitters and hormones in our body, serotonin is the bonding aspect. And so if your gut health is all affected, then how's that affecting the bonding between you and your partner? And we got dopamine, and even in orgasm, we're looking at also the phases, Masters and Johnson's phases with orgasm. We've got acetylcholine, we've got dopamine, and I am a high dopamine woman, so I'm like, have the orgasm, now get down to the next thing. That's part of my high dopamine phase is that I like that variety. But if I was high serotonin, then that would be different. Or GABA, serotonin and GABA are lower in my body. And so that's always important for me to know, is like, well, what's happening? Can I boost that so that I have more bonding capacity versus like, new shiny object, Then I had one foot out the door. Okay, well, wait a minute. Maybe GABA and some serotonin supplementation might help me then really feel all in with this relationship.
Well, is that what you did then? You took some supplements?
Yeah, I actually did supplement because I knew my neurotransmitters, and I was high acetylcholine and dopamine, which is great because acetylcholine and dopamine are great for orgasm and for arousal. But then the bonding side of things wanted to just supplement a little. And a lot of people don't have awareness in this area, except for the energetic blueprint, has a lot of awareness, maybe not like cognitively, but they can feel it. They feel when something's off. They feel when something's not right.
And so their hair might stand on end about something. And so you have to be really attuned when working with an energetic.
Is that where, like, did you have to have more communication in that if you're an energetic?
I think you have to have more communication that is body-aware communication. So there's the words we can use, of course, always have that foundation. But there's an attunement and a listening. I would say if I could teach people one skill, it's awareness. And people always say to me, Jaya, you have such an attunement. You have such an attuned touch. And that's from years and years of listening and learning to listen, not just with my hands, but with my being, that I'm there and I'm present with someone. And I'm listening for all the subtle cues all the time. And that allows me to be a really good energetic learner because I have that attunement, which not everybody has because we haven't been taught how to have that level of awareness and attunement.
Yeah, because I can just imagine most of us, or a lot of us, don't even know our own body, our own sensation to get attuned with ourselves, let alone even getting in tune with your partner.
Right. So it starts with you, really. I mean, can you even just like spend 5 minutes with your wrist? How often do we just even spend with a body part time? And so can you be so attuned to every little curve and the temperature and how things feel under your fingertips? One of the exercises I had to do when I was in massage school was we would put hair in a Bible because Bibles have really thin pages, and we would feel the hair through the page, and then they'd turn a page, and then you'd have to feel the hair through the next page, and then turn the page and feel the hair through the next page. So you're attuning your fingertips to being able to feel that hair with each page that they turn. And I loved that exercise because it really gave me this awareness in my fingertips now of being able to feel very subtle changes that are happening in someone's body. Stillness is so hot for an energetic. It's where the orgasm often happens for them. So if you have been having a lot of activity and then you just drop into stillness and you just drop and you breathe and you listen with your hands without any movement, there's so much happening.
So let's talk about the 5 stages then that if people are listening right now, that they can go through.
So there's 5 stages. First one's resting. This is somebody who's not having sex. So, and this could be you're doing this by choice. Perhaps you're in a resting phase because you're like, I just need to take a break. I just need to practice some celibacy, or a spiritual choice that you're going to practice celibacy. Although what's interesting even there is like you look at like Tantric Tibetan Buddhists and they would practice celibacy, but they had a consort that they would imagine was, that they would make love to. And so sexual energy wasn't bad. It's not that it was bad. It was just a choice because they were doing a renunciate path and choosing as a monk not to have sex. So that would be a resting phase. It doesn't mean that it might not necessarily have sexual energy or eroticism to it.
That's what I was going to say, because if you're an energetic, then you're still getting the senses.
Exactly. You're still getting the sensations
right,
just as much. I mean, somebody can hover their hand over you and you can go into complete orgasm. Just from that, or just from visualization or meditation. That's a lot of my practice because I love that as an energetic.
So what would you do? How do you avoid doing that then if you're in resting phase?
For me, I have a little different relationship because I've been practicing this for so long. But for me, it's like a switch, and I can just visualizing or shutting down my erotic energy, especially if it's like I'm not going to walk around with my erotic energy in full bloom in the middle of Los Angeles. I mean, that might be interesting. But, I kind of see it like a dial. I can turn it up, I can turn it down, and I can tune in that sensitivity. Even the way that I dress, like right now I'm a little bit more open, but if I'm wearing a hoodie or maybe sweatpants, like that might help me regulate that a little more.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So if you're essential, is that, because actually earlier you said though it was essential just to blindfold yourself. And now it actually accentuates your other senses.
Absolutely.
So if you're essential, would covering up make a difference?
It could. It depends on how you feel within that. So like my partner loves when I'm more covered up. It turns him on more. And so I know that it turns him on. So covering up in the sensual becomes more of a turn on because I know that it turns him on.
What is that type then if you're getting turned on by somebody else getting turned on?
We create 25,000 opportunities for people under 30 per year.
Oh, that's like, it's called compersion. And so compersion is when my partner is turned on, I'm turned on. And so I have high compersion. So when people around me are turned on, I'm just feeding on. That's partly energetic. I think that's also ties into my energetic. I'm just turned on because there's so much erotic energy in the space.
Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, so we've got resting.
resting, and then after resting, we move into healing. And so the way I see it a little differently, have you ever heard of Ken Wilber? So he talks about stages and states of consciousness, and it's a similar modeling in that here a stage is more like we get fixed into it, and a state is where it's fluctuating more. And we really would love for these to be a bit more fluctuating, more like a state that you're moving through all day long or throughout the month, but they can get stuck into being a stage. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. They're not hierarchical. It's not like one's better than the other. Like I will consciously choose times of rest because I need that, and it helps fuel me for the next evolution. So as we go into healing, I was in the healing stage, for example, after I had my son, because you can have intercourse in that time because my body needed to heal. Or maybe you've had a breakup and you need time to really heal after a breakup. So that healing phase, again, very valuable. You just don't want to get stuck there. Right. Like, now I'm healing for the rest of my life, and I'm not reintegrating with my partner and my eroticism and my aliveness because I shut down in some way. So again, I want to tell people, like, you're not broken. There's nothing wrong with you if you're in a healing or resting phase. You're whole and complete just as you are. And I think that's something people really worry about around sex. Am I broken? Am I wrong? Am I weird? Are my genitals okay? These are some of the questions that I get most.
Yeah, or why can't I, have an orgasm? Everyone else says it's so easy.
Or even just hearing me talk, people may think, oh, well, I'm not having that kind of orgasm. And I like to share just because I like to share what's possible, but there's nothing wrong with you if you don't want to have ejaculatory orgasms or energetic, multidimensional orgasms or, foodgasms. There's nothing wrong with you if you're not having that, and any of it can be developed. And I say that because over all the years in my practice, I have seen people develop and cultivate these kinds of orgasms. If you want to, but there's nothing wrong with you if you're not having them.
And I love that, because especially if you want to, because that's what I'm always trying to do with my audience, right? Like empower them, give them the tips and tools to then take this all information, this freaking masterclass that you're teaching us right now, and then deciding what's right for them, how they feel. But it's the feeling of loss that I think is really disempowering for so many of us women, especially, as more is being talked about, to your point that you actually said earlier, it's like you're an expert, you have all these tips and you still weren't getting it. You just feel that shame even get more heightened. Do you find then a lot of people get stuck in the healing phase?
Yeah, I feel people do get stuck in the healing. They also get stuck in curious, which is the next one, which is I'm just going to learn about it and not actually do the thing. I'm going to gather all the information, listen to all the podcasts, read all the books, but I'm not going to actually put into action things. I mean, how many of us have courses and books on the bookshelf that were maybe flip through, didn't read, and then we don't put into action even more? So how are you taking this information, this content, and putting it into action? Or are you using the healing phase as an excuse not to do things? Because you want to honor our bodies. This is where it's tricky. You want to honor your body. You want to honor where you're at. You don't want to override yourself. But if you've been in the healing phase for a really long time, you may want to look at, wait a minute, what is my resistance to actually moving out of this phase? What's going on? And what are those other 4 obstacles that we talked about? The bioenergetic, the emotional, the physical, or the biochemical. I want to look at those and see, okay, now I need to move out of that.
Okay, so you've got the resting,
healing, curious, and then we go into adventurous. So adventurous is when we're ready to get out of the comfort zone. We're ready to go on the adventure. We're ready to do the things. So this may look like trying something you've never done before. It's going to that kink class when you're scared and learning about the rope tie. When me and Annette were doing our 43 project, we were going to classes all the time. So I get zero. I didn't have a lot of wisdom or knowledge in that area. And we went to rope tie classes. We went to different dominant classes to learn, impact classes. We did a lot of study during that time. I actually studied with a dominatrix, and that was fascinating because I got to in the field learning about what she did and following her and apprenticing with her. And that was really amazing.
Okay, so you've got the adventures. Do you advise people to watch porn in this stage, or is
if that feels like an adventure and it feels like it's something that you're using helpfully, where you're staying embodied? So it's interesting. And this question of porn has been coming up a lot lately. And
est-ce que ce serait trop de sel? Bon, trop de sel. Dans le doute, faites comme si, jusqu'à ce que ce soit cuit.
what do I think about it, how's the right use of it, and just like any tool, what right use is. And so are you using it to go away from your partner and you're creating again that somatic groove that becomes a rut and a grade because it becomes your only path because there's some shame about it or any of that? Are you using it to stay in your body? Or are you using it to dissociate from what's happening in your body? Are you doing it quickly and in shame in a way that now is creating again another somatic pattern in your body? Or are you using it consciously and as a tool, and then you can put down the tool?
What if you and your partner have, let's say you're going down this adventurous phase, but you just have different types of porn that you're interested in? Is it like experimental, trying to be open to both sides? You can see that I'm just asking for a friend here, right? I'm like, I need the storyline, I need the firefighter coming in to save the woman, and my husband just will go straight to it.
Yeah, and that's blueprints again. And I think it would be fascinating if somebody started a company where they actually like did all of the blueprints. I think that would be really amazing because we see so much of sexual and kinky mostly in porn. There are some feminist movements within the porn industry that make more of a sensual porn, but like what would energetic porn look like? That's fascinating. You know, can we appeal to shapeshifters more and have like a variety within the erotica?
But I actually love how you broke down the ways to identify when and how you're using porn as a mechanism with everything that we're talking about.
Right. It's just like your vibrator, you know. And again, I come back to just like the food and quality of things in my life. Is it being created ethically? Are people being treated fairly? I think that's a really important thing to take into as you're looking at this genre. You know, are people being empowered or are people being disempowered?
Yeah, that's super strong. So after the adventurous?
After adventurous is transformational. And this is when we get into the what's more about sexuality. So things like tantra. Yeah, like, okay, sex just can't be for procreation or for pleasure. Like, what else is sex? What else are we utilizing sex for if we're looking at sex as a tool and you're talking about that? And I want to expand the definition of sex because I think we haven't talked about that. And I think we have a limited definition of sex because the sexual blueprint is what we think of when we think of sex. But actually, if you look at what energetic sex looks like, it's very, very different than intercourse. So intercourse is not sex. I want to peel that out. Really what sex is in your blueprint. How are you using that consciously for your own evolution and awakening? To me, sex, and this is my energetic speaking, sex is a tool for our own self-realization. Sex is a tool for us to know ourselves even more deeply and to live more full, ecstatic lives.
What's the problem with that confusion?
I think the problem with that confusion is that it only takes into account one blueprint, the sexual blueprint. So then everybody else feels that wrong and broken for the way that they're utilizing sexuality. And so in a transformational stage, when you're in that stage, this also speaks to the stage that I'm in. I spend a lot of time in the transformational stage, is that sex then becomes this event or connection that is bringing me more positivity, is bringing me more wellness, is bringing me more wealth, is bringing me more of everything, more of me into me.
This is, by the way, blowing my mind. I am loving everything you're saying. It's so freaking informative. And so now I'd love to dive into, are there ways that you have seen the hardest combinations of partners with incompatibility with the different types?
This is something that I talked about a lot in the book. There's a chapter just going through each compatibility of all the different blueprint types. What I think is interesting is that most people think that, oh, if I have the same type, that's going to be the best.
Right.
And it isn't necessarily the best. I think we're trying to complete ourselves erotically, and so we are attracting opposite blueprint pairings. And it could also be that the most people come to me have a mismatch. They're coming because they feel that mismatch in their eroticism. Sexuals and energetics tend to be the pairing that I see have a lot of difficulty. And a lot of times it's because the sexuals, it's so physical. Sex is the physical act of intercourse. And then you get an energetic who's like, please just hover your hands over my body, or please just do really, really slow, light, attuned, present touch. And the sexual is like, no, I want to go until you have an orgasm. So they really have a hard time, the sexuals have a hard time relating to how an energetic feels so much with just something like this. And the energetic has been shutting down for so long because the sexual has been coming at them. It's what it feels like. It's not that the sexual is actually coming at them like that. It's that the energetic is accosted all the time because they're wanting slow attunement and presence and spaciousness.
And what are the ones then that do work the best together? What up, honey? I love looking free and unique. Very good right now. How often are you visited by that negative voice in your head telling you that you're not smart enough, that you're not good enough, experienced enough, not fill in the blank? One of the most powerful things you can learn to do in life is to turn that negative voice into the bestie. And I want to teach you how to do that and so much more in my 4 steps to becoming confident workshop. And guys, the most amazing thing is you can actually register for completely free for this workshop. So click the link on the screen and see me on the inside.
I find the sensual and the kinky work really, really well together. And it's in my partner, so it's interesting to watch within him. I have a sexual energetic in me, and those two, because I have them so much in me, I can watch them battle each other. My energetic is like, slow everything down. My sexual is like, come on, let's get to it.
Oh, yeah. So how do you navigate those? And then how do you know, do you have like a primary?
Yes. So typically you'll have a primary blueprint and then a secondary blueprint, but you're really a mix of all of them. Unless you have a 0%, like my partner and I did, then you need to cultivate or develop or expand into that if you want to. And so what I've done to reconcile this inside of myself is to allow my energetic more space, just like I would with a partnership. I have this partnership within me of energetic and sexual primarily. And so how do I have times where my sexual can just go for it? And how do I have times where my energetic can rest into something?
Now that we've laid all that out, I'd actually love to break some myths. Because the myths are the things that I think that we very much hold on to. And that if we can break the myths or combat the myths, then it can allow people to then go and explore the blueprints that you've laid out. So you've written these in the book, but I'd love to just go through some. So you put basically that something must be wrong with me if you're not having mind-blowing sex, or and you actually say normal doesn't exist.
So yeah, something's wrong with me if I'm not having mind-blowing sex. What's often there is that you haven't figured out who you are. And it's not that there's anything wrong with you, because we're all wired differently in the bedroom. So once you find out what your blueprint is, then you can start to work from there. Or something's wrong with me because my hormones are off. No, we can optimize hormones. Like there are so many things that you can do, and you're not bad, wrong, or broken.
Yeah. Okay. Number 2, the problems in your sex life are because of your incompatibility. It's not about being on different pages. It comes down to 3 things. You do not know who you are and what turns you on erotically.
Yep.
You are not communicating honestly about sex. Yes. How many people do that?
A lot of people. I think there was a statistic I read once that said 76% of women are faking orgasms. And I was like, stop. We need to start communicating honestly about sex. Honesty is a huge turn on. It's an aphrodisiac. But if you're doing it harshly, that's different. Honesty done from the heart is a turn on, I'd say. And so this piece of like, why are we lying? Because it's not doing any other woman a service. I can tell you how many men have come to me and they're like, well, nobody complained in the past. I'm like, yeah, because we don't complain about it.
I think there's like a statistic, right? If you've actually slept with this many people, statistically speaking, at least 3 of them have been faking it.
Right. So please, everyone, stop faking it. No more faking it. Please be honest in the bedroom, because it's going to build more intimacy. And your body's not going to shut down. Because if you're faking it and the person thinks that that's the right thing to do, they're going to keep doing that thing because they think that you're turned on by it. And then your body eventually is going to go, nope.
Yeah, I think also, to your point where that person said to you was like, well, all of me has been okay with it. I think it goes to almost like the confidence part of it, because you want to be stuck in bed. Like, who doesn't want to actually be stuck in bed? I don't think anybody says they don't want to. So, you want to be that person. And so if you can't do it, now you start to think like back to the other one where like, oh my God, I'm broken. I don't want him to know I'm broken.
Right.
That's going to wreck my confidence. So I'm just going to,
Right. That's a really good point. So I don't speak up. Like, what are all the reasons why we don't speak up? We don't want to hurt our partner. We don't want our partner to think we're broken. And then they're like, oh God, this is going to be complicated. Because we don't want to lose love. It really comes down to, we don't want to lose love. So I'll take it instead, or I want to get it over with. And then once we get it over with, we can get on to the rest of the things that we're doing. And that's a big one for sensuals.
to want
I want to get back onto the things I need to get done. I need to get.
Explore son parcours. Demandez à votre professionnel de la santé si Kalina vous convient.
Back to my to-do list, so I'll just do this and get it over with and not say anything about it instead of really taking the time that it takes to communicate and build that intimacy with someone. Yeah.
Okay, number 3, 6 tricks and techniques will solve it all.
Yeah, we talked about that. That's a big one. I mean, that was a big myth for me. I thought I knew them all. So I should be able to turn my partner on, but I didn't know his blueprint. That was what it came down to.
Kinkiness comes from a pathology.
Yeah, this was an exploration with my partner and I because he was kinky. He kept thinking, what's wrong with me in my past that I am this way? What's wrong with me that I like these things that are outside the box? And I'll never forget, we went to this one coach and he said, why don't you just stop asking why you're turned on by it and enjoy it? And that was a turning point for us because then we're like, okay, yeah, I mean, we haven't found anything in his history. And there's actually been some research done that people who participate in kink actually have healthier communication ability and healthier skills just because they can talk about these things more
Is that
easily.
because like you're having, I went straight to like kind of bondage really, I'm not sure why, but like, you know, like safe words and that means it comes with that communication, the need of that communication.
So to practice kink safely, you have safe words. Of course, when it's done within a healthy container.
Always, yeah.
And so, you know, talking about your safe words, talking about here are my turn-ons, here's what's okay, here are the hard limits of what's off the table. And now we're in a much richer conversation about sex, which a lot of people never even have. They go 40 years in relationships and they've never had a conversation about consent. And so even if you've been married 20 years, 40 years, 50 years, let's have a conversation about, wait a minute, maybe there's something that's been on the table for us that we need to take off the table because we have assumed consent. Oh, now we're married, now we have all this consent that is assumed. And some people find consent not sexy. I think it's really sexy. But some people find that like, oh, I don't want to be asked all the time. Well, then just have blanket consent. You don't have to ask me to touch me.
Oh, you're saying like in a relationship.
Yeah.
Because I think a big part is almost like feeling the obligation that because I'm married or because I've been with this person, I'm obligated to do this. How do you overcome that feeling of the obligation? Because the more obligated you feel that you have to have the sex, I would assume the less you're going to enjoy it.
And it perpetuates the cycle. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that again, these dyads, I have a bunch of these in the book, but one of them is to sit down with your partner and start to open up the box of this communication. I often say, just blame me. I heard Jaya on this podcast and this woman, and she says we should do this exercise. Like, you can blame me for opening up that conversation, but also talking to your partner about what would have you feel safe to talk about sex with me. And one of my favorite dyad prompts is tell me something about you and sexuality. And then you can just start to open up the box. It doesn't have to be like a super tell me everything that you've never said to me heavy conversation. It can really be like a just tell me what you want me to understand about you, because I think we all seek to be understood. And in this, again, it's not a conversation. We really want to just go back and forth with the prompt and hear them and then say thank you, we understand. And it's that simple. And do that for 20, 40 minutes. Ian and I, my partner, we do this all the time where we will just sit and do a dyad on something, business related or related to parenting, so that we can understand more where the other person is coming from. And then maybe we want to make different choices out of that clear, effective communication that we just had.
What other prompts can you use in that in the obligation that can allow that now to really kind of like lift the weight of it? Because again, you're so tactical and I love how you've got that in your book. And then it was interesting, you said it's not a dialogue, it's a back and forth.
Yeah,
it's not a conversation.
It's not a conversation, because in a conversation we hear their partner say something, we want to add something, or we want to ask another question about that. Instead, we're just seeking to understand, and we're making contact with them in a really deep way of giving them our presence while we're here. And so one of the things I love is a relationship evolving dyad. So there's 3 prompts in that. Tell me something you love about me. And so it starts with tell me something you love about me, because that right away builds this rapport with each other. It builds this connection with each other. It disarms, because you're just going back and forth and sharing something that you love about each other. And then the next one is tell me something you want me to understand about you, and whatever topic, or it could just be tell me something you want me to understand about you. So in this case, we're talking about sex, or we could talk about things you say yes to and really don't want to do. You know, so like we're not using the word obligation because I think obligation and sex together feels really icky. So tell me something you want me to understand about you and our sex. Life could be another easy one. So there's a couple of different ways we can put in there and that understand about you one. And then the last one is tell me something you think we agree upon about sex or whatever topic, you know, that it is that you're working on.
And
so
you both answer that and see if it's the same.
Yep. And it's not necessarily about agreeing. So I think this is also really interesting. It's about understanding. So it's what you think you're agreeing on. And then it's like, oh, but I understand that. I don't necessarily agree about that, but I understand that. And I think that's a really tricky one. It's like, okay, what do we agree on? But you may not agree that you're agreeing on that, but you can understand them about why they're coming from that.
That's so powerful because I think especially as we're talking about like sex is so intimate that it feels like, well, if you don't agree, like can you actually make it work?
Yeah, you can, because it's what you are perceiving that you agree upon. As long as you have an understanding of each other and a willingness, then you make it work.
Yeah. Oh God, I love that. And talk to me about the sexual mask.
The mask is when we have a masking over because it's what we think culture and society tells us we need to do. And so a lot of men get a sexual mask because they think that that's what they have to be. In the Netflix show, in Sex, Love, and Goop, the character there, I don't want to give away a spoiler, but he has an arc because he had a mask on. And oftentimes it gets ingrained. Women get the sensual mask the most. And what I see is that men get the sexual mask the most. But what's underneath there, especially when we start to get in the body, just like I talked about the kinky coming out, for a lot of men, the energetic actually starts to come out. So, get them into playing the AD game, which is a book. I'm just going through these different kinds of touches. Here's touch A, here's touch B, which one do you prefer? I start to see a lot more energetic come out.
And that's because you're basically taking the mask off.
We're taking the mask off because we're going into the body, because it's what their mind has thought. It's the programming, it's the conditioning that they've been conditioned to be in. And we start to unravel that programming and then see what's the truth actually going on in the body.
This is so powerful. So how much, everything we've spoken about, literally my mind is swelling with information now. I just love this discussion so much. How much have you seen this now really impact people's relationships? Because the reason why I think sex is so important, I think many of us, including myself, I was brought up in a very, Greek Orthodox family where my grandmother would tell me that the baby was brought by a stork. She actually would say those words. There was no sex education in my school whatsoever, and so I've just been learning all about this all as an adult. And the show is kind of like a boost. If you have people like you on to keep teaching me, even though I've been, married for 21 years. And so really think about what are those elements that can help people have this beautiful relationship, and sex being such a big part of it. How much have you found that these blueprints and people understanding them has really improved people's relationships?
It was really interesting when I first started. I had my private practice and I started noticing these patterns show up, the 5 blueprints. And then I was like, okay, I think there's something actually here that can really help people. Because I started seeing like people who had struggled with arousal now were able to get aroused, and how that was increasing the connection between their own partner. And then I saw it in my own life, of course, between my partner and I, and how it turned things around for us. And so I remember the first time I spoke about it and everybody coming up to me afterwards, oh my God, everything makes sense now. Like my last relationship makes sense. Everything that we're struggling with my partner makes sense. And so then I was like, okay, there's something actually really here. And then I'd speak of the next thing and people would come up with, wow, this completely changed my life and the way I'm thinking about work even, or the way that I'm thinking about my relationships with my kids, because I'm noticing I'm forcing my daughter to hug me and my daughter doesn't want to hug me. Like she's an energetic and I have been non-consensually, we thought something was wrong with her. Something like that, where we start to see like there was a really big wave of impact. And then when the Goop show came out, that was a whole other wave of impact because there were millions of people coming and taking the quiz and we were receiving all of this live feedback. And then we've trained 300 coaches. And so it feels like my legacy. It feels like the thing that I've left the world. And I feel very complete at this point in terms of this is now something that's out into the world. And I hope that everybody has this book, on their bookshelf, and it's sex education. We even have it starting to go into high schools to have this sex education coming for people. Some of our coaches have gone into high school to start teaching. And that's fascinating because there's a whole difference in generations, which I didn't even realize. It wasn't age wasn't something we put on our quiz. And so then how do blueprints vary among generations is a really interesting, fascinating thing to think about as well. And what's going to be the impact on the world as this becomes a language around our sexuality. Because one of my goals was
personne ne peut faire vivre le moi comme un but, parce que le moi, c'est notre raison d'être.
as elevating sexual consciousness on the planet, and this gives us a way to start to talk about it and start to become self-realized people in this area that has been such a shadow and such a taboo, and we've had so much shame around.
Yeah, but when I think about, like the love languages, everyone loves them, and everyone does the, takes the quizzes, and, same with like the personality trait, and yet that we've never had this sexual, type is so mind-blowing and is really impactful. And I think I said this right before we were rolling, but I really believe this is the foundation book that everyone's going to start to use when they talk about sex in a very healthy way. Like everyone's going to come back to you and this book. I really believe that it impacted me that much.
Thank you. That's what I wrote it for. I wrote it so that we could start to have a wave where we could take this all out of the shadows and into the light of consciousness so that sex changes. I really think that's part of the darker aspects of sexuality come because we don't have frameworks. We don't have conversations about it. And that allows those aspects that become neuroses or become violence, to proliferate because we can't have the conversations.
So you say that to have pleasure forever, what are the 3 things we need to do?
3 things. First is to know yourself. And that comes to the blueprints. So once you know it, you own it. I believe that we're each these unique, beautiful expressions of consciousness, just like a flower blooming. And a flower doesn't become ashamed of its bloom because there's so much variety of flower. It's like, no, bloom, blossom, be your fully expressed self, because that is the gift to the world. And so that's owning who you are as an erotic being. And the last one is to live it. And this came from a coach of mine. He said, Jaya, you've done all this work, and it's time for you to just live like you know. Just live like you know. And that is to now you integrate it into your life. And that's when you know that you fully embodied it and integrated these teachings and integrated your sexual awakening and integrated your sexual journey, is when it becomes part of life. You're just living it.
This has been such a pleasure. Where can people find you and your amazing book?
So the book is available all over on Amazon, all the places, but you can go to the website eroticbreakthrough.com if you want to take a quiz, find out more. And then my website is jaya.love, L-O-V.
Keep watching to learn the secret to great sex and female orgasms. What actually then holds us back from actually being able to orgasm? So it was all like, number one, okay, well, if you fake it, how the hell is your partner supposed to actually get you there? I think that's going to be a big thing. Hormones, so let's talk about hormones and how that can also be something that can get in our way.
Oh, yes. So whenever they're like, I have a little libido, I did the orgasm, whatever the sexual dysfunction is, they jump right away to it must be my hormones. It can be your hormones, but it is often other things going on as well. Because so let's say it starts with hormones. Let's say it starts with low estrogen. It can be estrogen issues because you're postpartum, because you're in menopause. Being on oral contraceptive pills can also mess with vaginal ecology as well and your ability to self-lubricate. And so low estrogen is going to be problematic because it can lead to tissue atrophy, difficulty self-lubricating. The tissue can be more sensitive, more friable. So if it's extreme, you go to the bathroom, you can wipe, and then you're going to find that there's blood on the tissue. But that's how extreme that it can get. And without estrogen, we can't produce the glycogen, the sugar that feeds the good organisms in the vagina. So now we're going to be predisposed to yeast infections. And then those are going to be problematic. So all of these hinder your sexuality. And with shrinking tissue, of course, that's going to affect your ability to orgasm. And you're going to need lubrication. But then we're all the shame about lubrication, right? Like, oh, you're not supposed to use that. You should be able to self-lubricate, which is not always the case. I mean, depending on where you are in your cycle. If you are a week before your period, it's a dry time. You're going to have a hard time self-lubricating because of where your hormones are at here. progesterone's up, your estrogen's taking the back seat to that, and that's completely normal. So you have that piece. Now, if you aren't using lubrication, the tissue is becoming inflamed, there's infections, which these are normal organisms that live there, but they become imbalanced. Now when you have sex, there's an association with pain. You have pain, discomfort, you're not having an orgasm. Now you're in your head about that, right? You don't want to have pain, or you've had pain in the past, so you're having fear. Now you're trying to have pleasure, but there's fear around the pleasure. And so that's just one example of one hormone and how it can affect you. But I think where everybody usually goes in their mind is testosterone. Is that where you went?
Oh, I wasn't sure, to be honest, because my thing went to hormones. I thought
You had promise.
to your point of, well, even if your hormones are not being self-lubricated as much, it's the mental thing that really freaking screws you. Because the second you get in your own head about, oh my god, I'm not as wet, now my husband doesn't kind of turn on the one, right? Because now I worry, he may not worry, but I worry, he's interpreting this as I'm not into him. And now my mind goes into the whole thing, and so that was why I thought that I wouldn't be able to orgasm. Because of the way the hormone would impact my mind. Not necessarily the testosterone versus the estrogen.
Well, and testosterone and estrogen, they really are like the go on the sex pedals. They're like, let's go. Progesterone is like, we're good. Because progesterone rises after ovulation. So progesterone is basically like, you had your chance to go collect some semen and get pregnant. We did the egg thing. We're done here. And that is where the phase of your cycle where you're like, you know what? I'm really rather get into sweatpants than get into bare pants. Like, I'm good right now. And that's the progesterone. And so testosterone, with people, I mean, I will sometimes get men who write me and they're like, you need to fix my woman's testosterone because she's not in the mood. And I'm like, you probably need to tend to your home life, and it's more than just testosterone, but low testosterone is associated with low sexual desire. You can have difficulty orgasming, and it can be involved in the arousal process as well. But it's something that I do see low testosterone in women, but it's more common postmenopausal and really high times of stress. It's not usually the main thing that's going on in terms of like what I commonly see. And people are always surprised by that. Birth control pill can definitely take testosterone. That can be a reason why you have low sexual desire, which is ironic because you're on the pill so that you can have sex, and that is getting rid of that inhibition, which is the fear of having a baby if you don't want one. But then the way it changes your hormones can make it so that you're not in the mood. And you're like, I have yeast infections and my vagina is not self-lubricating and I have no testosterone, so like I'm not into this. But with testosterone, for people who are curious about it, it's always beyond the low libido. So you'll have lack of motivation, you'll cry really easily. That kick ass feeling, you won't have that anymore. That like ability to set boundaries, kick ass, like have a great time. Your energy is going to be lower. You're going to be more fatigued. You're going to see that you have muscle mass wasting. So you'll have less muscle mass. It'll be harder to change your body composition. So you'll have a propensity towards more fat cells and less muscle cells, like in the body. That's how things will shift. And so it's not usually just a low testosterone goes low libido and no other symptoms. You're going to have other symptoms with that as well. But you're absolutely right in terms of like the hormones do affect brain chemistry. They absolutely do influence, as we see throughout the menstrual cycle. So, for example, when testosterone and estrogen are up, you are going to be more likely to fantasize. So you're going to be running fantasies in your mind. You're more likely to be in like the grocery store, checkout line, see a magazine, and your brain to register sex. Your brain to be like, yes, that fellow looks good, or she's looking good, like, and your brain is going to interpret like that's sex, like I'm into this. And so the hormones do absolutely play a role, but I think it's very short-sighted for us to only be talking about hormones. I say that as a hormone doctor, in that it's just women are much more complex than that. And while I do think the hormones should be evaluated, I think there's a holistic approach in this conversation that often gets missed by a lot of practitioners.
So what would you say are the holistic things that we can be doing in this situation?
I will tell you, as a hormone doctor who is in a relationship, who's been married for over a decade, working on your hormones is easier than working on your relationship. That's a bold statement. It is very true. I mean, it's so much easier to be like, I'm going to shift my diet, I'm going to get better sleep, or do these things, because it's only you. You just have to be accountable to you.
Yeah.
And I see this all the time with patients where they're like, let's just fix my hormones. I'm like, but maybe you need to talk about your relationship. And they're like, oh, like that. I mean, it can definitely do work. It is definitely something that can be intense, because now we have a dynamic and we have to unpack our stuff and they have to unpack their stuff, and then putting it on the table together. And now you've got to sort through it, and then how is your parents, like how is their relationship, like how is your past relationship, like it just becomes so complex and there's so much to it. And so working on relationships, that can't be understated. Working on your communication as well. If you can't talk to someone outside the bedroom about sex, how can you talk to them in the bedroom about sex, about what you want and how to get that pleasure? So there's that component. I think we also need to be looking at things like chronic conditions. So I think it's something that is widely dismissed in women, autoimmune disease and any kind of chronic health issue, where they struggle for years, exhausted, pushing through. Like we have similar stories in that way of like really struggling with autoimmunity, being dismissed. And that is something that your body's in survival mode for any reason, even if it's just because you have a stressful job. You're not going to want to be in the mood. You're going to have a harder time having pleasurable sex because your hormones are shifting for survival. So your cortisol is now coming up. You're shifting, like, chill out progesterone, which can like block you in the bedroom. But yet, if you don't have enough of it, you're more critical of your partner, you're more stressed out, you can't get good sleep at night. And so it's taking a look at like you as a whole person, the environment that you live in, your health practices, and what is your relationship like. And so we have to look at all of those layers to really understand, do you have a dynamic that is maybe impeding you in the bedroom? Or is that fine? And like what we're doing with this inflammation, we're just taking your testosterone and turning it into estrogen, and now you're feeling cranky and swollen and bloated, and that's not a sexy feeling. That's like not a good feeling at all. And so we really have to dissect that out and understand what is the root cause for you, what's true for you, while also teaching the components of what we started at the top with, like spontaneous or responsive desire, understanding your gas pedals and your brakes, and understanding these things, because sometimes people think they're not normal when in reality they're totally normal. It just doesn't look like it does on TV.
Oh my god, that was so good, girl. So like, in the book you break down what you just said, but you've got, the age, the hormones, the stress, the inflammation, and going back to what you were just saying, my gut issues were going on for years.
Yeah.
And so you want to talk about I wasn't in the mood, but it really impacted my connection with my husband. And so because I built my relationship on pure honesty, that was a very hard conversation to have. To your point of the communication, where I sat down and he was like, look, it's painful for me. And he was, and of course my husband's such a gentleman, he was just like, no, we're not doing anything, like, babe, we need to make sure that your health is okay. And I was like, but we may not be able to have intercourse right now, but I need that connection with you. And he's always so generous. He's like, yeah, but it can't be one way. Because like he never felt good about it just being his pleasure. Yeah. It was always for both.
Yeah.
And I said, I understand, but actually right now, because I don't know if I can orgasm, I don't know if I use those words, but I don't know if I can get to that, but I still need to feel that connection. I still want to be intimate with you. Yeah. And now what does this intimacy look like in a different way? Where maybe I can pleasure him and things like that. But to your point of my gut was inflamed, and then I was very stressed out, and I was just tired all the time. Yeah. And he didn't feel shame around that. Yeah. Like I'm unable to please my partner.
Absolutely. And what's important, what you shared, is so many people's definition of sex is a penis goes in the vagina. Like there has to be penetration. And that's why I wrote a whole chapter on sex of all kinds. Because there's all kinds of ways to be intimate. I have patients who have significant endometriosis. They cannot have penetration. It is very painful for them. So they can engage in oral sex or powder course. I mean, things that sometimes people think, well, that's some high school juvenile stuff. That's incredibly pleasurable for some people. And so there's lots of ways to connect. And if you look at the research, when people report sexual satisfaction, orgasm is actually lower. It's not one of the top things. Feeling empathy, feeling connected to somebody, actually feeling that intimacy, that's what makes for a pleasurable session no matter what you're doing. And so I think, you know, when we talk a lot about the orgasm, everybody wants to try to get an orgasm. And it is, I think, something that is important to have conversations about. But I think it's important for people to understand that lots of people have very satisfying sessions, sexual experiences, and never have an orgasm in that session, and they still rate it very high, but it's because of the connection. So what you're talking about there, like the radical honesty, it really is radical, and like our society, right, to be that honest, you know, that kind of connection, being intimate with someone, just wanting to feel close to them, like doing it for those reasons, results in much more satisfaction than somebody going in and just being like, we're just going to get this done so that we can get to orgasm and like be done with it. And people report less satisfaction in sessions.
And women need around 14 minutes of foreplay, and men only need like 5.
Yeah, men don't.
Sometimes, well, even 5 high.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're just like bending down in the freezer, like getting something out, and they're like, let's go right now, right? Because again, the brain is like, sex, surveying that. And some women are like that too. And then they get told that they don't do too much like a man. And I'm like, you're all good. We're all good. Like whatever is working for you. But for women, yeah, I tell my patients, like, give it 20 minutes to warm up. Give it 20 minutes to warm up. And, you know, as we were talking about lubrication before, there's a phenomenon known as arousal non-concordance. And so in research, they're like, why is it that like some women, it's like their brain is feeling they're turned on, but like their genitals are not turned on. What's going on? The brain is what gives consent, and the brain is the one who listens to you. If you say yes, and the genitals look like they're saying no because they're not getting the memo. The brain's like, we're really into this, and the genitals like, huh? What? What's going on? And so they're not getting as you know, it's being bored. So we're not seeing as much lubrication. If that's happening, nothing's wrong with you. Again, a case for lube. So nothing's wrong with you in that situation. And yet the brain sometimes surveys things. So I've had on my social media asked Dr. Brady, the question came up a lot, which I found really interesting, is women saying, I don't know what to make of it. I'll be scrolling through my feed on social media, and I'll see someone doing a suggestive dance or doing something, and I feel aroused. Like my genitals feel aroused. They don't say genitals, they're usually like my clitoris, like I feel my clitoris, or like my vulva, like feels juicy, like, you know, using that language. And they're like, and sometimes it's someone of the other gender, like, am I bisexual? Am I actually gay? Like, what is actually going on here? And I'm like, that is just your brain being like, oh, sex. And the genitals are like, sex, you said sex, okay. And then you're self-lubricating when you feel this stirring in your nether region, so to speak. That is something as well, that if the brain, if you're like, hey, I'm not into this, you're not into this. That's a no. It doesn't mean that you're switching genders. It doesn't mean you're suddenly attracted to that person. It doesn't mean you want to cheat on your partner or anything like that. The brain just said, hey, this is sex. The genitals were like, yes, sex, love it, here for it. And then you caught yourself and said, I'm not actually into this. The brain is in control there. So if you give consent but the genitals aren't following, it's still consent. If you say no and the genitals are doing something else, they're just like, I'm working with this change, right? Like, we're just going that way. Because your brain says no, that's not consent.
Wow, I love that you broke that down, and I assume men are not the same.
So here's the thing, men can, so this is like, there's so many jokes that arousal non-concordance gets talked about a lot more. So like, right, we have, oh, I'm really into her, but I can't get erect. And it's not necessarily erectile dysfunction, there can be other reasons for that. That's an arousal non-concordance. There are times where, you know, especially like, as someone who has a young boy, I'm like, these moments are going to come where they're at the dining room table and the brain picked up something and sex, and they don't even know why, and now they have an erection, but they're not turned on, like they're not into this. So it can definitely happen with men as well. But you know, a lot of times if men are in the mood and they're like, I want to have sex, then their penis is erect and then they're able to have sex, right? And so I think with us, things are a lot more complicated.
I love that you broke that down, because as you were talking about, I'm just going to be honest, like, this is just weird for me to say out loud, because I'm a little, I was brought up with, you never talk about sex. Yeah, so even this discussion, I freaking love, but this little part of me is a little embarrassed, but I'm just going to say, like, you're 100% right. I can't remember what I was watching. It was like some show, and they had gay sex, and I was like, why am I turned on?
Yeah,
And it was like, it's not that I want to be a part of man on man sex, but so I was very confused.
Yeah.
And so I turned to my husband, he's like, no, I'm not turned on, and he wasn't hard.
Yeah.
So I'm like, this is very confusing for me.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm not into, but it didn't seem
That's
like
really common, by the way.
Mm.
It's super common, and most people don't say it out loud.
No.
But the homosexual sex, there's a lot of women who will watch that pornography. They are very turned on to it. Part of that can be because it feels like a safer situation as a woman than watching it. Because when it is heterosexual sex, that is, again, very male-centered, and the way that, sometimes things are being done, a woman is like, there's a lot that's being done sometimes in pornography that women are like, that's not actually something I'm into. It's like why we have to have these conversations, because if men are learning their moves from porn, they're not really learning moves. Like, they're learning things that like stimulate their brain, give them the stimulation they need. That as a woman watching that, it's just like, that looks like that hurts. Like, I don't really want to do that, or like, why are they doing that? And so that's why some researchers believe women are more inclined to watch gay pornography. And so watching men, sometimes they'll watch women as well, but men seem to be like a really safe one.
wow, I never dawned on me that was the reason. And then it can somewhat be, I've said this a couple of times in this interview, it can be somewhat confusing for a guy, where, because to us, based on exactly what you just said, there's a massive difference between the fantasy and the reality.
Mm-hmm.
The fantasy, you just want to keep it as a fantasy. You don't actually want it. But so I don't know, do guys do that? But also, it is confusing for guys because my husband's like, you just said that was a fantasy. And I'm like, babe, I don't actually want it.
Don't actually want it, yeah. No, so lots of people have fantasies about threesomes. They'll even fantasize about it like while they're having sex with their partner. But they never want to have a threesome. They just like the idea of it. And so fantasies, sometimes people, they keep their fantasies private. Sometimes they want to share it with their partner, and sometimes they do want to act them out. Maybe they have a fetish that they would like to try. All of that is normal, and when it comes to keeping your fantasies to yourself, sometimes that is what you need to make it hot, to make it something that you're into. And so I've had women ask me, like, if I'm thinking about someone else, like while I'm having sex with my partner, does that mean I'm cheating? It's not cheating. It's not cheating if you're fantasizing about somebody else being present, somebody else being engaged with you. But the thing I caution people is that if you are only thinking about someone else the entire time while you have sex with this person, then you really have to ask, are you using this person as a means to an end just to have sex? Or are you actually wanting to have that intimacy and that connection? Because that's not fair. That's not fair for you to be like, I just want to engage this body while I go somewhere else with my mind. But it is not uncommon for women to have all kinds of different fantasies running in their mind, and especially helping them get to orgasm. And sometimes you need that because the distractions of like, oh, there's a noise in the house, or I have children in the house, or maybe somebody like might hear us at a hotel, or those kinds of fears. Sometimes you have to go into fantasy land to be like, I need to like escape that, and that actually helps you get present with what's happening in the situation. Seems odd to be like, I have to go into fantasy to be present in my mind, but it's so that you're not constantly hit by all these distractions.
Oh my god, that's really powerful. Because I never really thought about it like that. And you kind of, when you don't have an expert like you to talk to, right? Like you get in your own head about what does this mean? Just, but I'm turned on, but I'm doing something. Like it's very confusing for women. And then again, the second you get in your own head, it's like, are you able to be present to then actually enjoy that moment?
Once you get in your head, it's like so hard to get back, right?
Yeah, seriously. And you said it earlier. And maybe this is just like the very straightforward question. So if a guy is listening right now, how the hell do you make a woman come?
The answer. So that's like number one. But so based on the research, we have very little studies in women's medicine and then very little studies into women's sexual health. That we do some research, and every woman who owns a vulva will understand this. That rhythmic motion. So first, touching the clitoris in a rhythmic motion. Slow and low is the tempo. Like we want to keep it. I just quoted the Beastie Boys right now. Slow and low is the tempo. So you want to start with, like not like super light pressure. We're not trying to tickle, but we don't want to go super firm. So it's going to be slowly moving your hand towards the clitoris, and then low, slow movement, and you want to be rhythmic. And so most women prefer either circular or back and forth. You can use one finger, but most women prefer two, or even all your fingers or the palm of your hand. You can retract the clitoral hood. You can ask her to retract the clitoral hood. But as you're doing this, asking, is this good? Do you like this? Do you want more of this? And I think the hard part is that as you get excited, as the person stimulating the clitoris, not to then speed things up or start changing things up. I think that's, sometimes when men are about to climax, they speed things up and they go faster. And so they're like, this is my experience. So maybe this is what's good for you as well, when that's not always the case. And so communicating. So that's manual stimulation. But I hear from people that are like, but I want to make her come while we're having sex. Like, I want to achieve that vaginal orgasm that Freud talked about. And so, so with that, there is research to show that if she orgasms before penetration, she is more likely to have an orgasm during penetrative sex. And while most men, understand that to be true is that they have a very long refractory period. So that means once they orgasm, they're not able to just go round two right away. And so they'll think like, oh, that must be the same for her. Like once she orgasms, it's going to be harder to get her. Not true, with a shorter refractory period. Again, the clitoris is always giving, and Mama Nature knew what she was doing. And so you can stimulate her, she can orgasm, then you can go into penetration, she is more likely to orgasm. She may even have multiple orgasms. And while you're penetrating, you still want to stimulate the clitoris. So you can try different positions. She can do it herself, you can do it yourself. You can put a pillow under her hips in missionary so that things are more exposed. Or you can bring toys in. And this is where men will say, like, oh, I don't want to have to compete with the toy. It is not a competition. I'm like, you're Batman, and that's literally your utility belt. Like, it is 2 hours in the utility belt. Like, what is it going to be? Cock ring, vibrator, like, what do you want? Like, what works for you? And so you should be seeing it as an ally. It's not competing with you in any way. And it is going to make things more pleasurable. And in fact, like, with some men, I'm like, well, have you ever, tried having any vibration present? No. I'm like, it works for you too. Like it's going to help you too. So those are just some of the things that you can do. But like the number one is you just have to be asking, do you like this? Are you into this? Because even though I'm like, this is what like in general most people like, maybe into something different.
That's amazing. I love how you broke that down. And I just always like we can make it about ourselves.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like if the guy is able to get her to orgasm, he feels good. If he's able to get her to multiple orgasms, he feels great. If he's able to get her to multiple orgasms and squirting, he feels like a freaking star. Right? And so it's almost like if you got me here, and then vice versa for women. Like I remember where it was like, oh, can't get hard. Oh my God, what have I done?
Yes,
oh my
right.
God, I must be bad. Oh my God, I can't turn you on. It is me. I'm the one. And now thinking about the guy, like I'm always trying to see it from both sides of it. Like even though we've been, had our own rough time with it, I do think of like, well, then that's actually I feel bad for the guy as well because now you're making it about yourself, and then as a woman, you're like, am I not sexy enough? Am I not sexy enough? And then the guy's probably thinking, no, it has nothing to do with that. And now everyone gets in their own head, and now you're not having this beautiful like moment that could really have like be beautiful. How do we not make it about ourselves and like helping that other person get there? And I know you probably say communication.
Well, I think you also have to practice throughout the day checking yourself when you start to make things. So we're on social media, right? And somebody leaves us a comment. Oh my God, like this is about me. Like, how is this? Like, they think this. You know what? People say nasty things on social media. It's about them. Like, what kind of person goes onto someone else's page and leaves them hateful stuff? Not a well person. Not a well person. But we make those kinds of things about ourselves. So stopping that there. Thinking about all the ways that like you already do that in your day to day, you're gonna build that neuronal pathway. So that when you get into that situation, you will have the brakes to be like, wait, maybe it's not about me. And it's very, very hard. It is very, I think, as women, we are challenged with almost an impossible task, which is loving ourselves and being confident in our body, being confident in our relationships, while we are inundated with messages in our society that constantly tell us that we're not good enough, that we are the problem. I mean, even if you look at marketing from the 1950s, that was like, if you want to keep a man, you need to douche. Like, literally saying stuff like that. Like, oh, he'll leave the house if it smells down there. And I'm just like, I can tell you're a man by this. I already know. Like, you're really telling on yourself how little you understand about the female body. Yet that kind of undercurrent of marketing, like that is pervasive, right? I mean, we think about things that are like, oh, you know, this is going to be like age defying because heaven forbid you live long enough that you get old. Like, what is that? But it's the same way when it comes to sexual health. And, you know, in the book I talked about the different things that we see. So like My So-Called Life, Vampire Diaries, like what for real, like how are vampires getting erections and getting wet? I just don't understand. I don't understand this. But we see like all of these TV shows and we see all these things where there's no talk of consent, there's no condom, right? It is just I see you, you see me, like we're making out, ooh, now we're having hot sex, oh, she orgasmed immediately, and like everything is perfect. And so we've got all
And
of that.
orgasm, vagina, and
Yes.
mouth.
Oh yes. Oh yes. It's always like, oh, against the wall. And like some like all of these positions. And I'm like, but yeah, I think that's probably gonna get in some people's heads about like, wow, okay, like I should be having this wild, adventurous sex. And so it's a challenge. And we have to acknowledge that it's a challenge. And the biggest thing is just to build the awareness and open communication in your relationship. And if you find that there's anything that seems like, oh, this is not going according to plan, change the plan. So that's why I'm like, here's all of these options of sexual experiences that people have. Like, there are a lot of ways that people find pleasure, they can get off. Like, there's many ways to hit the O. And there's many ways to just feel connected to your partner. And so even if things, I think that, again, it becomes this like, we have to have vaginal penetration for it to be successful. Even the word foreplay, it's said, like that word itself indicates that there is something more. You might orgasm with foreplay. You might both be satisfied with foreplay. But because it's called foreplay, the thought is like, no, this can't be enough. Like, we have to get to the end. We have to arrive at vaginal penetration. And it's like, not true.
Yeah, it's so true. The best in the class of porn, like I think porn's getting a really bad rap right now.
Yes, we
where-
can talk about that.
Yeah, please, let's do, because I think that like anything, it can be great, it can be detrimental, and so when I think about where we're potentially setting up women and men for failure, there's definitely porn messaging out there that you can just wham bam, thank you ma'am, you're
Yeah.
fine. But then also there is that part of like porn can be pleasurable and porn can be part of the experience. What if you have different opinions of porn in your relationship?
Yeah, well, gosh, I mean, as much as shame and stigma there is on sex, there's tons on porn. Even the fact that we're talking about this right now, there's already got people heated in the comments because people feel very passionately, well, and they usually feel very passionately, they're very much against it. And well, it's, so the equivalent of men feeling they're in competition with a vibrator is how a lot of women feel about porn. They're in competition with that. And there is messaging from other men who are like, porn ruins you in the way that like it will lower your testosterone, it makes it so that you're not self-disciplined. Like all of these, this like why they also are like, you shouldn't masturbate, it'll ruin your hormones. And I'm like, that's false. It's good for your hormones. Men should masturbate or be having ejaculation happening like a dozen times a month for their prostate health. Like, we know this. Like, retention is not the way, friends. So with that, I think there's a lot of religious connotation, there's a lot of shame, there's a lot of misunderstanding about porn, of why people view porn. There's a lot of money made in the porn addiction industry. So there's no real diagnosis for sex addiction. And yet, sex addiction, porn addiction, masturbation addiction, there are very much many people with that messaging of pushing that out there, making a lot of money off of doing that. And so we've got that messaging as well. And then of course, there is unethical porn. There is porn that nobody should be consuming. It should be shut down and it should not ever exist. Absolutely those exist. But at the same time, there is ethical porn. There are companies that are being run by women who are paying women fair wages, that are making sure that women are protected, and it's really amazing. And I would say that, growing up, I definitely got the message of like porn is bad. Like, I did not have a sex positive family. I had a sort of shame about the kind of family. And so I got that message as well. When I was practicing in Oakland, California, I had 8 bonic patients come from the porn industry. And I had no idea until I really got into conversations with them. And they were all talking about how much they love their jobs, how much they love their families, how it was like so satisfying. And it was really interesting to have conversations with people who were part of the industry and love it so much, and to really see that like these things that people say about porn, the people who are working in the production, I mean, women working in the production, women who are actually like the stars, all really enjoying their job, all really loving what they do. And so I think, you know, if you look at other societies where they have better sex education, so we just look at like Amsterdam, better sex education, access to sex workers, these things are an important part of society, and people hate that in the US. They hate thinking that sex workers have a place in people's health, but people need that connection, people need pleasure, and sometimes that's the only way that they're satisfying things. I think the problem comes is when we're lying about things, we're in a partnership, we're not being honest, like those kinds of things are the problem. And hiding porn from your partner, I think, is also problematic, and that will really seed even further where people are like, porn is problematic. Why would you hide it otherwise? And it's like shame. Shame is why people hide these things. But you're right. So in a partnership, you have to just have this conversation. Porn has to be consensual. You have to agree on the type of pornography that you watch. And there has to be an understanding that if any one person says turn it off, you turn it off. And in anything you do, consent can always be revoked. And if you violate that person says turn it off, and you say, oh, just give it a few more minutes, like you just burnt the bridge. You just burnt the bridge, it's done. This person, you violated their trust in that because they need to be able to feel safe in this. And so your partner might be like, I can try this for 2 minutes and like, then we're good. I actually have, in our house, we have a rule about movies and TV shows. We're like 5 minutes old. 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
And we'll give it 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, we'll check in. And so that's just movies and TV. You can also do that with porn. 5 minutes rule. Okay, after 5 minutes, we're going to check in. Do we want it? Is this working for us? Do we want to proceed?
And how much do you think that all of this needs to be discussed, either before sex is in, before you actually have the act, or before you actually start having a sexual experience with another person?
So I think, so things are going to, so you start a relationship, you might not even know that it's like, porn, or I'm really into sucking toes, or like, you might not know that about yourself. And being in this relationship with this person is revealing those things. So the relationship progresses. Now you know you're into this thing. Now you want to have a conversation. You want to ideally have that outside the bedroom, because this is something where, I mean, there can be trauma, there can be a lot of issues that come up. And if you make for a negative experience, it's going to be harder to come back. That's, again, right? Hormones are easier. Then relationships coming back from that's going to be so much harder than talking about it beforehand. So the ideal is before you're in the moment. Sometimes things come up in the moment. When that's when your brain is like, we would really like this. We should do this. And that's where you ask, like, I would really be into this. Like, do you want to try that? Or, hey, can I do this with you? You know, think of being able to you're getting the consent, and then you're getting the feedback in real time, because you may get excited and think like, oh, this is a really great thing, and I'm really into it, and they're into it. But if you're not asking, or they're not giving you the cues and the feedback that hey, saying that I am into this, it's going to run into a problem. And now nobody's satisfied.
Yeah. What's happening in your body chemically when that happens? So because I'm thinking to you, like, in that moment, and then actually into my body wanting, but my mind now is just like,
oh yeah, that's super common. You know, I actually heard Janine Brown say the vulnerability hangover, and I was like, that's exactly what happens after sex. Like, she's talking about, talking about intimate things and being vulnerable, and yet during sex, you're so vulnerable. And then you do things, right? You do things and you're like, oh my God, I love that. That was so great. And then the next day you're like, what does that say about me? What do they think? Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe that's a bad thing. And like, oh God, did I hurt my body in a way that I'll never come back from? And then you start to spiral in that definition. And I think part of it too is that like, when it's just like what people call vanilla sex, right? Missionary, cis-hetero sex, like that is something that is acceptable, safe, like is normal. When you deviate outside of that, there is the risk that afterwards you're going to think like, oh gosh, I really wish I hadn't done that. Now you may very well be like, I wish I hadn't done that because I actually didn't do it. I actually didn't want it, and that's a different thing. Of course. But I think that, you know, that vulnerability hangover, that after the fact, like I don't have like all this dopamine, all these hormones floating around in my brain anymore, not feeling that anymore, and now afterwards and to remember that you were being a historian and going back and looking at the event now from the outside and judging it from the outside rather than the experience in the moment. Like you were consenting to these things in the moment, it was good for you in the moment. But now historian you with all your little spectacles and it's like, no, you're a bad person for doing that.
Because all of your belief system comes flooding back in.
Yeah. And everyone else's ideas about who you should be comes into play.
Right, yeah. What's happening when it's like you like the riskiness of it? And like, so my husband is actually a little conservative. I'm the one that's, oh, babe, like, there's a beach, there's no one on the right. And it's interesting because growing up, I never perceived that as being the right, quote unquote, dynamic. I always thought it's the guy that should say this, right? And in the room, like, well, I'm not sure. And then I met my husband, and he kind of, not laughed in a bad way, but he was like, I'm really freaking guilty. And I'm just like, you're not. Like, and it was surprising to me that my husband, again, just being from a very traditional background, I was brought up to think a certain way. And so I actually thought, oh my God, you know that I'm the one in a relationship that wants the kinkiness.
Yeah, no, it is totally normal. And it's those exciting things too. So that is, why do people ride roller coasters, right? It's terrifying. Your brain's getting all jostled around, like you feel like you're gonna die, and yet here is this cue, like you know, you're waiting for like 2 hours just to get on and experience that, like 2 minutes of just terror, right? It's the same thing. Like it's exciting, like it's something new, and in relationships, especially relationships that go for a longer period of time, spicing things up, changing things up, finding ways to make things exciting, it's actually healthy. It's a healthy thing to do. And here's a lot of women. There's a lot of women who also get called kinky and things like that. They're not supposed to be that way, but it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what your gender is. Whatever you like and you're into and it's happening consensually, that's normal.
Yeah. I feel good about myself now. Yeah, and I'd be remiss to not talk about the risky vagina. And I know it was so fun if you don't mind talking to me about that. Yeah. I want actually guys to hear this because I've heard it very much about guys that when they drink, it's more common they're going to have erectile dysfunction.
Yes.
But the whiskey vagina, talk to me about that, girl.
No, totally, right? Because the term is like whiskey dick that they'll say, like you drink too much and now you cannot get an erection or you can't orgasm. It's just difficult to orgasm. The same thing can happen to women, and this is where it gets problematic because a lot of times when they go to their doctor, they say like, well, I'm having pain with sex, I'm not enjoying sex, or there's problems. The doctor's like, get some lube, have some wine, have a few glasses of wine, and you'll be fine. But actually, when you're intoxicated, it can be more difficult to self-lubricate, more difficult to come around. So you're using a substance that is affecting your nervous system and is suppressing your nervous system. So everybody knows like your reaction time is down, right? This is when you don't drink and drive. If you are drinking and driving, you can do that actually. But this is why, we say those things is because your reaction time is down. You have depressed the nervous system. Well, what's the clear? It's a bundle of about 10,000 nerves. So how is that going to respond to stimuli when you've used a drug that now is basically like numbing things out? And so you can have issues with arousal, which can become engorged, you can have limitations, because it can be incredibly frustrating because you're like, I cannot orgasm. It's been 40 minutes and I'm getting raw. Like, what is happening? Even in a solo session, it can be incredibly difficult to orgasm because you're intoxicated.
Okay, and so I've seen multiple orgasms being harder to have.
Oh, yeah.
And so talk to me about actually multiple orgasms and squirting. Because I'm just going to assume, I'm going to only say for myself, it's very interesting to go, ooh, how how can I figure out how to
Yeah.
do that?
Yeah.
Like, I was the person that started with, I'm just not
Yeah.
I'm one of those unfortunate people that can't write. That's where I started from. Then I met my husband, my wife changed multiple orgasms out of, whatever. And then the squirting part is like, okay, is this a type of person that can do it? Is it something that can train? Is it like going to the gym? And then is there benefits to squirting?
Yeah, there's no known benefits to squirting, so I'll just say that. Some people do know, right? But we haven't studied it much because even, the jury's out of like, is it just urine or is it like, what is it? There seems to be so there's some urea in the fluids, but it also has a sweet taste to it, so it appears to be coming from the steam gland, so that's all saying you're not just peeing. So people will be, oh, you're just peeing. No, it's not just peeing because they've actually done imaging finding that the bladder, someone empties their bladder, they have sex, they squirt, but then they're like, oh, but then there was fluid in the bladder, looked imaged again. So it's all very confusing. And really, so many people like to pathologize it or just make it like, oh, that's just a porn thing, which in porn they will pee and they will like push and bear down to make that urine squirt. Do not recommend. You're going to destroy your pelvic floor and end up with urinary incontinence at some point in your life, but definitely as you age if you keep up that practice. So not a good idea. So in theory, everyone should be able to squirt. But it's not something that like anything's wrong with you if you don't squirt. It sometimes takes certain positions, sometimes there's toy stimulation happening. Sometimes women only experience it while they're pregnant, where there's all this pressure, all of this circulation down there. Sometimes women only experience it with anal sex. So it really just depends.
Wow, it's anal sex. It's touching.
That's the thing that I'm like, anatomy wise, like where you are, like why does it work? Why does it work that way? And it could be that there's clitoral stimulation, that there's penetration in the anus, and then from that stimulation, the steams get glands, they shoot up. So
I've always thought also about floating about from women who are more promiscuous. Is that true?
No, and that is something that, like, I feel like there's always some myth going around about being more promiscuous with women. Whether it's like you're going to have a loose vagina, you'll ruin yourself for marriage, you're going to get more infections, like you're going to get higher risk for STIs, and you definitely need more partners you have. Same is true for men, though. Same is true for men.
Speaking of actually being loose, I know that's one thing that a lot of I haven't had children, so I don't really know. But I've heard that that's one thing that women are paranoid about.
Yeah.
And so my question is, just out of curiosity, is it paranoia because they don't like the feeling, or because they're worried they can't please their partner?
It's the latter in most cases. Women are told all the time that like loose vagina is like the worst thing ever. Yeah, the vagina doesn't really work that way. I mean, it's essentially an accordion of tissue. Like it expands. It passes a whole human, and you will have more tissue because it expanded. There's a lot of people who report better sex, both partners, better sex after vaginal delivery. Part of that may be because you got so comfortable with your body. Part of that may be because there is more tissue there. Another part is because things actually spread. The clitoris is more exposed now. There was a lot more sensation. There was a lot more hormones flowing in the body. So there can be changes that are beneficial from that. But I think what's really problematic is that you see all the time men on the internet being like, oh, you want it tight. A tight vagina is the best. And I always laugh because I'm like, you really have no idea what you're talking about. Like, this is another, like, tell me you don't know the female body without telling me, because a tight vagina is not a ready vagina. It is the equivalent of a flaccid penis. Like, this is not somebody who is interested in anything that you have going on right now, because things are being locked down. I think about, like, the movie Alien and Sigourney Weaver's like running through like these like portholes, right? And it's like closing in. Like that is the vulva being like, oh my god, alien! Like this is like, we don't know anyone foreign in here right now. And so that can actually be a sign that someone is not ready, someone is afraid, and it sometimes can be a case of vaginismus. And so you don't want to tight vagina. When you become aroused, the vagina actually tenses. So the tissue expands, the cervix will actually move back, and it's all making, it's like maybe there'll be penetration, we don't know, but we're ready, we're going to be ready either way. That is arousal. That is somebody who's into you, that is like you've put in the work, like things are ready to go. If things are tight, that's not it. And that's, I would say, on the same vein of talking about childbirth, the husband stitch. I talk about this in the book. I think it is a very gross practice in medicine. There's still a lot of abuse of the female body, especially in obstetric violence, when it comes to what physicians do. And the husband stitch, especially because it's often being done without consent, is where they put an extra stitch. So if you tear or if they cut you, which really has no evidence they shouldn't be doing that, but if you tear, because that does happen, and they stitch you up, sometimes they're like, oh, put an extra stitch at the top for your husband because it'll make sex better. And ultimately what it actually does is it causes painless sex and nobody has sex. Now there's actually no sex. So tell me how you, like, modifying, manipulating her vagina with a man only in mind, not her body in mind, doing it for her husband, has actually helped anyone. It hasn't. Now he's not having sex. She's very problematic, I think. And what medicine will do to women's bodies sometimes is it's more about the aesthetics. Is it aesthetically pleasing, and rather than thinking about the function? Because your vulva wasn't made to be stared at. Like, your body isn't made to be looked at. Your body has all of these amazing functions that it performs, and yet everything always comes back to, like, how does your body look? How does your body look? And this is something after I had my second child, and I had, like, I was 40, so very different collagen, very different everything going on. But I had a much larger postpartum belly afterward. And I took photos and I just shared it online. And I'm like, your body isn't made to be looked at. It's not. Your body, look what my body accomplished. And then when you think about sex as well, are you having pleasurable sex? Are you enjoying it? And who cares what it looks like down there if you're enjoying it? And that is where I think we're doing a really big disservice. The funny thing is, so here's where I ended up on some CD websites and stuff. So I actually made a trip to Pornhub, because when you look at why physicians say labiaplasty is happening, so that's actually taking away of the tissue of the labia, what people call the lips, mostly to get rid of the inner labia, so that it's tucked in all nice and neat.
God.
I know, right? I can't help but Kegel every time I talk about it. Like, my little vulva's like, oh no, like, it's terrifying to think about. And there are some women, they do get it done because they are struggling with body image, or they are having discomfort because there is such hypertrophy. So I don't want to shame or dismiss anybody who's getting it done for those reasons, and it has improved their life. But what's problematic is that women are being told, like, oh, like, your vagina doesn't look, or your vulva doesn't look right. So we're talking about the outer tissue. The vulva doesn't look right. Therefore, you need to have this surgery. Doctors are looking to porn and saying, this is because of porn. We blame porn for this. So I was like, well, I want to know. What do we have, like, trimmed up labia going on in porn? No, we do not. I had saw so much variety of vulvas. And I found on Pornhub they voted top vulvas. They didn't use the anatomically correct terms, but we're doing that here. And with that, there was the top voted was what people call the outie vagina, which is where the labia minora is actually on the outside. And they voted everything was with so much variety. And then I went and I got my Netter's Anatomy textbook and I opened it up and I was like, it's us. We're the problem. Here is a pink uniform and color vulva that is only an innie, and this is all we're showing in medicine. You go to Medscape, you go to these websites, these physician, based websites, and it is the white archetype of uniform in color and everything neat and tucked away and uniform and symmetrical, and I'm like, it's us. It's not porn. Porn is like, give me all the variety, which was also to say that if you're a woman and you're concerned, like my male partner, is going to look at it and think, it turns out they're really into it. They're really into the variety down there. That is what, per the porn surveys that men are craving. So that to me was such a light bulb moment of medicine is the one that only shows this uniform, perfect vulva. That is who is showing all of that. And when you look at pornography, it is real bodies. And yes, there is augmentation, there is labiaplasty, there are breast implants, all of that happens. But then there is also all of these very real bodies where men are actually I want to see a postpartum body. I want to see these different changes, which is what does outside of that sphere, we're told something completely different, right? It's there's the truth that lies underneath the aesthetic of it all.
What's interesting, as you were talking, I was like, but I think they do a disservice to guys because at least in the porn that I've seen, it's always like they're always huge.
Yeah.
And it's like I've heard you even talk about the Goldilocks penis or whatever. And I was like, it's funny because porn may help women if you just watch and go, look, ladies, like there's all types. Like men like all this, but with the guys, I've never seen a guy that's like got a small penis.
Yeah.
It's always a gigantic.
I know.
penis.
Now I'm like, I have to go research that. Yeah, I mean, it is like you think about like the movie Boogie Nights with the whole reason they wanted Mark Wahlberg, and not because he's Mark Wahlberg and he's beautiful, but because like there was all this story. It's so funny though when you talk to women, women are terrified of large penises. And my friend, we were in a conversation, and I was talking about how like whenever people ask me to size matters, I need the guns because if it's too big, it's scary. Or like you have to make accommodations and like it's not gonna be people okay the micro penis can be horrible and all of these things like you don't even orgasm from down penetration. Like clitoris is the lens with lots of people or harder to people has a micro penis and so people don't
Wait.
that's like what yes. So it's we are not supposed to be on the board like plus, we're talking about this I usually want to like lots of people have their general sex with that side because the way to orgasm is real stimulation. So it's necessarily required. Some people love it, some people don't, right? And that's about personal preference, right? When I was talking to my friend Robin, I did it all the time. And he has a long penis that or a wide penis that is the biggest problem. Them, like they're struggling with that. So right there is what you see in porn and that will be a disservice. But really that's like it's so ironic, right? Because it's like you've got people lines, you've got variation. Why is it that men want to see large penis? Like this power thing is this like and it's just so interesting to think about that and how that's glorified. And I'm not even another reason why women are watching sexual porn. I mean, I was just in conversation with yesterday, and they were like, "Oh yeah, because I had shot." I didn't know what to do. And it's having problems. Before they talk about your accommodation, and it's just really like space over here. It's you have a buffer there, and then you still need to cancel it, but yeah. How did somebody not see that this it's a real bummer having to release somebody in all ways and then sexually is incredibly frustrating and you can't have pleasurable sex together. And I know that people are like, that's so super cool. It does matter. It's part of the relationship that does matter that is part of the start.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that because that's what I was going to add is that like then like we're already dealing with the things that we've spoken about so much today, right? Is how much shame and guilt that we have over this and culture and what is actually true. And like again, I'm always trying to see it from the other side. I'm like, I think that the problem with the guys is that they're seeing porn where they're seeing, oh my god, look at this guy who's like, 10 inches or whatever, he's making women squirt left, right, and center. That's what a quote unquote man must be. And so now if I've got whatever size, I'm now either less than or I'm hairy. And then think about the guys that have the micro penis, like that really fucking sucks for them because women have been shown in porn that actually what makes a man, and quote unquote anyone who's listening, is the bigger the better. And I'm now thinking about how that goes the men of the service and that they feel the shame and then what they bring into the bedroom, right? Because the things part of it, I'm sure they change everything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you think about just how much people are ashamed about their bodies in general, and then you take it to the genitals and the whole next level, right? I mean, it is, I think when it comes to genital shame, it is just bad for men as it is for women. I think there's a lot more euphemisms and jokes that have been thrown around about anatomy, and men have been able to dominate spaces where they throw that around. So that has been something that people's gotten more attention. But I mean, it is completely socially acceptable to shame somebody for having a small penis when you look at what happens in media, when you look at what happens just in conversations online, is that socially it's okay to have a laugh about that, and it really shouldn't.
The last thing is, where is our default?
Oh, highly debated. Does it even exist? Yeah. So it used to be thought that like on the anterior wall, so belly button side, about like about the two knuckles in, maybe a little bit further, there's a deep spot. This is now very highly debated because now that we understand the clitoris isn't just this little button, but it's like this wishbone structure that comes down. The question is now, is it actually the clitoris? Like, is it actually the clitoris that has been being stimulated? And so this is something that like you will see. I mean, people fight about this. Like they get big mad about like, no, of course there's a G spot. No, there's no way there's a G spot. Like that's just misinformation and like, and what? People trying to help you have better sex, is that like horrible? What it comes down to is that I'm like, if you find that pleasurable, who cares what spot it is? Like, who cares what spot it is if you find it pleasurable? There's some people who like their cervix stimulated. They find that incredibly pleasurable. There's people having nipple gasms. There's people thinking off. Like whatever it is, if you can check the box that was pleasurable for me, it's normal. And who cares what we call it or what we name it? Like you don't have to have, like, I feel like that is part of like, what magazines and everything do. If they've got a name like, the next best orgasm, like the coregasm, you can get off by working out. And like, it's a very spontaneous thing. Nobody's intending to. They're just like doing a core exercise. And then they're like, something just happened. Or the pegasm, which is where you have to pee so bad. Usually this happens like in the middle of the night. You wake up and you're like, I'm having an orgasm. That's because like there's just so much stimulation happening there. I don't advise that. Don't try for a pegasm. Holding your bladder that long, you're gonna end up with UTI. That's bad news. Just work on what feels good for you. What's pleasurable for you, and if you're in a partnership, the boxes you check is that it was consensual and we both enjoyed ourselves. And then we do not worry about what we're calling what we're labeling things, whether it's pink, whether it's not pink, what your doctor would say about it, what your mom would say about it, or we just don't care. It's normal. It's normal. So let people find you everything is and you're amazing, but is this normal? Click here right now to learn how to actually fix that sex. 95% of men orgasm when they have sex, and usually it can take them 5 minutes. With women, it's 65% of women only have orgasm, and it usually takes us around 18 minutes. 95% of men orgasm when they have sex, and usually it can take them 5 minutes. With women, it's 65% of women only have orgasm, and it usually takes us around 18 minutes. Yes, orgasm. So help us explain why.
Okay, let's talk about the orgasm gap for a minute. There is a huge disparity in our pleasure when it comes to sex. Typically, men are going to orgasm between, let's say 5 to 10 minutes every time. Women between 18 and 40 minutes. So, hello, there's a gap. That's the first part of the gap. Second part of the gap is, men are going to orgasm most of the time. That's not a problem. I never hear from men saying, I can't orgasm during sex. I hear it from women every single day for almost 2 decades. So the problem is so many women feel bad about themselves, they feel discouraged, they feel like something's wrong with them, but I just want to normalize it and say, this is what happens. It is a gap, and we have to close that orgasm gap. And it's like, dudes, you're going to get there. She comes first. Make sure that she gets there. Do what you need to do the foreplay, do the arousal. Find out what turns her on. And if you don't know what turns her on, and she doesn't know what turns her on, well, that's why I wrote this book. I mean, literally, like, I have all these steps most of us don't know. Most of us don't know there's a gap, and then we're like, oh, we might know there's a problem, and we're not ready for that, but we don't know why. All right, so today I want to look at, first of all, explain to me, this is like 85% of women in gay relationships that come. What the hell is going on there, though? They know the parts. They know the parts. They name the parts. They're with somebody who knows exactly. They know the plumbing. They know the system. They know what's going on. There's no mystery. They can take the time. They can take 20 minutes. They know exactly how it works. They communicate about it. They prioritize orgasms. They prioritize pleasure. So that's what's going on there. You can learn a lot from same-sex women. So is it literally then you just know it because you know yourself? I think it's both. I think you know yourself. You're like, okay, this looks familiar. And you know that it's important. And you also know, because here's the other thing. If this is not that easy, it's not so, you might know one vagina or one vulva, but the other, like, we're all really, really different. So I think in lesbian couples, they probably talk about it a lot. They say, well, I know that this might take you 20 minutes, but what I need is different maybe than what you need. But there's probably less shame around it. There's less educating around it. And there's like, let's both have pleasure. We both deserve equal opportunity. The problem that's happening in heterosexual relationships is because this information is still shrouded in mystery and we don't really know it. There's a lot of women who are like, I don't know why am I having an orgasm. Maybe I should just fake it. Something's wrong with me. You know, because you tell us all the time, women assume it's our fault. We take responsibility for it. But no, I'm here to say, like, not your fault. Figure out what you need to please you. But again, in same-sex relationships, they know. They're like, we're not going to fake anything here. We're both going to get ours. I know that. It's so shame that men not necessarily have as much shame around sex as women. Men have shame. Men and women have shame, but they have different kinds of shame. So where they're similar is a lot of us have shame around our body parts. We have shame for men. They might be shameful that they don't like their penis. They don't like the size. They don't like the shape. They think it should be different. They look at porn and like, mine doesn't look like that. Doesn't act like that. There's something wrong with me. For women, we shame the same thing. We shame our body parts, our body size. We feel that it should look differently. We're not happy. And here's the other thing about shame. It just takes one person maybe shaming you directly, and you never get over. I hear from men all the time. I hear from women. In high school, someone said something to me about my vagina, and now I forever feel 40 years old, and I'm still hating my body parts. So remember that you can't let anyone else take that away from you, because what happens is when we are walking through in shame, like, we don't want to get naked. We want the lights off. We're not letting ourselves have pleasure because one person said something. So that's why confidence is a really great antidote to all of this shame and working towards, liking your body. It's not loving your body. So the confidence thing is really important. I'd love to kind of break down, like, also the difference. What I kind of think of guys is like, do they really have confidence issues? Like, and look, I don't want to dismiss that, right? Like, so again, I think one of the problems is I kind of think of guys maybe think like us women and vice versa, but of course they don't. But when I think about that piece of the shame, like, for women, would you agree, because I don't want to assume, but it feels like it's a lot more psychological than men. Men have a lot of psychological shame too, and worry. They really, really do. Listen, I feel bad for men, because my heart goes out to men, because men have all the, we're talking about me and heterosexual, but they have to like show up. This is their, they gotta make the move, they gotta ask the person out, and they gotta make the move. And they're supposed to know everything about a woman's body, what feels good, like they're in charge, they're the man. They often don't know. I mean, the vagina is like the Rubik's Cube of life. Like, literally, every single one is different. How are they supposed to know how to unpack this one? Like, they don't know. So then they get their head, and this will be a great lover, and she's had an orgasm. My last partner wanted this one. This partner doesn't want it. So, like, what the hell am I supposed to do? And so there is a lot of, and there's a lot of shame around that because they're supposed to know. And then there's shame about their body parts, there's shame about their bodies. Men are so, it's just as many insecurities about their bodies as women do. But I think that we don't talk about it enough. They're not being as in touch with it as much. They overcompensate with other things. But for women, we're like out to lunch with our friends. They're like, I don't like my body. My left boob is bigger than my right boob. Like, we talk about it, we normalize it. But I think that like shame is equal opportunity. I never thought about that women do talk about it. We do. I want men to. He's not like, oh God, I had too much dessert last night. My jeans aren't buttoned. You're like, whatever. Guys don't say that. Or my penis. He's not going to sit down and go, this one woman at prom told me that I'm 30 years old at prom. This woman said she looked like my penis. Dude, I'm feeling really bad today. Like, guys just don't have those conversations. So, but women do. Like, I would tell you, I'd be like, I'm feeling it. And you'd be like, oh, you're great. Like, you cheer me up. But we would talk about it. Wow. So they're toiling on their own. I'm always trying to be devil's advocate and think about both sides of it. And so I think that I'm actually going to give men a bit more credit now. I think they need that because I do think porn sets a lot of us up for failure. And specifically men, it's the one thing I hear a lot where men are always talking about their sides. And so let's actually just talk about that because at least for me, it doesn't really matter. It's like a bit like this in your head. It only matters the penis size I'm talking about. Let me tell you about this. Men are way more obsessed with their penises than women are. And I hope that there's a huge collective sigh of relief right now. Like, I hope that men around the world watching your show just went, Thank God. They're obsessed with it. The size, it's all about the size. But the majority of women are like, listen, that's not even how I'm going to orgasm. That's not even having more pleasure. My pleasure has zero to do with your penis. It has everything to do with your fingers or your mouth or you being kind or nice or dirty talking or listening to what I want and pleasing me. But like your penis is like an afterthought. And again, not for every single one, but for the majority of it, like if men spend more time focusing on what can I do to really turn her on and less on what's wrong with my penis, there'd be a lot more pleasure in the world. And I think also the other side of things, right? Women do worry about like, oh my God, my thighs too big. He's not thinking about your thighs. He's naked with you in the bedroom. The last thing he's thinking about is your thighs. I'm telling you, they're not meant. Neither one of us are sitting here nitpicking and looking at our partners, and because the sexiest thing in the bedroom is somebody who's confident. But the confidence is not a fake bravado confidence. The confidence comes from inside. The confidence comes from knowing my worth, knowing my body, knowing what feels good. Because I've done the work on myself to understand my own body and like what feels good, and then having that less shame to talk about it with a partner. But a lot of us just never even get to that point. And so we're in the bedrooms, we're both really wildly insecure, we're faking pleasure, faking orgasm, so we're not genuinely connecting in a real way. Dude, this is so strong. So if we think that confidence is like the number one thing that people want, I did a poll before you came here. What do you think was the number one thing that people want to know about? How do you more confident? Was that it? How do you have more confidence in the bedroom? So here, I'm like you said it. But right, so here we are. This is the number one most important thing, and yet this is the number one thing that people need and don't have. Oh, okay, So that's why, like, this is why I really want to talk about the female melting, because even to something like that, where it's like, oh, men don't have the confidence because they're so worried about the size, women don't care. Women don't have the confidence, they're so worried about the size of our hips or shape of our boobs, or are they hanging too low or anything. Men don't care. No. So now when we go, hang on, the most important thing that we need is a thing that we don't have, and this is why we're in our own heads. It's so true. We are in our heads, and we are in our heads during sex. The blood flow, first of all, orgasm, pleasure, arousal, it's all about blood flow. That means the blood is like rushing to our head away from our genitals. Like whenever we're having these disruptive thoughts during sex, it is not serving us at all. And here's the thing I want to say about confidence, is that confidence isn't what people think either. Like, let me tell you what people think. Like, confidence is how many people you've slept with, how often you've had sex, maybe how much porn you watched. Maybe it's I don't think it's how many partners you've had and like if your partner has an orgasm and all that. But that is zero to do with confidence in the bedroom. Confidence in the bedroom comes from knowing your own body and your own self-worth. And then being able to pay attention when with your new partner and pay attention, asking them questions, what feels good. But you both have to be pretty self-evolved and self-aware to have a confident for sure. And even what you were saying, this thing through that. So if we think that the most confident people are the ones that slept with most, the truth is, maybe it's the opposite. They're overcompensate. Exactly. I gotta tell you, I'm someone who's been out there. I've had to, do my research. I've been with the guy who's the stud, he slept with all these women, and that's why he's attracted. And I gotta say, this is, probably not the best lovers in the world because they're not as attentive. They're not as focused. They're not maybe have some maybe emotional intelligence that's really, really important for having better sex because maybe they have the bravado or they have the look. So they have whatever it is that's been driving. They've got the pickup lines. They've got that big personality disorder that's allowed them to maybe conquer a lot of women. And I would say that sometimes those lovers aren't the most mindful, the most careful, the most present, the most attuned. And great sex is about attunement, embodiment, being in our bodies, being present. And a lot of those guys just pound away a jackhammer, getting another notch on their belly. Yes, so true. And in your book, I think you call it, I believe it's referring to masturbation as like at your PhD, which I love that you say that. And as I was thinking through, I was like, oh, I think that's also another place where we maybe get tripped up, where if I can be honest, and I always want you to correct me if I start generalizing, please help keep me sober. But like, I just always think, oh, guys have been masturbating since the day that they could move their wrist in that way, right? And women sometimes have to like watch an episode of Women of Impact and watch you on to go, oh my God, I need to masturbate. Right? So it's kind of like when you're maybe having sex with somebody, the guy does join with a PhD and you join as like a Like, yeah, exactly. So you want to talk about making you feel less confident, right? When you get into the room or into the bedroom with somebody that's way more experienced with you than you, even if you bring some confidence, I can actually see how you lose some confidence in that way. Absolutely, absolutely. I can't tell you how important masturbation is for your overall sexual health and wellness. We were talking about shame earlier. A lot of people grew up in environments where it wasn't okay to masturbate. They were told that it's like shameful, it's wrong. People sort of they bring that with them throughout their lifetime, and they think, well, or they have all these judgments around masturbation. They say like, oh, well, if I masturbate, it means I'm cheating on my partner. They make all these assessments on it, and it's untrue. In fact, masturbation is a huge part of being sexually healthy and sexually well. It is literally how we're going to feel more in touch with our bodies. How is my partner going to know how to please me if I haven't spent the time learning my body? What feels good? Taking what feels good, taking a mirror and looking between my legs. And you want to talk about the differences between men and women, and I know you do, because in many ways we're the same, but in this way, men typically masturbate way more often than women do. And I do have to remind them, and I do have to say sex begets sex. So the more we are giving ourselves pleasure and orgasm, it's going to help with our desire, it's going to help us understand our bodies, it's going to help with sex education, so we can communicate. So yeah, masturbation is a huge part of being sexually healthy and sexually well. Okay, another adult love question for you. Yes. Is it typically women that feel like their partners are cheating on them if they masturbate? Because I do have some friends that can see if their partner watches porn, it means they're cheating. Yes. Or it means that they're not sexually interested. But I've only ever heard women say it. I've never heard of a guy saying, where's my woman watches porn and she's not into me. I would say that it's typically more women who think that if their male partner is watching porn, it is cheating than men. What I do hear from men saying is like, why is she masturbating and not telling me or keeping it secret from me? I have heard that because they're like, well, she doesn't want to send me as much or whatever it is. I think that there's just a way that we sort of equate masturbation with a violation and the safety of commitment. Again, I think that porn has a place in our sex lives, but we just need to find how to excuse this. And how do you, thank you for that, and how do you talk through any type of jealousy when it comes to porn in a relationship? I think that the first thing is that you have to really just, first off, have an open conversation about sex with your partner often. I have something in the book called, I give a lot of tips for couples because I know how hard it is for couples to talk. Lisa, most couples in relationships do not talk about sex, ever. Like, maybe they talk about the fact, like, hey babe, we haven't had sex in a while, or we had sex tonight. But they don't get into, like, what sex feels good to us, how often should we have sex, when should we have sex, or even about porn. Like, what do you think about, like, porn watching? Do you want to watch porn together? Should we watch porn? Like, there's just all these conversations that really do not happen. So the best way to talk about it is just to say, our intimate life is so important to me, and I hope that you would have a growth mindset around sex, and I have a growth mindset around sex. We're going to continue to learn and grow together. So is this something that you'd be interested in? Let's talk about our sex life. And then once you do that, you can talk about porn. You asked me about masturbation, right? How to have masturbation. So I think, first off, please have these conversations before you walk down the aisle with someone and commit to them for the rest of your life. Because when we bring up sex to our partner, whether it's masturbation or porn or what we want in bed, we typically go into fight or flight because we're not used to it. So you have to say to your partner, I realize you've never talked about sex. I want you to know that I'm not asking you away. I'm not trying to get something from you. I'm not mad at you. I'm not angry. I really want to, again, be the best lover to her that we can be. So, would you be open to having healthy conversations around sex? When you are having sex with someone, I hope I will go with mindset around sex, and I want to continue to talk about sex. And you will do that. See what they say about that. Hopefully they're cool with it. And then you can say, well, let's talk about masturbation. I'm a huge fan of masturbation. Tell me about your masturbation practices. And again, you can tell a lot by these questions. And if your person says, oh God, why you ask me that? Or I don't do it. Well, then you have to either just decide and say, you probably will have to do a lot of coercing and not coercing, but comforting and letting them know these conversations should be very non-judgmental, curious, open, loving, supportive, and just have a conversation. And it's not a one-time conversation. Has to be ongoing, but learn these things about somebody early on. If you find out that they're like, why are you asking me that? porn is wrong, masturbation is wrong, well then you get to decide is it the first way you want to do it. That's what Mitchell's going to say. If someone has that judgment, so your instinct is to retreat, right? Because no one wants to feel judged by it, especially with something that's so intimate and so vulnerable. So I would guess a lot of people typically would then just shut down and go, I shouldn't say. That's what happens. People shut down and be like, well, I'm not going to answer this truthfully. I'm not going to answer this honestly. I'm going to, I know one's ever asked me this before, because what we're talking about is very revolutionary, even in 2023, to say we are part of, let's talk about our sex life. Let's have a state reunion about our sex life and our relationship. Let's talk about it. But I'm telling you, after almost 2 decades of doing this work, this is the problem. The problem is that we're not talking about it. The problem isn't even the fight or flight and get defensive. So, I think the change can start here, the change can start today, and having this conversation, I promise you, once you start to talk about it, it will have less shame around it. It will feel less stressful and scary, and you'll have less insecurities around it, and it gets more comfortable, and then it'll become fun. It'll be the thing that you're actually looking forward to talking about with your partner. And once you get past these hurdles of fear and trauma and shame and everything that comes wrapped up in sex. Yeah, well, let's talk about them things like fantasies and fetishes, because again, I think that I keep projecting, but I'm really just speaking for myself. Growing up, it was definitely, there was so much shame around any fantasy or fetish that maybe I had. And then if I can just hold on to it, well, what if I say this out loud? What if someone can say against me? What if I get judged? What if I get belittled? And so you end up not speaking up or saying anything. And that's what led me to, in preparation for this episode, I really did just go and Google. And I was like, what are the questions people are asking? What are all the things that people are too ashamed or too embarrassed of? So first of all, let's talk about porn. Keep going down this area for a minute. Women do sometimes get threatened by porn, yes. So, but I don't think men get threatened by porn. Not as much. They don't get threatened by porn as much. They do not. I would say that is true. I think that if their female partners watching porn, just regular porn, they're probably like, okay, great, that gives me permission too. And maybe we can watch together a bunch of things that turn us on. So I think that if you're in a comfortable relationship when you guys talk about everything, then I think that you'll feel that, it's okay. Like, I'm just happy that you're getting off and that you're turned on, and I think that men, but I think it's less common yet for men to get upset about it, and I just think that they're happy with their partners using themselves. So yeah, I think that there's less conversation about that, because again, the porn that we're talking about is made by men format. Yeah. And when I last time I actually had you on, you were like, oh, can I do audio porn? That's cool. Yeah, it's the porn that's like, so there's audio porn, there's audio erotica, there's a few companies like Quinn, and there's what's called Dipsy. There's also porn burlesque that's really made for the female gaze. And meaning, it's porn with a plot. There's porn with a plot. There's you know how she met the ski instructor before sleeping with him. They are on the chairlift together. There's real body types. Like all different body types. There's all different types. There's all different things. So we feel more welcome into porn. We can call it ethical porn, which isn't very sexy, but that's actually what it's called. And I've actually wrote a smart sex resource guide on my website that goes along with the book that's listing and the book too. We list all the places you can go for porn that's going to make you feel aroused and turned on, because erotica and porn has a place. Listen, our brain is the largest sex organ. We need our brain to be stimulated and turned on by sex, especially to override love and negative conditioning. But since we don't know where to find inspiration because of what we see in the regular porn that you are Googling, isn't doing it for you. Yeah, it's too aggressive, it's actually against your body type, it makes you feel worse. So it's an emerging field. It's emergent now to have more stuff that's made for women by women, but it's harder to find when you can know about it. Still, I love that you're doing it. And in discussing this openly with my husband was when I was like, I need some stories. I need to see Justice of the Fireman. Yeah, exactly. I need to get the hose. Like, we're like a breakfast. Like, you might be watching all the, what with his family issues, what challenges he overcome. I want to ask about my day. There's a dialogue, and it does make you go to the banging. But otherwise, but it was freeing, right? It's freeing to then be honest with your partner, to say this is the type of thing that that I like, and then just completely exactly. You're wants to please you. Listen, if you're in a right relationship, and what a great way to find that you are already aren't, assume that your partner wants to be an incredible lover to you. Assume that your partner wants to know how to push all of your buttons and find all the ways they turn you on. Can't we just give you the benefit of the doubt? That maybe if you do find your partner watching porn and it makes you feel bad, you know, like I say that women kind of sometimes feel that more than men, and maybe you can just get curious, do a little more investigating, ask them about it, maybe find them what you both like. It doesn't have to be the end of the relationship, or it doesn't have to blow up. If we have more of an understanding about our own arousal styles and our own desire, what turns us on, we have a lot less strife around sex. Well, I mean, it means opinion. And I want to tell you about the easiest way to listen to my podcast with impact. If you're anything like this, right, it's so freaking precious. It's the thing that you're never going to get back. So, how on earth do you make the most of it and look for ways to make life way easier and simpler? And so that's where Amazon Music comes in. Because listening to Women Impact on Amazon Music is about as easy as it gets. You can listen on the app, which is super quick and easy to navigate, or you can just ask Mahoney Alexa, play Women Impact on Amazon Music. It's that simple. And let me tell you, the content is freaking awesome. If you're ready, Mahoney, to get a freaking hour, then listen and follow Women Impact on Amazon Music. Yes, so true. And then how much, I think, is a big deal as well, in the sense of I could watch for maybe once in a couple of weeks and it. Yeah. But like something I know it's like one day, you know, or just, and so even just the cadence I think is important to discuss because I believe you said I've got it written down. You said around 2 hours per week is about average, and anything more than that maybe starts to get a little trouble. Yeah, you know, here's the thing about trouble with porn. You don't know when it's a problem. I'll tell you this sounds familiar. So, like, let's say you're watching so much, live in the consequence. You're watching so much porn that you no longer can get turned on by your partner. You're watching so much porn that every time you're watching, this is how you know it's too much porn. You're watching so much porn that you have to keep escalating the kind of scenes you're watching so they become even more intense, maybe more aggressive, and you don't even feel that good about it, but you're like, you know, now I'm watching threesomes and then I'm watching gangbings and they're really violent, but they don't make me feel good, but they haven't, but I have to do it, so the escalation becomes worrisome. Maybe you have that going on every time you're having sex. Maybe you're watching porn so much you can't get to work anymore, like you're like late for work. When there is a consequence to porn watching, there's probably a problem there. And what about the desensitization? Is that like the biggest thing? That is really a thing. We become desensitized to the porn or to actual sex because you're like, oh, well, this is just normal sex. It's not similar to sore. Yeah, it does. So that's when you go, there's a problem when you're like, literally real sex does nothing for you because you're so used to the combination of the audio and the video, the watching something that's so aggressive that not even your porn with someone or not even sex with someone you love is turning you on and it's doing the same thing that it used to. And so you can become desensitized to actual sex. You can kind of convince yourself that it's not as good, not as satisfying. You see, think about it. It's like a quick fix. You know, you're going to get up, you know, it's a sure thing. You can roll over, go to bed, you don't have to talk to anybody, you have to get back to anybody. Then also social interaction becomes a lot harder. There is a sex recession, and the media loves writing about it. They love sex in the headlines. But there have been studies that are having some truth to the fact that especially younger people are having less sex right now. There's a lot of reasons that, you know, that they're suggesting, you know, screen time, COVID set a lot of people back from being social and being out there in the world. Everything's available on our phones, and I think all of that is true, you know, but I really would love to bring back some girl-fashion connection, maybe just in person, you know, figuring out how to be sexual again. Yeah. So, y'all ready for some more? One of the top number one is what is it? Makes me think that, oh, now they do. Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. So, the G-spot, just so you know, for years, people like the G-spot doesn't exist, or it doesn't orgasm, or it does exist. I mean, it doesn't, people For so many years, female anatomy has been understudied and completely debated. And all I want to say is, yes, there's a G spot. I call it the G area because that's not necessarily a particular spot. Plus, it was invented of this guy Katzenberg, and he did not have a G spot. Leave it to a man to name the G spot in a woman and whatever. But the G spot is essentially the internal clitoral nerve endings. So the clitoris isn't just a little bud. If you don't, maybe you know or you don't know, isn't just that bud that's outside the vaginal opening, the little bud on top. It actually has legs that extend deep inside behind the labia, and right there, about an inch and a half to 2 inches inside the vaginal opening, up towards the belly button, is an area, and that area, when stimulated, can feel incredible. Now, to have a G-spot orgasm, it helps to have a clitoral orgasm first and to already be around because orgasm is all about blood flow and it's all about kind of the stimulus. So you're sort of thinking about that getting revved up, you're getting already turned on, and then you'll feel like an area when you're looking for the G-spot with this come hither motion with your finger towards the belly button. You start to feel a little rough area and where that peak fit, and you apply pressure to that area or maximum stimulation. Everybody rewinds that again and again and again and play it for your guy or for your partner because you just explained it so perfectly. So if people are reading, I'm just going to say men just that he's here, but obviously it's never meant to men. But if men are looking for how do I, find a peaceful for my woman, they actually want to please you. Yeah. So now as women, if we always revert to faking it because we're uncomfortable, we're insecure, we're now stuck in different languages. Mm-hmm. So that's why, again, I really want to do this episode and go about how we think differently because that was so alarming because I think that for me, in me faking it, I was in such a disservice to the guy because he thought he found it. He thought he was pleasing me, and now I'm talking to go look, and to be honest, I probably did the disservice for the next 20 years. Exactly, that's exactly it, Lisa. You are doing a disservice not only to yourself, you're robbing yourself of pleasure. You're robbing yourself of sexual growth. You aren't anybody. But then your partner's going, I'm the king of the universe, I can make everything an orgasm, and yeah, it's a disservice. But not only that, so that's part of it. And I was a faker too for many, many years. And in fact, this is one of the reasons why I got into this career because I was like, I do not want to live a life of faking it. I assumed that if my partner had an orgasm and I faked it, like it was a good time because it was more like I prioritized his pleasure over my own. So I had to really do the work. Going back to masturbation, I figured out my most valuable sex information about myself by letting my fingers, a vibrator, figure it all out. And that's what I had to do. And then when we talk about intimacy, connecting partner, and what makes great sex and what makes great confidence, is because I now know how to please myself. So when my partner's trying to figure out, right, the different combinations of the Rubik's Cube, I can be like, thanks for trying, you seem really enthusiastic. Let me show you what I've learned. And a partner who doesn't have ego around it and just has lots of please you is like, cool, thank God. You, I like to fumble around because you know when you've done the work. So a lot of us don't know. It doesn't surprise me that people are Googling like G-spot because we just literally, let me tell you about that. There's a G-spot, then there's a clitoris, and the clitoris, in the writing of this book, for years, we've all been saying the clitoris is 8,000 nerve endings. The clitoris is 8,000 nerve endings. It is the only sexual organ that exists for pleasure. Come to find out, in the middle of the book, there's a New York Times headline that says it has 12,000. And I just did study. You got 4,000 more nerve endings. A circumcised penis has 4,000 nerve endings. Some would say that the G area is actually clitoral nerve, internal clitoral nerves that sort of come to the head at a spot. So it's all related. It looks different in everybody. So do some work, figure it out. Have some fun and start faking it. Because we just can't. Everyone, please do not fake it. I faked it for so many years. Listen, and if you're faking it, I think that it's also okay. So I always get questions people like, what do I do? We might talk about this in maybe it's like email, but like, what do you do if you have been faking it all this time, and how do you handle it? And I think first off, just letting yourself know that it's okay, having compassion to yourself, and then you can also say to your partner, I really wanted to orgasm, and I feel like I've been getting close to it, but I want to have a different kind of orgasm. I want to be more collaborative. I'm thinking we can work together. Let's slow it down. Let's learn our bodies. I mean, you could say you were faking it. You could say you learned it in a different way. That's what I was going to ask you, Emily. So let's play no bullshit. You've been in a relationship, let's say for, I'm not even going to say a long time. Let's say 3 years. And you've just been faking it. So you've been insecure, you weren't confident yet, you didn't think you could, you didn't think you could, like all the things that we've spoken about. And now you're like, how do you approach that? Like, in all honesty, how do you approach it? Do you think it's a good idea to say, look, I just know, I've now learned? Or is it better just to like stay quiet and like just then evolve? What do you think would be better if you say, okay, so these are the conversations that have to happen outside of bedroom. You don't want to have in bedroom, you don't want to have that, and you're like, hey, let's just, I love to encourage people and remind them that that is just a game for that. I think this is what the 3 T's? The 3 T's are pretty good. Yeah, timing, tone, and turn. Yeah. So these are the 3 T's, timing, tone, and turn. Just remember this when you want to have your conversation. You want to do it at the right time, and you will not remember this halt. Hungry, angry, lonely, or tired. If you are any one of those things, that is not the time to have a conversation about this charged subject like your sex life. So when you are feeling really good and connected to your partner, and you're chilling, you're hanging out, you're going to a movie, you're going for a walk, those are when you want to, this is when you want to have these conversations. The other type is the tone. The tone is open, curious, confident, and it's light, and it's supportive. And saying, you know what, I realize that we haven't talked about our sex life before, but I really want to be a great lover to you. I really want to figure out ways that we can be the most supportive together. So, and then we can get back to how to do this using the orgasm conversation. And the truth is outside the bedroom. It can be when you are, what I love telling you is you're going for a walk. Because this way you're walking, it's intimate when you go to make eye contact. Or the best things when you're in a car driving, because that way you like literally make eye contact, but you know that you're safe. No one can hear your conversation, you're driving along. You're like, so on a road trip, so let's talk about our sex life. That's where we start. To have this conversation, you're saying, listen, I've been learning a lot about intimacy and sex. I came to a place where I didn't learn a lot about my body. I didn't really understand my orgasms or pleasure or masturbation or any of that. And I was listening to Women of Impact, Lisa Bilyeu, and Emily Morris from Sacramento. They were talking about this, and I actually never heard this conversation before. And I realized that I've been really invested in our relationship, and I really want to make you feel good. And I love, this is when you also can use one of my tips in the compliment sandwich. You can go into another tactic, and this is where you start by telling things that you really love about your sex life. Because this is going to come as a big surprise to your partner. So you say, and I was thinking about our sex life and all the things I love about it. I love how we make out. I love how you always kiss me. I love that you're always down to please me. And that's the first part of the bread. And then there's the meat. The meat is when you're getting some constructive feedback. Letting them know that you know what I learned is that when we're together, I have a lot of enthusiasm. A lot of times it seems that I am orgasming. And I've been trying really, really hard to figure out my own body, what makes me feel good. But I had a lot of shame around the fact that I didn't know how to orgasm, and I was not being honest with you. I was taking my pleasure. I've been doing it forever, not just with you. I would assume people do it with all their lovers. And it has nothing to do with you, or your penis, or anything. It has to do with my own misinformation, not valuing my pleasure, not valuing my body. And then you end that last piece of bread is where you wrap it up. And you're like, man, I really hope that we could start to slow down and learn my body together. Because I know when I start having genuine, real, orgasmic pleasure, that our sex life is really going to go to the next level, and I can be even better love with you, you can be a better love with you, so we can be willing to take some time to learn and explore together. That's how you do it. I know it's so wonderful. It's hard. It's a tough one, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, you're like, what do you mean? What do you mean? But like, if you understand that the hardest have to get doing it, nobody's teaching us how to orgasm. we're watching porn and the women are screaming pleasure when the pain is going inside, and I'm sitting going like, he's nowhere near a clitoris. There's no way she's having pleasure. What the hell's going on? We're told this to happen in 5 minutes. Everything. So I just hope that if you are nervous and you do feel shame, that the world is not on your side. Like, it's not like all of your other friends are orgasming like crazy. They're not. They're probably thinking it too. So having compassion for yourself and having a partner that's really like down to try, it doesn't mean that you can remind them. It doesn't mean that I wasn't enjoying our sex life. Remember, it just means that I haven't taken the time to explore. And this is why I also love mutual masturbation. Mutual masturbation is like one of my top tips for people in a relationship. No matter what the stage of your relationship, you don't have to be together 20 years to do this. I mean, people think, oh God, that's so intimate. Well, once we cleared, and if you didn't hear this part of the line, but we talked about masturbation being healthy, a healthy part of your sexual health. Assume that you do masturbate and you've gotten there, and say to your partner, would you be down with the two of us can masturbate side by side? Because this way, you're not only, it's a kind of a twofer. You're learning your own body, what feels good. You're seeing what your partner's doing. You're like, oh, like that crap. You're learning what they do. Like, I didn't know that you took your hand and you put it over your penis and you cup your balls. Like, maybe next time I'm with your penis, I'll do the same thing. Or with your vagina. Like, we're learning what they actually do. And it's also really hot. It's hot to see the partner ecstasy and pleasure and teasing themselves. And it's kind of a threefer. Because then you know you're going to have an orgasm. You know you're going to have pleasure. Oh, it's me, fuck that. Who doesn't love a food, right? And I love also everything you explain that if you've had multiple partners, you're going to say, I just assumed all guys were the same. Like when I first started having sex with my first boyfriend, I thought, oh, okay, this is what we do. So I just took that and onto my second person that I slept with because I was like, oh, this must be what guys like. And sometimes it's like the complete opposite. And so understanding and having that like open communication with that like mutual masturbation, which is wonderful because you can actually just see for yourself what they like specifically. Exactly, that's it. How you're gonna learn. How you're gonna learn. Everyone's different. Everyone's partner's different. I don't know what time was the guy and he like didn't like his balls touched. So for years I didn't touch any balls, and then I was like, okay. But it wasn't that was I do like it. I'm like, great. Like I cannot make assumptions, but that's why the most important thing is to go slow. Every time you get to talk with a partner, you have the opportunity to learn something new. It's a whole new body, you get different sets of nerve endings, you get different things in different places that you can learn together. And I don't know about you, but I'm just going to speak for myself. I used to make it about me. So if I didn't speak about a man getting hard, so yes, we always make it about us. We've seen, especially women. I think men do this too, but let's talk about what women do. If he's not hard, I must not be attractive, right? If he's not going down on me, it must mean that I smell or there's something wrong with me. If he's not initiating, he always initiates, but I was not initiating, what did I do wrong? We immediately make it about ourselves. And especially when it comes to something about sex, I think most things actually, it's not about us. It's usually about the other person. But actually most things in life, that's a great lesson. Like it's not, to listen, get curious, ask questions, find out, have these conversations. But we do ourselves such a disservice when we make these assumptions that there's something wrong with us, and then we're blocking ourselves off from pleasure. We're blocking ourselves off from everything the best thing we can have. So yeah, we are totally making assumptions. And then we just say like, hey, like I actually had a boyfriend and I had this relationship with him, and I said to him not the same thing about oral sex. We've been together for about a year, and at the beginning he used to go down to me all the time, and then he stopped. And I knew that oral sex was a really important source of my arousal. It was like a requirement for me. Like I want oral sex. I like oral sex. I just started doing this career. I literally asked what I want. So I said to him, I said, what is it? I actually asked him, I said, is that you don't know what I want? Because I can tell you, is that you think I don't want it? Or is it just not your thing? And he said, it's just not my thing. I was like, okay, well then you're not my thing. Now listen, the truth of the matter is, it might not have been his thing because maybe he had a bad experience with an ex, and maybe she didn't like it, or maybe something happened, she told him he was bad at it, and he internalized it as it's not my thing. Or maybe he was with somebody that, let's be honest, sometimes there is an odor with somebody. And usually if there is, it's because she might have untreated STI. A lot of times women have an odor. They might have bacterial vaginosis and they just can't smell it. They don't know it. It's really hard to get rid of it sometimes. And that just comes from different things that can affect any partner. We can have different infections that can lead to an odor that we might have. So maybe there was an experience that wasn't great, and Maybe some of our handlers or the way you internalize or that's part of what a mistake. So if that happens to you, if some of that went down you, I encourage you to talk to you about anything. Do not make assumptions that it's about you. You could ask them. Maybe they'll say to you, I do think that you liked it, or had that experience once. Or maybe they'll say to you, yeah, maybe there is an odor. Maybe you should be checked by your doctor because in the past you have been told that there's something that's shifted and really care about you in your house. So please go check out by a doctor. Now, I know you think you're going to roll over one guy. That would be the worst thing ever. But the truth is, if your partner tells you that it's because they care about you, they want to please you, and they want you to be sexually healthy. But most of the time, especially with sex, we make all the assumptions about me. I'm a bad lover. My penis is too soft. You know, and again, we assume if they're not hard, that we're not hot. Like, oh my God, he's not hard. Clearly, I'm not attracted to him anymore. Clearly, my blowjob wasn't good. Clearly, and I tell you, could be further in the case. Most of what's happening during sex, or not happening during sex, has to do with our own mind, our own insecurity. We cock block ourselves. Like, we orgasm block ourselves more than somebody else. We're worried we're not going to come. We're worried we're not going to stay hard. And as a result, that we don't. So, and that's because we're not talking about it. If we could say to someone, hey, babe, tonight, or if you're going down to me, here's what I actually need. Thanks for that. Let me show you what I need. I need you to go a little bit softer, a little bit slower. You know, and maybe if my neck hurts and I'm the one who's giving, I can get into another position. You know, we have to just give each other permission that sex isn't so linear. That we can stop, we start, we can talk about things, and we can adjust, and we can make it more comfortable. If we went to a movie theater with a partner, and we didn't like the popcorn, we didn't like our seats, and we were uncomfortable, we would move it around, we would make adjustments. We went to a restaurant and the meal came, we didn't like the we would send back our steak. But in sex, we would accept everything.